I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my. I just need to. I just need to clear my head.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. been like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drumming round and going forward. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 'cause you got me holding, rolling. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep money. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, rolling. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up running. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, rolling.
Oh, a few seconds late. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the second week of the Midweek Muster. Hopefully you're all having a fantastic Friday night ahead of you. Hopefully filled with plenty of Age of Empires 4 to watch. Yeah, so pretty crazy one. Oh my god. Sorry, just quickly got a message for a really good one, actually. Right, sorry, I was organizing something last second because we have some series set to start in about an hour, and I wanted to actually bring one of them forward, and I'm happy to say we have done that. Also, yes, I am a wizard right now. I saw it. I don't know why. These are yellow, so makes sense of that. But you know what? I own it. I look kind of amazing. Yeah, this is the next level style, right? You know how like we had the early 2000s with the super thin models? Now we're literally just cutting our shoulders off to make it easy peasy. But really cool day ahead of us. I imagine we're going to be casting like 5, maybe 6 series, something like that. We have got our second edition of the Midweek Muster launching today. Some series are already underway, and we have got a brand spanking new different map to kick off the draft. It is, of course, going to be Pigeon's View, which is an improved version of High View appearing every single series as the default map, as well as Kalauga, an upcoming map in an EGC tournament, making an appearance for the first time. Actually, not an EGC's tournament. It's making it here. So really cool to get this online and going. I can confirm the first series we'll be casting will be live. It will be Mio Micah versus Gully Deckle. They're right now getting ready to set up their draft. Shout out to them for having a little bit of flex. They were scheduled to kick off in about 50 minutes, and I asked them, do you guys want to play a little bit earlier? Because we did make a slight adaptation that players could schedule earlier than 15 if they wanted to. I think some players will already take advantage of that. So we already have 1 or 2 series we can cast from replays. And of course, we'll kick off by casting as many live series as possible. Because you guys, I don't know, you're a little bit fussy like that. You prefer your series live. I've noticed it. What's the bracket link? Bracket link, that one needs to be updated. So that is the previous one. Do we have an mod in chat that can save me one tedious thing to do right now? If you go through anyway, you can search on there for the Midweek Muster. If you just click into Wikipedia, it will be the next edition. You can click through, and you can see there anyway. With fussy viewers, I know, you all are. I mean, honestly. God, the things you demand of me. And you know what? You're like, oh, KP, add more ads to the broadcast. I'm like, great, I'll work on that. Only way you can stop it is by subscribing. Are we? I don't agree. Leave. Don't you, like, consistently ask people to give you a gifted sub? You may not... I don't know if you're the hero candidate to step up here. Yeah, he wants his Japanese nannies to spam. Yeah. How's it going today? Some sort of tournament? Ah, mate, every day is a tournament, Adrian. So, I don't know if you haven't noticed, but we are kicking off our own circuit. Our own Age of Empires 4 esports circuit. First week, a resounding success. Decent viewership, growing numbers, a lot of interest. Incredible games, of which a lot of them will feature on the YouTube side of things. I think almost every game for the Grand Finals is worth featuring there. But it doesn't stop. It just finishes and then kicks off anew. Oh, God, we've got the push-ups. 1, 2, 3. There you go. There's more bounces, but screw it. I'll give you an extra one because it's a bounce. Ugh. But no, we have got the second of 30 weeks kicking off here. And we have updated the map pool. So I mentioned we brought in Kalauga and Pigeon's View. We had to take 2 out. We took out Socotra and Pigeon's Valley. I'm a little bit gutted now about Pigeon's Valley. We might have to like make some tweaks and bring it back because I think that it only featured once, which was in the Grand Finals, but it was phenomenal there. As well as Edge helping to fund this, yes, Voyage, but There are still a lot of expenses involved in running tournaments. So World's Edge has primarily helped with the prize pool, which is phenomenal. It's $9,000 in a prize pool. But trust me, I think something that I kind of wish there was more transparency on this in esports in general. I think there's a lot of, I don't want to say delusion, but misunderstanding on what like it costs to run tournaments. It's not cheap. So yeah, although a big chunk of the stress has been removed in terms of prize pooling, I'm nowhere near profitability. So we'll keep growing. We'll keep working towards that. My hopes is to get some sponsors in. If you guys do have Prime subs and whatnot, definitely go ahead and drop them. It helps a lot. But draft is already on the way. So I'm going to update this now. We have got Cliffside coming in from me and Micah. Kalauga did get banned, as did Atoll. And that means we're going to get Cliffside, Frisian, and then the opening map is going to be the better version of High View, the Pigeon's View. Shout out to Kavayu for making that happen. Let's hire a castle for KPM, right? Yeah, money just grows in trees, right? Oh, mate. I mean, could you imagine if we actually... This is the thing. Like I've said before, my dream is to grow this, and my dream is to grow this channel to be a hub for Age of Empires 4 esports, but a hub for esports in general. I'd love to get a stage where we're like, you know, let's say half of EGC's viewership, and then we're hosting tournaments for AoE 4, and then maybe we have someone for Myth every once in a while, or maybe have some Deadlock going on, right? Like, kind of just creating and expanding and blowing into something bigger, right? Because I've lived esports for half a decade plus, and it's good to be able to start giving back. So hopefully it'll keep growing. Hopefully we'll be able to expand it into bigger and bigger things. And then who knows, right? Like the league could be the beginning. We could actually end up having a league that allows us to structure what we want to do with big tournaments moving forward. Maybe we're able to operate a LAN. Obviously, these are long-term goals, but it's things to aim for. Thank you, Voyage. Yep, it was good. I think we averaged about 325 viewers for yesterday's stream, which isn't too bad for a 4-hour stream. Collectively, it was over 1,000 watching because you had Marine Lord plus Lash, so the averages were really good. Obviously, like it's a bit hard to use those in metrics unless I can guarantee that the players and the casters that are streaming in the tournament are going to show all brands that I potentially bring in, which is something I can't necessarily get out of them. It's very difficult to do. Like a little bit of like insights, and this isn't like peeling back the veneer. This is actually public accessible information, because it's pretty sure obvious if you think about it. Because the open casting format that Age of Empires 4 has, it does in some ways make monetization through sponsorships more difficult, because there's only so much guarantee you can give, right? So like that's the double-edged sword of open casting formats. Is sure, it's great, everyone can access content all the time, but in terms of how you fund your individual tournaments, you know, it's almost like it needs to have more white label production elements to it to justify. But let's talk about the drafts, because we do have a double Delhi ban coming in here. Not too surprising. Cliffside in there. These guys might not have actually loaded up Pigeon's View. I'm kind of curious if they have, because if they had, they'd realize it's not actually that great of a Delhi map. It's decent because it has 2 sacred sites, but it is not a triple sacred site spammer. We do have a Mongol pick coming in from me and Micah straight away, which honestly, guys, if you know this guy, you know he's going to pick Mongols every single day of the bloody week. I reckon Gully is going to go for his Abbasids, right? Abbasids or Ibids. Ibids would be really solid here. It goes English. Okay, in fairness, like English is just really good on pretty much any sort of map pool I'm going to try to put up for a tournament. I think English is going to look really strong. And agreed, coach. I actually think that Grand Finals is one of the best Grand Finals we've had all of 2024. And I don't just say that because it's my tournament. Those games were absurd. Like, I have seen S-tier tournaments with worse Grand Finals than that. I'm not going to flame and say which ones, and it's not on them, it's just the quality of games. It happens, right? But the things that happen in that series, especially game 2, 3, and 4, actually, phenomenal. I'd say like the only ones that maybe were a little bit were like game 1 and then the final game 6, because obviously they were a bit more calculated and simple. But like the quality, I mean, dude, it's not even like a thing at Red Bull. Well, no, I'd say outside, like full-fledged tournaments that happen week after week after week. Like the grand finals of them, the grand finals of this, and I'll flex and toot my horn and blow my horn. They were better. I'm trying to think like grand finals, the quality of games. I feel like this was the ones I've seen like a top 3 or top 4 all year, which is wild to be able to say. And I think I'd be saying that even if it wasn't my tournament. I didn't catch every single grand final throughout the course of the year. I think I missed the King of the Rockies was the main one I missed. But like based on all the other ones, yeah. So We're diving deeper in the draft. I would update it manually, but I think it's quicker to just let them finish off the draft and then I'll paste it in. A reminder of people who do want to sign up and be involved with this. Week 3, 4, 5, and 6 should be live, or 5 and 6 will definitely be added live. I believe today is the goal. You can sign up ahead of time, and I advise doing so. Don't do a call. Core came in here yesterday going, how do I sign up for number 2? And I went, Core, it closed on Wednesday, mate. Oops. So I imagine Core has fixed that mistake and already signed up to all the additional weeks. Otherwise, he's going to do this every single week. So yeah, definitely recommend doing that if you want to be involved. And honestly, before you guys go, oh, there's no hope, I won't be involved at all. Look at the list. We've got different names this week. Names we haven't seen before. Boy's going to be in there. We've got Bit Cousin coming in. Red Darksider is going to return. But we also have additional new names. Stay Frosty, the first time we're going to be seeing him here, making his debut in the midweek muster. So while we have familiar faces, we have new ones coming through. That is the beauty of the system we've adopted here, where you combine a combination of qualifications through ladder performance, but also through the traditional ATR. So you get no names that can take a break. They don't have to panic rush every single week, but you have the grinders who are trying to come up through the rungs. They have a way of doing so. Large Variety Streamer said he wished the finals of World War was showing more late game diversity as one of the few... Yeah, exactly. Well, I think late game, no, but more emphasis on the mid game would have been good. But like, it's just, I've been over this. I literally have a video on YouTube about it. Like, there are ways that they can improve, and I think they know that as well, and I hope they want to. And if they do, I'm always here at the other end of the phone. I'll happily be the medium between AoE4 and Red Bull Warlord to make it happen the way that it deserves to happen. Anyone on getting Marine Lord involved? I think he may have alluded to the idea of potentially coming in from week 3. We'll see, though. I think it's just good to chill for the moment, which is totally fine. Like, the thing that I said with this format is I don't want players to feel pressured to commit week after week after week after week for 30. Like, I've seen this before. You don't have to play every single one. Don't burn yourself out. If you need to take a break, take a break. It will be here when you come back. This is a reality check for a lot of players because I watched this in Dota 2. And Dota 2 basically had... Dota 2 got to a point where it had 4 lands a month, right? It had 3 minors and a major every single month. And players complained it was too much because they had to play everything. And then the next year, they had practically nothing to play. And then they complained they didn't have enough. What really happened is players didn't clock onto the idea that, you know, you don't have to play every single tournament. You can take breaks. It is healthy to take breaks. So don't feel pressured to play every single one of the 30 weeks, folks. You know, take those necessary breaks. Take those refreshers. A general opinion is formed on Siege rework? No, dude. Like, I mean, BC might be dunking on it, but other people like are saying they aren't sure. Other people are saying it's reasonable, whatever. Like, I don't think we're deep enough in for anyone to really know whether the Siege change is like truly the end, be all end all perfect. We will get that though. My personal take is it still needs some iterations, but I prefer the direction they're going in with it currently than where we were at. Anyone who thinks that sprinkle spamming was good, I'm sorry, brother, you're in a different camp to me. I know I had someone in here yesterday saying they love sprinkle spamming, and I think it's the most one-dimensional, boring thing about AoE4. So I'm kind of glad that they're trying to work through that and move beyond it. I just hope we get more aggressive and rapid changes to work beyond it, because obviously with the, if you guys remember when they changed the water system, there was talk that the water changes were going to be temporary and they were a stopgap between like what we had and a permanent solution. But I still feel like water isn't there yet, right? So hopefully. Players are just getting to lobby now, so we should be ready to go in a moment. Opening map is going to be Pigeon's View. So look at their draft. We're probably going to be seeing what? Japanese versus... You go English here? You actually could. Jushi can work as well, but if there's the English pick, you're maybe a little bit threatened. HRE can be surprisingly effective on a map that is primarily going to be Stealth Forest. I've seen a lot of Byzantines historically on High View, so maybe that's where Gully wants to go with Pigeon's View. Crazy that he actually got the Byzantine pick in the first place there. Right, you can see that me and Mike, I understand that competitively Mongols can be very good, but I think part of this is actually a little bit too much of a comfort pick for me and Micah. We know he likes to play a lot of Mongols. Historically, we've seen him play Mongols more than any other Civ in competitive, and I think he may have given away a little bit much in the draft by doing this. I don't mind Jean being in there. I sometimes wonder if French is actually just a bit more versatile because you get more of an opportunity to boom if you need to, but French doesn't have as big of a clean as all-in as maybe Jean does. Epic Invisible shoulder pads. Which boss dropped that? Oh, dude, it was the latest one from the Halloween boss they added to Throne Liberty. Yeah, exclusive drop. Only I get them. I kind of like it in a weird way. I don't know. You know what would be sick? I need to get kind of like set. What I'd love to do is be able to set up like a secondary layering of green screen, if that makes sense, where you ID one color and it shows like a sponsor brand, and then the other is just the background. That would be sick. Oh my god, I'm clipping that for posterity. So I know to do it later. That would be incredible. So you could just have like, you know, Red Bull or something on those, or Protein Works on those, right? Look at my shoulders. They're so big. They're so protein worked. That would be cool. So lads are taking a while to get in the lobby. I don't know if they're confirming things in the background. I think we should be good to go. Oh, I love that. They're actually checking in with me. All right, boys, have at it. You can start whenever you want to. Will the match take place? The players have actually they've been set up in lobby. They even like confirm me. Look, dude, the professionalism. You can tell me and Mike have played like StarCraft for years. Like he's gonna say, like, are we good to go? I was like, absolutely, boys. Launch it. So, before I start lagging, let's try and get predictions set up. Pay out yesterday's. Gully or Mio? They give you 5 minutes or 2. It's Shown versus Byzantines. Oof. Alright, hold on a sec. Let me get switched over. I'm ready. Oh, yeah. Okay, they did. Okay, they went for the 5-minute delay. I mean, in fairness, so we just had an update in the rules that when it's live cast by me, it should be 5-minute delay. I'm going to clarify on that with Tune. My thoughts is that should just be for grand finals. It makes sense. For other days, I don't want to strictly force it on players because we don't know exactly how long. You know, we don't know when I'm going to be casting, right? So we'll figure that out. Yeah, I think that makes sense, right, Tune? Maybe we should clarify the 5-minute requirement when I'm streaming it is basically grand finals no matter what. It's 5 minutes. Earlier on, because it's hard for players to know if I'm going to stream their game live, I don't think we have to or do strictly enforce that, if that makes sense. Shout out to the boys for actually enforcing it, though. We don't need them to change it for this series, because now that they've begun it, it will flow fluidly, guys, because after the first game, they'll get into the second, and like because we will be a few minutes behind, we'll catch up almost seamlessly, so it'll be fine. What I'll do is I'll set up the predictions now, so you guys will have about a minute and a half when we get into game. There we go. Good lord. I love how the game suddenly just starts to lag us up. I think we're good, though. Whew. But, reminder of the plans for today. I'm probably just not going to eat properly, as in, like, sit down with my partner. But don't worry. I have the perfect replacement meal, courtesy of Protein Works. Protein Works, partnering with us throughout the entirety of November. I will definitely have one of them coming out. I've already told my partner when she gets back, can you please bring out the Protein Works cup? We're going to fill it up with the good stuff. And that will sustain me, power me through to probably do like a 5 or 6 hour stream today. So big ups to them. By the way, code KillerPigeon does still work. Go use it. Paint my chair green. No, dude. What we need to do is we need to get a sponsor for the chair. I don't know, man. Like that's something I'd love to be able to do is find a chair sponsorship because it's such an easy one. It's always there on screen. I'm not going to tell you what brand that is because I don't do freebies. And yes, it is Byzantines versus Jeanne d'Arc for our first map. So we're 2 minutes away from being live here, guys. Yeah, I'm trying to think this one through because, like, Jeanne, we've seen how Jeanne can actually beat Byzantines, but it's very baity. I think the best example I ever saw was Kiljardi at King of the North, where he basically just built mass archers, and his opponent died because, obviously, when you're against Jeanne, same as when you're against French, you're assuming they're going to spam mass knights. So, kind of baited him into a fail there. That isn't reliable consistently. On a map like Highview, it's very difficult to just catch scouts when they see you, so I think it would be a challenge to kind of sneak that one all the way through. Oh, and players will want to check my Discord about the update around stream delays and whatnot. We literally went to World's Edge and we have followed their guidelines. So if people still have issues with streamer delay or whatever, dude, we've literally, like, I went to bat for people that want that. I found a mid-ground that I think is reasonable for streamers. If they're not happy, they'll never be happy at that point. But by default, yeah, the expectation is 5-minute delays. But part of your shirt is matching the green screen. Oh, I know. But I kind of like it. Is that bad? It's kind of cool. Wait. You're right. Oh my god, I never noticed that. I kind of look like a wizard. I almost feel like I should have... I've got the wrong background. It shouldn't be Rampart, right? It should be Tower. Oof, I might have to turn the heating off, actually, while we've got a few more seconds. Let's hop across. Why do you ban Juji for Gully? I don't see a water map. Because me and Micah played primarily 2 civs. It's not that he can't play more, but it's the 2 that he plays. It's Mongols and Juji. Me and Micah is very much a guy who likes his particular civs. It's kind of interesting because I think that's maybe what will hold me and Micah back from kind of getting those upper echelons. He's definitely capable, right? He's made a living for himself at StarCraft. Done really well there. But obviously, if you want to be top, you need to be a completely robust player. All civs. And I think from what I've seen, me and Micah primarily plays Mongols and Juji when he can in best of threes. All right. Let's get ready to get on the way. Hype it up because we are back. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Age of Empires for action for the second week of the Midweek Muster. That's right, our 30-week tournament series is already past its first, onto its second, and we kick off in our round of 32 with the new default map. A new and improved high view. That's right. Look at what we've done here. Pigeon's view is everything you wanted out of high view but could never have. Trade that isn't just a given for free. Sacred site victory conditions that are feasible. We've brought it all to you because apparently the devs are not going to bother. High view has been a shambles for too long, so we're here to fix it. We're here to prove it in tournament play, and we do so with one of the kids, one of the toddlers, Gully Deckle. Very young. Very prodigious kid, an upcomer here on the Byzantines in the purple, going up against Vu Ao Lang. This is Mia Micah of StarCraft fame from Vietnam, one of the most talented players from that country in that game, and also very talented when it comes to Age of Empires 4. We kick off with him on Jeanne d'Arc here. Mia Micah took a very interesting approach to his draft. The fact that we actually have a Byzantine pick allowed through should tell you just as much. This civ is pretty much banned all the time. In fact, I'm going to look at the stats afterwards because I think this was like top 3 most banned. Usually H3 in English felt more bannable in a lot of situations. I'd actually say H3 maybe, but not even English. English got through more often. So yeah, kind of intrigued that he allowed this, especially on a map like High View improved, right? Pigeon's View here. We have seen quite a lot of Byzantines on the ladder in the past, and it has looked solid, right? Because the thing about this is the spawns tend to shove the berries really close to your base, so you can kind of easily extend. Deers are also close by, and you can utilize those with assistance. I am curious, though, because the interesting part is I never expected Byzantines to be crazily good on this map due to the fact that their border settlements, the tech that allows houses to see long range, can't see into stealth forests. So I'm wondering if this is part of what is going to be leveraged by Vu Ao Lang here, Teal. Because if you guys remember, French was a really popular pick back in the old days on High View because you could just ambush from the tree lines. Your opponent would plow into these deer and be at risk all the time. So when you do that with Jeanne, you kind of get an amplified effect of that, right? Like you pick French instead if you wanted an option to boom in a game. But if you're looking for relentless aggression here, on a map like this, Jeanne should actually be favored rather and do a lot better. Can you say a bit about why it's improved over vanilla? I think we already hit on this. The biggest problem with High View when you look back at the base game, High View was toxic because the trade post in the corner led to awkward situations where opponents could really freely and easily trade. They just wall up and they'd be safe. There was a lot of reserve resources, and on top of that, the whole balance against people just trade booming and not coming out is you should be able to play for sacred sites. Well, if you guys remember, High View spawns would spawn sacred sites here, here, and here. It meant 2 out of the 3 was feasible here. But one of the sacred sites is so close to your opponent's side that if you could reach it, you would already be where they were trading, right? So this was a very negative gameplay loop. It was poorly thought out. It didn't achieve the objective, which is that sacred sites are meant to give you a win condition when your opponent camps. This new improved version fixes all of it. Sacred sites in the center, so you can aim for that. Trade posts in the center also means you don't just get perfect trade for free, right? You have to earn it. You could half trade and to a certain degree defend it. If you want a full trade, though, you're going to be sending it across an open battlefield. So a lot more effort now has to go into walling. So yeah, I actually really hope that this week is a wake-up call. I'm going to probably bump the map team after this week concludes. And I'm going to push the players for feedback on this particular map because we did feature this before in one or two of our smaller tournaments for a map or two, but it wasn't the main focus because, for example, I think we used it in the custom Civs tournament. So it didn't really get the correct attention or feedback that it deserved because people were too focused on new Civs. I think people will come to like this. You're not going to get a perfect spawn all the time. Like, for example, I think maybe we still have some work to do on the gold vein placements. You can see the two in the center kind of lean more towards Vuao Lang. That could probably be adjusted. We should probably be having a gold vein spawn over here with the other sacred site. But overall, this, even with that detail in mind, feels like a drastic improvement over the original. So we do have Shonen on the move. You know what, Gully? What's the plan here? He's going to have to play a little bit of H2. This is the thing. Shone's going to try to force you. We already have range form committed to. Makes a lot of sense. The reason why you go range form here is that you will have an easier way of sniping out the Byzantine spears. On top of that, your opponent is likely to go longbows, and if he goes longbows, melee form is just not going to do anything. Zheng will just die. She'll get kited and killed. It's like, realistically, in your brain, you think you want to go for melee because if your opponent's going spears, it gives you a good way of just running in and stabbing them to death. But the reality check is you usually just get blobbed and killed. So I think the other thing as well is this is better protection against static defenses, and we already see that Gully has shown an intent to tech. He's not playing the game. Smart move to wall here as well, considering the issue with vision on the flanks. We did mention that there's going to be a creep in with fog. Like, this would have been a sick kind of jump, right, from the stealth forest onto the berries. So good read by Gully to actually get ahead of this and wall up already. We should be getting a Rax drop soon, I'd imagine. Berry gathering looks good, so he could just go straight into the Merc House instead. And it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Kind of smart, actually, because he's got the outpost and the TC. Anytime he gets fronted by knights, he can just, if he's got, you know, longbows or javelins exposed, garrison them inside, get them out the other side. Ambitious with the second system, by the way. You can see Gully's intent already to move out onto the deer. So this is going to put pressure on Teal to play aggressive. You know, there have been a few players that when we've had Highview come out in the ladder pool, we've been seeing Chamber of Commerce on this map. I actually think this is a game where you could have justified Chamber of Commerce because your opponent can't play. In fact, it looks like Gully was paranoid about that. There's no other reason why you'd stick a scout out in this area. Why are maps complete symmetrical? So there's kind of a plethora of reasons. So one of the big things around like symmetrical maps, like as in half spawn and then reflect, it completely changes the scouting dynamic. You no longer have to scout the entire map, you only have to scout half. So that was one big problem. Then you've got things that just don't equal out to allow for symmetry. For example, maps that have 3 sacred sites come to mind. You've also got the fact that 5 relics spawn in 1v1, so mathematically the numbers don't support a reflection. And I think it also just feeds into the idea that, you know, Age of Empires has loved this idea of random for a very long time. And if you just go ahead with what you just suggested there, although you still have random, you've halved the randomness. And I think that can be good, right? I'm kind of surprised we just haven't had a tournament that is simply reflected maps, like, what was it, Mirror Random. But even then, I think the problem with Mirror Random, fundamentally, is like it changes your approach to drafting drastically. So it just doesn't work. So you kind of need a map pool that was like Highview mirrored, you know, Lipany mirrored, these sort of things to experiment with. And I think that's just a lot of effort that no one's really tried to commit to. Same reason why we just haven't seen a crafted map tournament, right? Like I've said this before, we don't actually know whether crafted maps would be an improvement over generated, because no one's ever tried for tournament play. But the amount of effort it would take to set up, you know, 12 good crafted maps, you see the problem. It's a lot of logistics. Now, speaking of logistics of the map right now, this man is a little bit starved. He's still locked in here. He's going to have to go for mass olive groves. Gully isn't going to be able to rush out soon. He has got Limitane coming. Meanwhile, Miyamaika is only building into Knights. You could have clear optimized build orders. Well, sure, but like I've said this before, that's why you change maps frequently. But then again, it's the logistics of it. But like if you keep adapting map pools, then you can have static maps. It's just you require a lot more adaptation. You could argue, though, that generated maps reach the point of like creativity being stripped as well, right? I've said this before, where Dry Arabia has kind of reached a point where it appears so much in tournament play, it's been played so much that I consistently hear players moan that they lost because of the spawn. They're like, oh yeah, this matchup just spawn dependent. And like, well, that's a depressing end to the game. Yeah, curious what Teal's plan is here, by the way. I don't know if this is an eventual fast castle. Okay, he is finally adding in archers. This is very delayed, though. I'm worried that Miyamaika may have missed the window. He hasn't really got much in the way of XP out of having Zhone. The other problem is because you went range Zhone, the javelins do just counter you better, right? So like it's kind of why I think actually Byzantine's going to be one of Zhone's hardest matchups, similar to like the English, right? Because English can go mass lombos, they can snipe Zhone. They have good spears to defend. It's kind of similar to Byzantines. They can get either the javelins or the lombos. If they get the lombos, they can kill melee Zhone, and if they get the javelins, they can kill range Zhone. Now, one funny thing here, it's going to sound weird, but realistically, actually, I do think Miyamaika probably could have went spears instead of archers. Because that counts jabs, and you could just blob, right? It is a bit of a meat bomb, but my problem here is, like, archers, you're just adding in a unit that should just get picked by the javelins quite easily. Like, your scaling is kind of off here. Gully is going to have 12 javelins before you have 10 archers. That's a terrible position to find yourself in as Miyamaika. He's going to do that while also getting ready to tech. Byzantine's just such a big problem still, and it's about to get a lot worse for Mio. Push is coming in. It looks like he's pulled the army the entire way back. I don't like this. I think Teal has made a fundamental blunder here. He doesn't have small groups of knights waiting on the flanks, right? You want to have 1 or 2 knights trying to circulate into the economy. Instead, he feels like he needs everything at home, and it means that Gully is going to get the tech for free while also getting some eco damage, potentially. Yeah, this is a rough start to this series. What on earth was the plan? Up is going up. I mean, Mio, I don't know when he would have last played high view, because I don't think it's in quick match rotation or ranked match rotation. And there's why Zhone sucks against Byzantines. Congrats. He immediately buys back, but he's not in range for the XP. Clash at least looks good. It looks like maybe a little bit of an extension, but he didn't move Zhone over, so a missed amount of XP there will at least mop up at the tail end. Okay, so really good fight here for Miyamaika. He baited the commitment, Zhone died, the javelins overextended, and then he mopped up. However, he did fail to immediately extract full value from the fight. Zhone was late to arrive in range for XP. And on the tail side of this, Gully is going up. And that is ballsy. I can't believe the position of that. Look how forward he is with the Golden Horn Tower, right? He thinks he's confident he's got enough time here. He might be right, but the knights have been peeled off. The question now is, does Mio sense it? Does he dive in checking? Doesn't feel like I actually think he's going to be kicking himself about this. But if he just directly headed over, he could have idled out and forced the cancel on the Golden Horn Tower. Gully doesn't have many javelins left over, right? So your archers would be able to whittle away the Limitane, but let's see if the timing's still right. He sees it. Mio needs to commit. He's going to go in for the dive. The charge comes through. Gully has to shuffle away. Nice pincher there. Grabs one of the knights. Zhone and the archers are now arriving. Gully, he has to defend this. He's going to force the commitment. However, Mio, he doesn't split up the knights on 2 sides. He sends them all in on 1. So the Golden Horn Tower for Gully is going to go up. Awkward game now for him. He'll at least be able to snipe a few villages. The best thing he can do here is he dives in and will find a few. Is it going to be enough? Archers still have a good fight here up against the remaining Limitane, but Gully Deku is now in the 3rd age. And Miyamaika does not have many knights to show for it. He needs to keep the pressure up. Queues up 8 more archers. No more knights coming. It's just blobbing archers at this stage. But the problem is the javelins, a second group are coming out. The remaining group haven't been sniped. Mio, if he had just been a little bit sooner here, the damage could have been catastrophic. But instead, I think this game looks close to done. I mean, it's a free eco lead for Teal, but he has no army remaining here. Down to 1 knight. Zhon's still barely alive. Level 3 still has to be like, what, 2-3 minutes away. Yeah, this is a bit rough, man. I think... I'm trying to think what Mio's thought process was exactly in this one. What is up, Voldemar? Thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate the raid. I saw you were scrimming, practicing against Cal. Looking forward to your series against Ezra a little bit later today. Yeah, so... I don't know why Mio Micah backed up. I don't think you can afford to back up the way he did when you're playing Zhone in this matchup. Because Byzantines will counterattack. It's almost like Teal was expecting Gully Deckle to just camp, and then Teal would try to tech as well. That was a mistake. And although he got a good fight on his own turf, the problem then is, you've just taken a fight in your base while Gully's getting ready to tech. He confidently gets it for free to the extreme that he puts it on the front of his base. Like, this terrain adds clarity. Isn't this just standard? Yeah, it's just European temperate. I reckon snow would add more clarity to units, It's a good time. Wait, do we have a proper snow biome? I'm trying to remember. Is Taiga snow? Sort of, right? But I'm almost thinking Company of Heroes 2 map type snow. Even have trails. Oof. We have winter. Oh, we actually have a proper winter biome. I didn't even notice. Yo, I'm gonna force the winter biome for like week 6. All right, Guildhall on the way. This is ambitious. In fairness, Gully is gonna have hesitations to dive because he doesn't know for sure his opponent's teching. We also do have Mio Micah playing pocket resources on the flank, so just trying to min-max the map. Gully, now that he knows he's teched up, surely just send it in. Varangian not being queued up. Wait, why Varangian here? I think you just keep spamming... I mean, Limitane maybe? Or Cataphracts. Cataphracts would have been incredible in this game. Yeah, Cataphracts have been climbing in popularity for good reason here. They recently got buffs. They have the same movement speed as Knights. I think Cataphracts would have been really smart on a map that has pocket resources against a Civ that plays pocket resources. And sure, crossbows can counter that too, but it's much harder than countering Varangian. I'm a little bit flummoxed by this choice. And yeah, Shogun isn't wrong there. The reason Cataphracts beat Knight Archer comp is because you actually ignore the Knights. So unless you definitely need to defend your Javelins, what you do is you trample over the Knights to get on top of the Archers. And then what happens is if they're actually close enough to each other, you go beyond the Archers, so they have to wrap around. But big stab coming in here. Mio Micah caught idle on the gold. Level 3 Zhone is in, though. Level 3 Zhone is down. Oh my god, that is the most crap-looking Zhone. I'm sorry, it's not even on him. It's just this matchup. You can't easily do range-free Zhone like this. I said I understood why he went melee Zhone, but I almost feel like you can't wait, but you almost feel like you want to be able to wait on your choice with level 2 Zhone until you know whether it's Javelins or Lombos. Because, like, you're doing a 50-50 coin flip. And this is the frustrating thing about Byzantines. They can afford to wait. You cannot. An admirable last stand, question mark? I don't know if I actually say that about it. It looks over, guys. The arbitrary count is too low. And GG gets called. Woo-wee, Mio Micah having a rough opening game. He has picked comfort in his draft. It is gonna have to make him comfortable in the world of the living, because right now, it looks like the only thing this draft is gonna make him comfortable with is 6 feet under in his coffin. Oy, oy, oy. So, game 1 will be a win for the toddler. Is that one uploadable? Maybe? Maybe. I'll think on that one. So I think we're probably already hopping into the next game. Yeah. Give you your money? Jesus, you gambler addicts. Okay, so surprise, surprise, he's gone for his Juji. I mean, he was going to go Mongols or Juji. We're on Cliffside. Problem is, Gully has English. This could be really good for him. What is le plan here? Sorry, I just sent a message. All right, we've got 4 minutes to go, so give me 1 second. I'll hop back to the menu so things are less laggy, and then I can get the predictions ready for game number 2. Is a UFC-style game of the day prize? Neck, mate. I'm already losing money running these tournaments. Would you like to guess? If I can get a sponsor for it, I'd love to do something like that, but that would require sponsor money. But I've talked about these things, right? Like MVP awards, play of the games, play of the week, these type of things. They're all feasible. It just requires sponsors to come in. So that's the challenge. It's growing to the point where I can go get those sponsors, and then I can do that. But it's definitely something I want to be able to do. The jacket go? Dude, it's like I fixed the pads so much so they just disappeared. Maybe it'll make an appearance again soon. It is getting cold again in here. But 1 second. I need to update, don't I? So that was Joan versus Biz. And that is a win for the right side. And now we're going Cliffside with Juji versus English. Do you guys think that game was uploadable? I don't know if that game was uploadable for the YouTube. I was worried I wasn't going to have enough games. I think we had loads of games that I uploaded to YouTube, so like all of them are going to even make it. Nah, I don't think that game was uploaded. It was good for the talk at the start, but yeah. Some of the hundreds of viewers are savvy business owners? Maybe. If they are, reach out. I'm always looking for brands. If they got contacts, reach out. Appreciate the help. I'm sure we can organize some sort of finder's fee as well. KO4 is correct. The way we get sponsors is by these growing. So if you guys want to see these things scale up, whether it's prize pool, whether it's production, different rewards, you want to see bigger tournaments beyond this as well, be sure to share the stream around, bring more people, bring a friend, right? You know, like, dude, if I invite 20 people to a party and you want it to be a rave, bring a friend. Every single 20 person brings a friend, you've got 40 people. It's not the biggest rave, but it's much bigger than expected. So yeah, it goes a long way. Marketing is key. It's something I've said that's really... Esports in general struggles with doing good marketing, and I kind of sinned on this one. Forgive me, but like baby plus break leg was unfortunate. Probably should have had a clearer plan in mind ahead of time, but you know, it's the cool thing about this is because it's not like a 4-week tournament, the marketing can scale over time. And a big part of marketing comes from you guys, whether it's as simple as upvoting a thread on Reddit or posting a clip on Reddit, right? Or sharing around on the YouTube videos or retweeting what I tweet. Joining the Discord, these all help because that's another thing that can actually be marketed. I don't know if people know that. I know some amazing orgs that have scaled themselves solely off of like having 40,000 people in their Discord. Could I sponsor a show match by bank transferring you some money? I'm unable to get a debit card for my UK bank at the moment. Sure, Elderif. I think I said like in terms of for show matches, there is a link down below. So there's a coffee link. I still need to get my graphic artist to update that stuff. I think I'm going to get a complete rework of my graphics. But the coffee link there is everything that goes into coffee solely goes into show matches and whatnot. If people want to support me and upgrading like my stream setup, paying my bills and whatever, that's what Patreon does. That's what the donation link does. That's what Twitch does. But if you only care about like money going to show matches and whatever, the coffee link is there for that. Look at that. Now my face is disappearing. All right, should we get ready to go? I don't think I updated the score, so let me do that as well. Oh, wait, I did, didn't I? Yeah. I just need to flip it in-game. I can bank transfer on coffee. Double check. I think so. I like, let me know. I'm kind of curious. I don't know if you can, but I think you can. Either that or uses PayPal as an intermediary, and I know you can bank transfer to PayPal, right? I don't know. I'm not fully versed in coffee inside and out, though. But check and let me know. Well, look at what I see. He loves his Yuji. What and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Age of Empires for Action. We're back for game number 2 of the first series of the midweek muster number 2. Mio Micah back up against the wall, has gone full comfort. Yuji and Mongols remaining his draft. You know how he's going to do this if it goes the full set. Other side, Gully looking to make it a clean 2-0 with what can be a dominant pick on a map like Cliffside. English. Why can English be so good here, folks? It's a short distance. The ramp can give you dominance to reach your opponent's base early with longbows. However, this is a double-edged sword matchup in that Zhuji can be just as potent the other way. Zhuge Nu benefit from the closer spawns, but even more so than that, something that's really cool with the new Zhuji. This matchup used to be really English-favored. I'm not so convinced anymore because of an interesting change. Zhuji now play into Horseman really well. So I'm kind of curious to see if that's the way Mio Micah is going to lean. Remember, guys, they added with Season 9 a tech for the Zhuji that you can get in Feudal Age that gives you a 20% increased attack speed on all cavalry. So that includes Horsemen. Wait a second. That includes Scout. No, don't go there, KP. We're not going back to 2021. We don't need Scout rushes. Funny opening from Gully. He's gone for the classic farms, which means he should have stayed out longer with his Scout. Yeah, I'm not sure about this rotation. So Gully, he went down the center and looped back quickly. When you do double farm like this, what you should be able to do is essentially close your corner first, come back, drop off, continue all the way around. Or you do a small little loop at the beginning, drop, and then, or actually I'd say here, do a small little loop here. So you leave this corner on the left. You see on the minimap where I'm showing cursor. So you leave the absolute corner, but you do like a loop here, gather about 4 or 5 sheep, drop off here, and then dart across the enemy's corner and all the way down. Because what you've done there is by going double farm, you shouldn't be exhausting your sheep so quickly that you have to come back so soon. Now, you can already see the impact isn't as great as you'd hope for double farm opening. Because Vuao Lang already has 15 sheep, meanwhile Gully's at 12, or 14 rather. So they're neck and neck, and in fact with the scouting pattern, Mio Micah does have the edge. So Gully, well, Mio? That was so cheeky. He got in front of him intentionally in case he needed to, and he actually sticks the line perfectly. So remaining sheep in this area, I don't really think there are any, which means despite the double farm effort, Gully doesn't have as much food. We do have a meditation garden coming in, so it looks like that is going to be... Oh, he didn't even secure it all. So that's going to be 30 food, 25 stone, 25 gold. Kind of an unfortunate spawn there. And you've got to be kidding me. I mean, it would have been a gamble, but if he could have got out here, folks, this would have been insane. 72 food and about 30 wood is incredible for this close to your base. So a bit of a missed opportunity, but I think he was more urgent about the tech timing because he knows the council hall is coming. And what is up, AJF Maisie? Thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate everyone that's been subbing. Keep the subs coming. I love for us to be able to reach 300, 350 subs this month. Hard to get the 20% attack speed? I'd debate that. The reality check here is in this matchup, you need a blacksmiths anyway for undermesh because longbows have higher base damage, right? So this is one of those matchups where you're actually encouraged to go into blacksmiths even if you don't go into Zhuge Nu. How did you guys bet in the end, you little gambers? You filthy gambers. Where did you end up putting your points? I'm kind of curious now. Ooh, a lot tighter here this time around. So Gully's still got the majority with about 65% of the vote. But there are some Mio Micah believers in the chat. So first longbows are on the way. I'm wondering, is this like kind of a bait? Gully just kind of fishes with one, right? You stick a longbow out and you see what Mio Micah's reaction is. Because, like I said, the Horseman, you can get into it really quick. The other thing is he has gone double Imperial Official, which means he can afford to do supervisions on both the stables as well as blacksmiths over time. We do have the wood gathering being amplified, so we will be rushing those stables soon. Ford Gold is going to make this awkward. You can already see that Mio Micah intentionally put more people on the gold so he could gather for techs. In fact, he's already going for the horticulture. Even forestry, which I'd say forestry is a little bit more surprising here. It's helpful. I don't know if it's worth it when you're this gold limited though, right? Because it's 25 gold, if I remember correctly. Sorry, 50 gold. Yeah, sorry, it's cheap on the food. That's expensive then for a guy in this situation. In fairness, he does have taxation, but going archery range now has me worried because, guys, this means he has to go Zhuge Nu, right? Remember, when you play Zhuji, one of the crippling weaknesses at this point in the game they don't have archers, right? You can essentially remove your Q key when playing Zhu. Okay, I don't know if that's entirely true, because you need to build... Actually, no. Yeah, you can. You don't need to build houses, just build villages. You can just manually click that. Rax is coming as well, so Gully fully aware of what could be the counter, but wait. Gully, he jumped the gun. There's no necessity for a Rax right now. And he's not using his scout appropriately here. I thought he'd check the backside. He has no clue that Zhuge knew. In fact, I do think Miyamike is making a mistake not garrisoning the TC right now. You shouldn't be revealing your comp for free. We've seen in the past, like Abbasas in particular do this, where they'll go stables, and they'll garrison the stables units in the TC, so their opponent doesn't know what they've built yet. You always want to do this when you can when playing defensive. I think Miyamike is just a bit paranoid that a Lombo dive's going to come in, and he'll need the room in the town center for villages. That's also, by the way, why the mill is here, and not out on the berries. Because remember, when you play Zhu, it's really nice, same with Chinese, to drop the mill wherever your berries are. You can't do that in an English matchup. You can, but you would lose. Lombos. I'm going to find the scout. Actually, a good start for Gully. And now he's going to see, yep, horsemen are revealed. Oh, man, that sneak through. That, to the point I was saying about spears, at the time he didn't need it, but what we have here is supervision into a rush. Miyamike dangled the Zhuge, waited to see if there was a reaction to spears, and then mass-produced into the horses. Yeah, My Little Pony is meant to be a dream for the kids, but apparently not for Gully Deckle. This little toddler is not looking happy about it. So shoved all the way back home. Heavy losses on the opening there. Outpost is coming. And we do have spin production, but remember, that's on the front side. So, funnily enough, guys, he could block this. The only issue is that aura. That aura is going to make it very difficult from this position, and that's why he's going to back off. Miyamike in a decent position. A lot of wood being gathered here. I'm wondering, are we going to just get him scaling? Blacksmiths, maybe? Okay, village for now. Blacksmiths can make a lot of sense now that he has access to gold again. Undermesh is incredible in this position. Remember, your opponent doesn't have his blacksmith techs yet. He's trying to get into them. You just scouted that. So you're going to have to go into them anyway. But your Zhuge Nu, in the meantime, could amplify the damage with Steeled Arrow. Diver's going to come in. There's only one spear. Pretty much dead. It's kind of awkward when you're edging around here for both sides, right? He couldn't quite see Blue, but at the same time, Blue didn't have his scout here. He lost him, right? So that's being reproduced now. That's going to slow things down. Well played by Gully to get that critical snipe. Otherwise, what Blue could have done is stuck his scout here on the high ground, and then he could have hit your Zhuge Nu, with the Zhuge Nu into the Lombos every time. Okay, this game is actually looking a lot better for me and Micah. Game 1 was questionable, man. I was a little bit worried we might just get a 2-0 because that was far from clean, right? That was kind of like the person shows you their soapy hand and just hides the fact the rest of their body's covered in mud. But this is a much cleaner execution so far. He isn't in the driving seat fully yet, but he has forced the English into that classic hunker down period. Now, it's important you don't wait too long before doing something here, because the longer English hunker down, the better they feel, because they will get into their farms very efficiently. I think we might be having a tech play here. That's a lot of gold. Yeah, this is castle. And I 100% agree with it from this position. It's very difficult to kill English in Age 2, guys. There aren't many civs that benefit from playing a longer age against English. Your goal is to push them into their base and then look for a tech play. If you're seeing they're adding an army, you want to tech. If you see they're trying to tech, you want to dive, right? But there's never a situation where they're adding army and you want to add more army, because you'll always be fighting into a 20% attack speed buffer. So the advantage you need is pretty overwhelming. It's a hard to achieve advantage pre-10 minutes. Blue. He will get cut off here. Yeah, it does the right thing. Just pull the horsemen. The Zhuge Nu are pretty much dead. He probably could have improved this by splitting the Zhuge Nu 2 ways, but in fairness, sending them all north isn't bad either, as it means Gully has to react in this direction. And Gully, I think alarm bells are going off right now, because this should be looking insanely suspicious. Gold's still being rushed up. The outpost in the center, a smart read. Remember, the stone was passively gathered, so he does have hand cannon slits in the center of the map, and Gully's army is slow. This isn't the wall-up we've seen historically on Cliffside, but it has a similar effect against full infantry comps. Shallow Monastery now in the way. I think Gully's going to have to just hunker down and go age. You know, you might think, oh, it's just one outpost, dive it, right? But his army's 28, right? So by the time he gets through this, he's probably going to lose 3, maybe 4 infantry units. And that's a substantial count of his army, right? That's like 10, 15%. Tech up complete. Gully. What's the play? You can see he's already trying to secure the gold. He will not be able to play this in age behind. So he's going to have to catch up. Unfortunately, that does mean giving relics to Miyamika. You see what I mean? This hand cannon slit will clear a longbow in 3 hits. Spearmen, I believe, take 4 with 90 health, right? Yeah, because it's 25. Horseman is still proving a nuisance, though. Gully still not gathering the gold. Meanwhile, the Juganu move in, so easy snipes there. And all of a sudden, Miyamika, he's now up to a 5 eco lead in this game. Yeah, looks like Gully, did he miss production? He did. By half a villager, I believe. We'll keep an eye on the numbers. Yeah, actually about 2/3 of a villager. Because remember, it's only 4 eco kills, but Miyamika is like 4.5 ahead. Lancer production starting to pump up. We do have more Shaolin Monks on the way, so he's playing for those relics. In the meantime, Gully trying to play blocker there. It's very difficult, man. I mean, these Shaolin Monks take quite a beating to bring down, especially when they activate the Iron Skin. Especially when you're playing so far up like this. And actually reveals himself really early with the A-click there. Gully, I don't think he wanted to attack a village, but when in Rome, oh, well, that would have been game 1 with the Byzantines, right? But Lancer's queuing up. He's pretty much at a stage where the Lancers can beat the Spearmen. Shaolin Monk does get sniped, though, so well played there. Good find. Miyamika now going to commit with the main army, though. Jumps right on him. There's a slow reaction out of Gully. He doesn't even react in time, so the Horsemen get maximum output against the Lombos. A heavy loss of force there for Gully Deckle. And now the second wave could also die. Miyamika under pressure here. One of the villagers is going to get sniped. Make it 2. However, the Lancers are now here. There's only 5 spears. Once again, the Lancers will win this fight. Miyamika looking like he will win this game because Gully behind this doesn't have a tech play coming, folks. He's nowhere near ready for age 3. Yeah, this is getting scary. And once again, just kind of a miss micro with the secondary group, right? Just shuffling back towards base underneath the outpost costs him even more units. It's going to cost him even more here. Yeah, this is going game 3, folks. So we're going to decide this on Frisian Marshes. And this is scary for Gully because this series began in an absurd fashion with him getting that easy-peasy Byzantine win. But critical reminder, folks, map 3, Miyamika still has the Mongols. And Mongols is, I want to say, a top 3 Civ pick for Frisian. They are that effective on that map. The opening play to block gold, the follow-up trade. This final game is not going to be easy for Gully. Like a Lumpy, he's going there because the Lancers are now in. There's too many villagers here. This will be the GG force. Army's going to get wiped out. Eco's going to be hemorrhaged way too much. Behind this, Miyamika will have relics coming home. And we will be getting a game 3 in our round of 32 matchup here. Nice to see, actually. I like that these sets are much tighter. We had a lot of 2-0s in week number 1. I think the map pool is going to lean itself towards a lot more free game series this time around. Yeah, once again, I'm not sure if that is like YouTube upload worthy. Not really, right? I think that was kind of your standard game that we've seen 100 times. I'm trying to be more conscious of the game, so I want to try to just get the golden games uploaded so that the YouTube numbers go upwards. I don't think that game was too crazy, but well executed nonetheless. Okay, so give me a sec and we'll get ready for the next game. So game 3, like I said, is going to be Cliffside. I think it's going to be Mongol versus HRE. Yeah. HRE can technically win this, right? I think so. It's feasible. Ad time, a good idea. Guys, I'm going to run a minute of ads because we are about 2 to 3 minutes from being in-game. So if you guys quickly want to get a drink, do so. Also, feel free to tell everyone this is happening right now. Don't want to miss out on this. In fact, I should also post in the EGC channel. Yeah, we're 2 minutes from live. So quickly let me exit that. Yo, what's up, Knowledge Boy? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome back to the Swarm. Remember, guys, you got this Prime subs. This is the place you want to use them. We're going to be live probably 25 hours a week, which is fantastic. And it is going to be non-stop tournament action. So, mucho bueno, grande, amigo. I think those words mean things that I think they mean. Slice of cake, a good taste, but not a full meal. Yeah. I think this one potentially will be one that's uploadable. And what is up, Pencil D-I-C-K? Sorry, Pencil _D_I_C_K. Thank you very much. You know, a thin name, but a thick purse there. Willing to commit his Prime sub. Thank you very much, mate. Let's get ready for the third game. You coward? I'm just trying to be child friendly, man. You know? Attract sponsors. I don't know if having that pop-up helps, but who cares? Oh, I mean, what channels let you just have on an esports game your like name appear in the potential video, right? I think we do pretty unique there. Works for donos as well. If you guys are going to dono, I definitely recommend doing it when we're in lobby like this, by the way. Just because sometimes I don't catch them in-game as we have the sound alerts disabled. But yeah, if people are donoing, definitely feel free to do it. I'd say just time up when we're in lobby so you get the appropriate shoutouts. Because I feel bad when it happens. I was like, oh my god, I totally miss you. I always catch it in the end, but usually it'll be like half an hour later. Oops. All right, let's get ready to go. Did we put predictions up? No. I'll put 2 minutes on this one then. Who would be king of the Spearman Rush? HRE or the Mongols? Let's find out. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. Back for a deciding game in this single elimination round of 32 between Mio Micah, the most accomplished Vietnamese player, and Gully Deckle, a child looking to make a dream come true. This young boy, I think 16 years old now still, 17 maybe, looking to strive to become a zoomer amongst the boomers in the RTS scene. Very talented as well. You guys might remember Gully Deckle from the start of the year. On this particular Civ, in Season 8, he got a top 10 ranking in the first few weeks. Very capable. A lot of known players have used the comment, big fan about this guy. And it's time to find out who's the coward. Because on this map, in this matchup, usually you are going to see a lot of rack spamming from one of these two civs. I'm curious to see if either one's going to bother. Mongols are going to start it, but HRE, in theory, especially with that better eco and the fact that they have the extra movement speed, they can answer back. So let's see if he tries. And what is up, Ark? Thank you very much for the bits donated. Appreciate you, mate. Yeah, he's either going to have to add an outpost or a racks, right? Like, I'm kind of surprised Gully isn't. Maybe his thought process here is just get to Feudal Age and build archers, which isn't a bad shout. You can still then go back for the racks units afterwards with spears, because your opponent is likely going to try archers plus Keshiks. And with your better economy, especially with an Archon on the tree line, I think you should be able to contest that. And actually, Crackety, Meow did play Zhuji in Game 2. That's how we got to a Game 3. He also let Byzantines through. Me and Mike has a very different approach. But yeah, I agree. HRE should just win this. We've seen them just win with racks before. But Gully just doesn't care. So, last of the gold about to be dropped off. A little bit inefficient with the Prelate. But it's fine. Arkin is going to be coming up. So, we should be seeing, what? Double archery range pump straight away. I don't like this from Mio Micah. I like that he at least understands this. He stopped producing spears. And I hope he stops entirely now. 2 spears is all you should be going for. It's not even worth the outpost rush in this matchup. Spears are going to arrive. Ooh, I'm sorry. What was that, Crackety? 0 chance. 0 chance. Suck on that one. Who needs 4 spears for a grab? That was nutty. Nah, mate, you don't hit the mining camp. You hit the villager. That was sick. That is not easy to do, folks. He missed out on 50 res. Bro, he killed infinite res. Crackety. Dude, Crackety understands his role as a commentator, how he has to find the flow of things back and forth. When you have him in chat, though, man, he's like full defeat. He's like, he's just dead. He's just Thanos clicking the fingers. So Outpost is coming, though. I'm a little bit surprised this is still being committed to. With 2 villagers? I mean, in fairness, you're a villager up, but this is pretty absurd still. He needs the timing, though, right? With the Archon coming in, the archer range is going to be fast. Blocker to the berries, blocker to part of the wood, but not much of it. I feel like actually this outpost needs to be deeper. Maybe the idea is he crawls 2, so 1 outpost, 2nd outpost, which would make sense. He does have the stone, as he hasn't been double producing. Deerstone is now on the way behind this. If this goes unnoticed, though, and I think it is, Gully... Wait. Why is he looking here all of a sudden? The wolf! Did he see that? I don't think Gully saw that. Archer range on the way. Okay, he did. He's rallying to the south side, but that might just be for the spears anyway. Is this going to be quick enough? I think with 2 villagers, mathematically, you get this up in what? Is it 45 seconds? It takes 10 extra seconds to finish the archer range. And then you're going to have to wait 15 for the archer. But the archer then has to kill the villagers. I actually think this goes up. The problem, though, is Mio Micah needs the second one. 1 is not good enough. He needs to get a 2nd outpost here afterwards. You know, is at least making the right choice going Deerstone. I don't think you can trade behind this. Rat's coming as well. So Gully is just going to body this. Everything is scouted. Remember, this is one big perk, one potency of the Mongols, is they can see everything. Your base isn't just yours to be scouted. And wasted time there by the archer. So Spearmen are going to garrison. Mio is not going to hang around, though. He heads all the way back. I get why he heads back, but at the same time, this is not good. He's got to be going archers, right? No, he's producing more spears. And keep in mind, Gully, yeah, he makes the right choice here. He just sets up additional lumber camps. Just pivot north. This is the problem to play. Like, you can starve off some of the wood and the efficiency, but you can't easily stop it unless you get an outpost here so that you can kill them as they drop off the wood, right? Like, here might be acceptable as well, but this feels a little bit too far away because now with the lumber camp, he's not going to walk here. He's going to walk here. Tricky one. I love the fact that Gully's like, okay, I don't actually care about that. Like, whoop-de-doo. I need to see if you're trading. I need to see what you're up to behind this. Archer range is going to be coming in, but that's going to favor Gully. You know, he didn't pump many spears, only 2. He was a little bit paranoid about the night timing, but with the arrows that's coming in, he understands there's a limit on how many Keshiks there can be here. Yeah, I almost feel like Mia Micah is towered as if this is a standard map. It's not. Remember, Frisian Marshes has a lot more sheep. You can see it's 25 sheep for Gully. He's not running out anytime soon. In fact, what? Oh my god, it's because he brought the Khan straight across. Guys, Mio Micah only has 9 sheep. He's... I'm trying to think of a sheep pun that says screwed. No, that's just screwed. Well, Gully is sheeped up the wazoo here. I think this is close to already over. Mio Micah has to do some crazy miracle. I think also you just have to take risks onto the fish straight away. There's no point just staying at home now. Like, what are you going to do? Build pastures here? Going Keshiks as well with 10 sheep? Well, I think that Mia Micah is going to be on the lam from this game. On the run out the door, that is. I mean, this is looking brutal. Outpost now coming up to just minimize any dive in. Archer Mass already favoring Gully. Remember, this is Archon Chapel buffing pretty much his entire economy. Doesn't he be a little bit careful? I actually think he screwed up a bit with the lumber camp placement. Yeah. Gully? He went 1 tile too deep. He also just lost a villager. That's 3 worker kills. What? What is happening right now? I mean, this game feels like it should be close to over, but Gully's now 3 workers behind. So he lost the 1 on the gold, and then he's lost 2 presumably to the Khan. The Khan is still hunting more. Oh my god. This guy is attacking like he's a Castlage unit right now. Horseman finally comes out to address him. We do have archers moving to defend now. Cool thing about going Deerstone and why it's necessary here, you actually outmobilize the HRE. Not easily done, but it's 1.38 versus 1.44 when in range. Problem is, between your base and your opponents, you have no mobility advantage. But when you get to each end, you've got the outpost over here, you've got the Deerstone at home. So you do have some leeway there. Oh, I don't think you want to be taking this fight unless you're going tech. Funnily enough, Gully's the one going for it. Steeled arrow on the way. Neomika is going to jump in before it comes in, though. Keshik baiting a lot of fire onto him. Spearman will actually get eviscerated, but not before they pretty much ruin the horseman. And yet, Gully runs. He has to here, guys. And he can with the movement speed. Khan goes down again. A waste there. I think Neomika is a little bit overconfident after what the Khan done early. But the reason why you can run like this and shit run like this is Steeled Arrow is coming in just 15 seconds. So you just want to buy time here. Don't want to have to fight before that's in. However, if you catch an opponent doing this, slow reaction out of Neomika. So focused on retracting the Keshik, he left the archers in range, and the horsemen are melting them. Look at how long it takes to kill one in return. Spearman now coming in with the backstab means the retreat is a little bit staggered. And a good fight. And what looks like it's going to be an archer lead now for Gully. Steeled Arrow is there. This is where you're going to see Neomika trade unfavorably in Archer v Archer. His Keshiks also become much more easily killable now that you've upped your damage. 50% going through against heavy calves. So Neomika has to back away. He has no trade play coming behind this. No fish either. I'm a little bit flummoxed by this. I think Neomika could have been out on the fish. And it is risky, but you have to take a risk from this position. Good news is at least has Steeled Arrow on the way. The bad news is Undermesh is already coming in from Gully. This is the power of the tech timings, guys. Gives you a scary edge. One where you can have less archers and be more impactful. It looks like he's going to be diving now. So outpost to be cleared. He can at least snipe these horsemen low and kill them off. So actually not that bad if he gets like a double horseman kill here to eventually lose this. It was idle time on the villagers running over, but I'd say he kind of made it worthwhile. Right, it's 2 spears going down. He got 2 horseman kills, outpost on top of that. The fact he killed villagers. This outpost is probably the highest value thing that Neomika's done all game. Now, usually behind this from this position, you'd probably be setting up trade as Mongols, but that isn't happening. It is kind of leaving me with a feeling of what now, you know? Like, he done a great opening. He does have a free eco lead. And there are matchups where you'd say free eco is enough, especially with some like Mongols. But it is the HRE, man. And I can't discredit that detail, right? Gully still has got 11 sheep to work with. He's now transitioning farms. He now has access to the berries. Remember, the berries base rate got buffed. It's almost comparative to sheep now. When you add in the buff of 40% from the Archon, you're more than happy to munch on these. Gully looking to munch on more. Moves in for the Uvu. Now keep in mind, this is maximum comfort for Neomika. I don't think he has more games on any Civ other than Mongols in the last year plus. So this is his bread and butter. This is his signature Civ. If there's any Civ that could get Mio out of a gutter, this would be the one. Many Keshiks to play with. I don't think you want them here. There is a weird indiscrepancy here from Gully. He's gone quite hard into diversity, while Neomika is pretty much only archers. So actually very hard to break him right now. Gully behind this should be starting to layer in the cake, though. Yeah, the eco is building up. This is the thing. Right now he's weaker on his pump because he's building into long-term sustainability. That's something that Mio hasn't done. Yellow has got to go into fish. He's got to play the map. So while he's holding well, when you plant the map here, your problem is going to be you don't have that mobility you're seeing, the glowing aura, right? Which, by the way, can we just agree, like the aura should be a different color depending on your civ? Why is it that yellow glows yellow? Has anyone ever been caught out by that in a game? I imagine there's plenty of people that have, where you're like, oh, I can fight here. And you go, oh, he had the glow. So we do at least have the fishing to kind of amplify, though. So that's going to be improved. I like the fact that Mio's kind of fishing for kills with the Keshiks. Scary, though, like from this position if you don't have your full army, because the problem is you are just blobbing archers only, which makes sense with the mobility, with the choke points. It's a pretty solid defense strategy. Historically, it's been a really good one as you go deep into feudal. I think Gully just needs to read this and mass horsemen. If he masses horsemen, it's going to be a tricky fight for Mio to defend, because remember, once again, it's not the aura here. There's no outpost, there's no deer stone, there's no protection. In fact, I actually think it's underrated at this stage to put an outpost here and move the deer stone over. Because you can move the deer stone around with your economy, folks. You're wondering why they're both hesitant like this, by the way? This is the final game. And whoever gets eliminated here is Aus in more than one way. They do not default invite back for KPMM free. And there is no lower bracket in these formats. So they are naturally going to play a little bit slower. Men-at-Arms now in the way for Gully. Intriguing that he's going MAA at this stage over Horseman. It's a bit more cost efficient with your food, I guess. Like what you get out of it, right? It's a much more tanky unit. Same cost, but like should sustain longer in fights against variable unit types. As in Keshik plus Archer. I don't know, though. I feel like you're just better off with Mass Horsemen. Because the problem is, like, you're building Men-at-Arms to dive into Deerstone. You will get kited. Khan does go down. Scouts so overrated they can just die. I'm getting a bit worried now, guys. That's a lot of archers, and Gully needs more horsemen. No way does Mio win this. Not after the way that mid-game went, surely. Well, there's going to be a clash now. Both of them blind to this. That does allow the horsemen to get close. And they'll stick to the target here. Spearmen were already in position. The Keshiks dive the wrong side of the fight. Archer's starting to get surrounded here. Gully, he needs to swarm over this, and it feels like he might be out between the horsemen. Pushing back against this. Keshiks holding on for the moment. Spear count almost non-existent in this game. No way. Horsemen, they're getting eviscerated. There's only a handful left here. Archers have been reduced, but look at the count on both sides. Gully, I don't think an equal exchange is good enough here. Keshiks are still alive. He has to retreat, and that's the thing. The front line is going to last longer, so in the retreat, this is going to be an overwhelming lead build. Keshik's fast enough to chase this down. Archer's already in range to cull a few more. Gully does have more horsemen coming, but the count has been reduced. Mongols now with an edge. The difficulty, however, is now pushing in. Remember, you do not have that Yam, so your opponent can keep running away from you. He doesn't really need gold either. Like, this is just greedy from Gully. Men-at-Arms, I don't think you go there. I think you just go more horsemen. Second wave now arriving. Keshik count is low. Archers may have overextended and they're wasting time on the wrong target. No stutter step back here. Man, it looked good for a second there, but Mio, I think he jumped the gun here. The urgency kicked in, and it may have just kicked him in the gonads. He runs straight into the Men-at-Arms switch, which absorbs what's left of the Archer mass. And Gully now able to shove him all the way back to base. Back and forth indeed. I'd have it no other way. The Khan did just come back in. I don't know if Gully is aware of the timing, but makes sense to reset, slow down here. He has nullified the blob of archers. We're basically half of what it was, which means Men-at-Arms can be reasonable as a counter here, because if you're playing into this mid area, the movement speed difference is non-existent, right? It's 1.24 versus 1.25. The challenge that Gully's running into is ending this game when he reaches the enemy base. I think Gully needs to just tech away from this, because playing longer is not helping him, right? You're either going to have to raid or you're going to have to tech. Interesting thing, by the way, Gully did move out for these resources too. He's building into static defenses, though, because the Keshiks. That could sting him in the coming minutes here, because we are seeing more and more Keshiks now getting added in. Looks like Gully is looking to raid here. Oh, no, and he just went on the ball. He's trying to be efficient about this, but it's just going to pull back to a big mess. Horseman now coming in. It just got revealed. And this is going to cost him dearly. The ball wasn't finished off. It can't chase the Horseman quick enough. Army is in the neighborhood, though. Does arrive in time. And somehow, Mio loses 0 villagers from that. I'm a bit shocked there. I actually expected 1 or 2 to die. So he falls back to a safer pond as he was playing more aggressive. There isn't much left in this area. This is one cool thing about the Mongols, though, right? They save when it comes to the Gur. They just keep shuffling it around, so they don't have to build mill after mill. However, building age after age, Gully now going into the third. Me and Micah not far behind him, though. I'm impressed. Step Redoubt now also coming in. That's going to be a huge amplification. There's a growing risk that Mongols can ruin Gully at the beginning of this age up because it's mirrored. Usually you'd expect HRE to be ahead by a minute or 2 on the tech. That's not going to be the case here. It's like, maybe 20 seconds. With Step Redoubt, remember, you're going to get 50% more gold on drop-off. So instead of having 12 villages, it's like you have 6 extra on the gather. That's really important for getting the veterancy techs, but also for blobbing Keshiks. Damn, this is crazy. I'm impressed, man. Like, I was ready to kind of write off the Mongols here. I thought the HRE was just going to start to blob and bloat and build a lead. But Mia Micah's timings, at least defensively, have been on point. And by the way, guys, this shows you why you go Deerstone over Silvertree here. You might think, oh, well, this, he never reached the base. Silvertree would allow trade. No, because if it wasn't for Deerstone, Gully Decker would have been able to kite him while shoving his base because of his archer's advantage. That's really what stopped him every time he came near the base, is that movement speed advantage, which HRE are renowned for in Feudal, didn't exist. So tech up complete on both sides. And now relics are on the agenda. One has already been banked by Gully, courtesy of the outpost nearby. Second one looking to be grabbed. This should be 3 relics at least, because Miyamika isn't moving with urgency. He's actually pulled the army all the way back home. Yeah, so it seems like he's worried about being counterattacked, which makes sense. One annoying thing about this matchup for Mongols is when you make this transition without many Keshiks, HRE could have been blobbing men-at-arms in Age 2. And remember, the upgrade for those only takes 30 seconds, is very cheap. So this is a very big advantage we've seen certain civs like English can have, where they blob up to 30 men-at-arms in Feudal, tech up, and congrats, it's like the Burgrave effect. You just have this big blobby army of men-at-arms. Same with Knights, right? It's why French and Rus have always felt great at lower level games, because you have access to this unit, you play along Feudal, and then when you upgrade, congrats, you already have the Castle Age army in the field. This is going to be a hard fight, though. He only kept the Keshiks here. Horsemen are riding in, and no. Miyamika has to run away in the wrong direction. Yam is at least going to allow him to disengage, but I think Gully knows. Look at this. Spreads wide and goes hunting. Dude, that's almost half his economy. And he's not doing any counterattack, right? He's trying to react to this play with mass Vet archers into men-at-arms. So he's going to find Trickle, so it's a good start. Crossbows are here as well, but oh, he baits him. Ringa Rose, he's just pulled him further away from the villagers. Miyamika may need to do something ballsy and go grab from the fish on the enemy side. Or he's just going to have to idle out here in the meantime, but this could be a really good fight. Gully starting to feel like he overextended a little, has to back away. Villagers are still in Trouble Town. They're going to run up an outpost here to give them mobility again. This game is getting wilder. And yes, that's how we kill a boar, guys. Just 24 of us. He needs food right now. He's at 0 food income. So Miyamika, although he's got a good fight for the moment, this is going to add up. This is going to have ramifications. That idle time does hurt him here. Also, the men-at-arms upgrades now coming in. The heavy. Plus the two-handed, I believe, is on the way. So, MAA spamming is not going to favor the Mongols. He may even have to start trading for some food at this rate, because Step Readout's the only operational thing. And he's got oh god, dude. You built a Step Readout and you're not even using it. This is horrific. Clash also coming in. The archers. They done it again. They dove in. They found the heavily armored units. Now, there is still crossbows in here. Gully Deckel's trying to snipe them down. Only a few remaining. Only 4, in fact. It looks like the Knights might start to win out this fight. So Gully Deckel still behind. But it's the quality of units that now come in, right? Is it going to be good enough? Miyamika somehow able to buffer him away here. The second wave was rallying the wrong side of the pond. Does he play blocker? If Miyamika goes north, he could kind of force a similar idle time on his opponent. Smaller scale, but still matters. Mio, how the hell is he winning these fights? I think it's the blacksmith tax. Yeah, you can see it here. Level 2 is only coming in now. Gully Deckle made a big mistake here. That was a -2 disadvantage. Remember, your opponent had an extra layer of ranged armor, an extra layer of ranged damage. So it's a +2 differential. No wonder he lost that fight so convincingly. I mean, he's at least making up for it now, right? Range damage 2 came in, wedge rivets in 40 seconds, but for the time being, it does starve him out here. Horsemen are going to start being pumped. Won't get away from their sponsor free. More troops on the way. This hurts me deeply. He hasn't gone back for food yet. Instead, he brings out a new group to the berries. Holy crap. You know, usually, like, you have games in this state. The way this is played out, it's had 3 points of the game where it should have been callable, right? But we're 24 minutes in, and there's still a lot of uncertainty over the winner here. Farms are at least looking good. Gully almost just has late game economy, right? Up to 31 farms now. Most of them in range of the Archon. Gold is also good for him, right? He's got 3 relics, 4th one on the way home. With Regnitz, he doesn't even necessarily need active gathering, but still has that as well. He's running out soon, however. Miyamika looking to put that noose around the neck. Gully, another problem here is letting him burn these buildings. Not only does it slow down your production, it also pays Miyamika to do this, remember. The bounty system from burning buildings. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate that he's giving over this much. House is also just easy premiums, right? Low HP, and you still get paid the same you would for a building with double the health. Gully, oh, well, okay, that hurt him even more. He didn't even get the final horseman out there. Maybe it didn't. It probably would have died straight away, right? But pop blocks, a bit of an issue. And Gully switching now into Lance Nectar. Expensive unit. He does have a lot of gold in reserves, though, so what he's trying to do is min-max his food. His food is struggling to keep up this comp. Men-at-Arms, Horseman, right? It's very expensive. Lance Nectar, primarily gold. Something that he has a huge majority of. Flash coming in. He's... What?! That may be agreed too far. He's gone past the Swabia. Dive's coming in right now. This could backfire quickly, folks. I mean, this is classic HRE, right? You're like, oh man, static game, time to go age 4. There's nothing static about this. He's in on the farms. If your opponent isn't fighting you, alarm bell should be going off. Miyamika, even if he doesn't see it straight away, he's so close to the landmark. Outposts are being rushed up right now. There's a lot of burn power here, though. Tech up complete. He's going to commit. Gully Deckle, did he just go agreed too far? Gonna find out. Defense arrow gets activated. Strong front line here. Debuff, or rather buff, is out now. In the meantime, the Men-at-Arms are holding in the choke point, so intentionally minimizing the mass melee of Gully Deckle. Crossbow line is munching this up, though, on these 6 horsemen remaining. Mainly just Men-at-Arms, and with this many crossbows, he should be able to break through. But with this many Men-at-Arms, he shouldn't be able to delete the outpost. Bigger problem, though, is Gully doesn't have any stone coming in. No cannon emplacements here. A lot of idle time being achieved. So army fully reduced. Behind this, map control is still there for Miyamika. He can gather on the pocket resources. Another wave of MAA is coming in. This is what I like to call a fake Imperial. He doesn't have anything to show for it right now. Elite upgrade is at least coming in for the Men-at-Arms, but what Men-at-Arms? He only has 2 in queue. The dive continues through. Gully hemorrhaging more villagers. Yes, you have got the Love Hotel, but Palace of Swabia has its limitations. And we're pushing them to the extreme right now. Keshiks are going to hunt north. He's going to discover the gold as well. Maybe even the fishing. He's pretty much picked as much as he can for the primary base, so he's going to shuffle out the other side. Miyamika does need more damage done here. Right, this is a great start, but Gully, because of how stupidly ridiculous Swabia is still technically in this game. The farm's still alive. He has got 4 relics, almost 5 now, and he has Palace of Swabia. So this is a good start, but Miyamika, the path to redemption is longer. He's going to look to pay the prices for it. Dives in again. He does find more villagers. So piece by piece, he's revealing the groups. He's playing risky with his economy, but that's because he can. Gully has nothing to counterattack. This is classic, let me hide behind my defenses and try to win the game. The curious detail is with this type of eco lead, Miyamika could find his way gradually to Imperial as well. Cannon emplacement is finally coming in. But the issue here is when it's a trickle of troops, I think the cannon emplacement's a little bit less impactful. It's when he blobs, it's very threatening. And there we go. That should signal the retreat. So he's going to pull away. And instead going to target on the north side. So we'll be able to deny one relic over here. That's an expensive cannon emplacement as well. Stone gathering is happening in the corner, folks. That's how he's able to do this. So Gully, the pocket eco's actually paying off in this game. This is crazy. I mean, we were a little bit underwhelmed with game 1 and 2, right? I think that they were kind of just very clean executions. But this one, I mean, this one's been phenomenal. The way that they spent about 25 minutes making it indecisive over who would win, and now it's still there, right? Like, overwhelming military lead for the Mongols, but the greed of the HRE, something that we've seen carry them through the most miraculously impossible of situations. Could it happen here again? More troops are rallying. I think what you need now is probably just trebuchets. Start sieging the farms. That pays you, right? If you're slaying all these farms with trebs, you're able to accrue enough resources that it doesn't hurt your opponent's rebuilding villages, right? So what I'd love to see from Miyamika here is just go over here, get the siege engineering improved, and then on your Uvu, which I don't think he's built a new one of, get your hands on the improved bounty, and then just farm. Because right now, the only thing he's farming too much of is gold. He needs more food. He needs wood. He needs these other resources coming in. No staggered formation either. A bit of a mistake there from Mio on the dive. He's finally going to realize it and fix it. He's going to move into the tree line again. So out of time being achieved there. Villagers are going to start getting sniped. I don't know where these ones are going. What? Gully refuses to give up, man. He's down to 43 economy. Surely this is over. A key drop failure here as well. He can't get it up. A nice mobilization away with the movement speed arrow. Don't want to fight directly in this. Remember, these are elite men-at-arms now. They hit for 24 damage each compared to just 12. However, the numbers seem to be scary. The crossbow's still threatening him here. Good God, Gully. He's gathering the berries from right outside of Gully's base here. Remember, this is like the secondary patch. And oh my God, is he desperate. 46 villagers out here for gold and food. Army diving in. This is what I love about Miyamika. This is really his playstyle. You know, I don't think Miyamika likes macro games. He prefers the game to be aggressive and decisive. However, he has been depleted. That big gap running across the map, look at what it's done to his production rates. Things might get worse as well because the crossbow is no longer protectable. I wonder if Spears is just better here. It sounds weird, but at the same time, the heavy damage adds up. And Spears are at least cheaper. He's going to have to start a step away. Doesn't have the maneuver speed arrow for another 20 seconds. So crossbow is likely to be wiped out. That gap may have just killed the momentum for Miyamika. Oh my God. Can we agree this Civ is a bit ridiculous? I'm trying to think of any other Civ that can go down to 40 villages and survive like that. Maybe Abbasis if they have 5 TC. But these guys are in a realm of their own. Remember, the villages only cost 17 food. If they drop off once, they pay back what they cost to build. That's why Gully survived that. That and the threat of static emplacements. That and the relic trickle of gold, right? Just HRE, the best Civ at getting away with these greedy Imperial rushes. And villages, they have been found, guys. Oh my God. All this running. Just to run again. This entire game has felt like a montage of Miyamika's Mongol villagers living the nomadic way, running everywhere and never staying for long. Gladiaco's pocket resources are still looking good as well. He's got the gold up here. He's got berries, deer, and the fish remaining. So, like, you know, there's not a concern that he's going to completely be exhausted if the farms once again get idled. Another problem is the longer this age difference goes on, the more that Miyamika has to lean crossbows to counter because men-at-arms of the H3 will beat yours, right? Crossbows are worse at diving to do real damage. I mean, it's difficult to torch damage into H3 anyway. And worse still, your opponent has enough food to do this. Horseman in. Perfect counter. They've got the 6 ranged armor, 155 HP. Creates that bit of space. Miyamika once again with way too much gold, not enough food gathering. He has got the fish here though. This is big, guys. If he can hold this, constrict this area, I think actually the thing that Miyamika is missing right now is forward production. You've got all these villagers here. Just build a few Raxes up here. Build a few archery ranges. Even build a siege workshop. I mentioned siege engineering improved before. You don't even need it, and I love this. We've got the Yam coming. And yeah, I'm still shocked by this. Good eyes. Miyamika never replaced the Uvu. We have, like, half this game has been him actually forgoing one of the best things about the Mongols, but my god, look at what he's doing now. You don't need an Uvu. You just need a white stupa. Or, oh my god, the Ford Carnot Palace. If this is a Hui Palace straight away, Miyamika's dad works for Microsoft. This game is crazy. Golly, he's massing up the defense force now. He has got biology coming in a really big boon. Biology definitely over boosted, I think. It's way too good now. But I don't think he was expecting this. And the first spawn is going to be Nest of Bees. Come on. Hand cannon is also on the way. Less impactful against the Horsemen. What an absurd game. Is he looking for the economy? I think he is. This is crazy. I love how much these weeklies are already delivering, dude. I feel like, you know, you're going to take 4 times, 5 times, 6 times longer to find these type of quality games by watching ladder games. This is all paying off. So Nest of Bees came in. Path's gone away. I don't know, like, it feels underwhelming that you only get 1 Nest of Bees. Horsemen are going to get a good raid here, though. Miyamika. Oh, no, guys, look at the economy. This is the power of Swabia, right? Things have equaled up. Nest of Bees actually just gets caught straight away. Horsemen able to ride off into the winds. In the meantime, they found the other eco! Miyamika! There's nowhere to hide anymore. He done such a good job for most of this game. Constricting Gully, but the moment one group of elite horsemen get out, this is where it leads. Piece by piece, he's unraveling the plan of the Mongols. It feels like Miyamika needed 2 or 3 more minutes. You can see the Hui power is now on the way. This is what he was waiting for, right? The Ford Carnot was all about this. But it's costing him dearly. He's so focused on being next to the HRE base. Defending his economy further away feels impossible. So another hit there, and all of a sudden, Gully now with the villager lead. In a game where Miyamika has killed 3 times more workers. Good God. And we do have the mass pastures, but the problem with this is it puts all your workers in one location. So if we get that horseman wave come in, curtains closed, right? You won't be able to mosh pit. However, for the time being, we do have hand cannons. That is being mirrored. Keep in mind, as long as there's an outpost, your marching drill's advantage won't be there, which is why Gully is now dealing with that. So you got a Hui power. He's leaving the Carnot Palace. He's like, I really, really need these horse archers. More production coming. We're going to see Mass Gunner versus Mass Gunner. Carnot needs to be protected. He can't afford to lose that extra production. He's going to force it in the choke point. Pasgard men-at-arms trying to hold this back. The Hui Pow even joining in on attacking the infantry Cav. And wait, has he killed enough Cav here? There's not much left. By the time they get through, it's going to be essentially crossbows versus MAA. But remember, these crossbows never got upgraded. It's more about the hand cannoneers. Can they do this? Gully, is he slipping? He's starting to trickle troops. The panic is definitely setting in here. We've got triple mangonel on the way. They need a good wallop, though. The unpack. The shot comes in. He doesn't have the upgrade, guys. Remember that adjustable crossbars. It's really good, but really expensive. About 2k resources. So good split. Miyamika divides his groups into 2. Culls them, comes in afterwards. The horse archers and the men-at-arms now moving in. The Mangoes overextend. Gully, he's no longer got a big raid force. A small group are moving out. The keep drop comes in the center. He's trying to deny the gold. The rush up is going to be there. The army is reacting. Can it be quick enough here, though? He has got the yam. Hand cannons are wasting time. It's not the horsemen you need to kill. It's the villagers over here. So needs to dive in there. We'll be able to find a few villagers, but Gully Deckle will be able to erect the keep. And Mio Mikey needs to get the hell out of Dodge right now. Rest of the villagers are going to be massacred running away, but this has delayed things. It's bought time. He's back in on the Karnet. Mango sieging it down. Magadai come out into a mess. They need to run away. The villagers shuffle off. The step redoubt is still in range of the keep. What is happening in this game? Now, all the damage done back and forth. Keep in mind, when we look at these armies, Mia Micah still has a strong backline of hand cannoneers. Gully is equaling it up now. The Karnet is going to be rush repaired. He needs more. This game. Gold access as well. A little bit of a mistake there with the villagers idled out, so Mio is going to lose some there. And gold is now a problem here for Mia Micah. He doesn't have much to access on the map. In fact, he's going to come across with the Wee Pow, so it looks like he's going to try to siege the keep. This is a big delay, though, guys. It's buying time for Gully to mass an army. And I wonder, do we have it on the way? No, we've got... So we have got the greased axles. I don't think we're going to have the adjustable crossbars anytime soon. This tech got changed now. It costs 2,200 resources for good reason. It gives an increase of 100% to blast radius, extra damage overall, and extra range. If Gully can get to that point, though, these hand cannoneers are screwed. The key is getting there. Horsemen are going to dive in. A little bit ambitious, though, the A-click. Ooh, no, that wasn't intentional. Yeah, the hand cannoneers aren't moving up because he A-clicked it. Mangoes are now on the way, so that'll clear up the outposts. Wee Pow, in the meantime, continues to siege. Villagers are being pulled forward here. This is ridiculous. Mia Micah is so far behind on economy because about a quarter of his eco isn't working at any given time here. They're running around with the main army. Wee Pow, I don't think it's killing this quick enough. He needed that Karnet Palace back up and operational. Horsemen are going to dive in for what might just feel like a freebie. I mean, it came for free for the Mongols, but it's going to feel like an expensive loss. Siege down, the castle's still up. He has to take this fight, but the problem is the quadruple Mango backline. Also, with the Inspired buff, increasing their damage output here. I think we've reached the end of the road. Mango Smash is actually proving impactful, even without the Imperial upgrades here. The hand cannoneers he trusted in no longer exist. Mio Micah, despite possibly the most insane Mongol HRE game I've seen, not able to do it. HRE will remain OP. What an incredible game. This is what you get when you mix up the map pool week after week. This is what you get when you keep inviting people into these non-ladder maps. You get crazy, incredible games like this, especially when you invite known players into clash with unknown upcomers. Insane game. Gully Deckle somehow able to beat the mass Mongol migration strategy in Game 3 to make it only through to the round of 16. Can't think of a better way to begin the second week. If you like what you've seen here, guys, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe, make sure you comment on all the videos, and I'll see you all in the next chapter. Oh my God. What a game. Now, dude, it was worth it for the series. Like, game 1, game 2, we were like, I don't think these are uploadable. Game 3, cha-ching! That game is definitely going up on the channel. All the places villagers went. Mongols played like nomads in Age of Empires 4. Dude, he truly played them like they were nomads. Like, the amount of movement from those villages, that's why Mio Micah was able to make it look that close. That was incredible. But with that in mind, I think we are getting ready for another series, folks. So let me just confirm, because I think we have a few options here. Let me have a look. of what we can cast live, because I know there's like 2 series going live now. So we have got... So there's MSN versus Myriad. There is Dragavan versus Chuck Francis. That will be a crazy series as well, I think. And I believe there was also the option of Voldemar versus Ezra. What do you think, guys? I'm trying to think which one, in theory, should be closest. My feeling is probably Dragavan versus Chuck. Probably should be the closest one, right? I mean, we'll do the other ones. It's just a case of which one we're going to cast live. Because I think we've cast plenty of Voldemort in the past. We've done a decent amount of Myriad. I don't think I've cast much Chuck. We've seen him on the ladder. Apparently, he's the Jone Sakura account. But I don't think I've ever cast Chuck in competitive. Do we put it to a poll? Which to watch? So... Voldemar versus... Who did I say it was? Ezra. Dragavan versus Chuck Francis. Chuck Francis is really high rank, by the way, guys. Or we had... The final one was MSN versus Myriad. Curious. MSN versus Myriad could be close. I'm just not entirely sure. I'm leaning towards Dragavan Chuck in my mind. So, quickly decide what you want. Yeah, that was crazy. But well played. Well played to Gully. I mean, you get H3 in the draft, right? Yeah, I think I think genuinely what Mio needed was Siege earlier, and he might have been able to close that game. Oh, sorry. Myriad's up against Sassy. Correction, guy. Wait, is he up against Sassy? Where did I get... Am I looking at the wrong series? One sec. I might be looking at the wrong series. MSN is... Who is he versus? Who's got the pig? Oh, sorry. It's Mahodo, right? It's you. Sorry, guys. It's not MSN versus Myriad. I think it's MSN versus Mahodo. I can literally check the bracket. I'm being an idiot here. Yes, it's MSN versus Mahodo. So we either have MSN versus Mahodo, Dragavan versus Chuck Francis, or Voldemar versus Ezra. My apologies. I got mixed up. It's because when I'm in streamer mode, I can't see the full names, so I just see like the first few letters. We promised the Voldemar series? I don't think I promised that. I said it's potentially on the menu, and we'll see what's coming up. Like I said, these will get cast anyway. It's just a matter of which one we're going to be watching live, because they're all kicking off in about 5 minutes, I believe. So... Did the poll disappear because I gave the results? No, the poll finished. What was it? Okay, so it was a draw between Dragavan and Chuck versus Chuck Francis and MSN versus Mahodo. I think... So I'll give like the equalizer here. I think we're going to look at Chuck Francis versus Dragavan. That's also a really good preview because no offense to Stay Frosty, he's definitely not favored against Puppy Paw. So it's definitely a preview of like how one of these two could do against someone expected to be a podium finish player when you look at the current formatting. For those that don't know, Puppy Paw is second seeded in this tournament. And that's only because Wham won the last one, right? Like, on paper, Puppy Paw is #1 seed, if I'm not mistaken. So, what we'll do is we will look to do Dragavan versus Chuck Francis, which I believe is due to start in just a few minutes. In fact, Dragavan, if you and Chuck are ready, then you want to start like 5 minutes early, I welcome it. Oof. Damn. What a crazy day this already is. That's only the first series. I'm so happy, man. And love the amount of people who are tuning in for these as well. That did it warms my heart. This is what I was hoping, is that people will start to realize these are happening. And my goal is kind of to make this a pattern, a habit. It's like, you get on, you come watch, you enjoy. So cheers to everyone who's tuning in. So we should just have a few minutes wait until we're into the next game. What I'll do quickly now for the sec is I'll run the ads and I'll catch up a chat so that we don't have to worry about ads in the first game. So I'll run a minute and a half now. If you don't want ads and you want to talk to me instead, subscribe. Like, it helps my channel. It gets you guys awesome emotes. And make sure you don't get those ads. Where's Pigeon Coup? If you put !Discord in chat, you can get to the Pigeon Coup. It's that easy. Bob's your uncle. How the YouTubers doing? You having a good day, folks? You mentioned that farm nerfs have attracted England the least, while the contrary is true. Since farm bonuses are multiplicative, English farms have actually been nerfed by 19.5% instead of 15. They may have been nerfed by 19.5 instead of 15, but if you're trying to argue that any civ that has an extra ecotech hasn't been more nerfed on farms than civs that do not, I would highly disagree, Frederick. Like, for example, how can you ever argue, even with that detail in mind, about the way that maths works around the mill influence on farms? It's still a percentile increase compared to standard civs, i.e. ones that don't have farm buffs, such as French, right? French, Yone. So, like, civs that kind of got buffed by these changes towards the ecotechs. I mean, Japanese got buffed slightly. Actually, I think those got balanced out because they tweaked it slightly, but Byzantines got buffed, Atri got buffed, Abbasas got buffed, Ibers got buffed, English got buffed. These are all civs that have a separate ecotech scaling. So while there are ones that don't have those extra ecotech scalings for farms, they only got nerfed when you change the horticulture tech to be 10% instead of 15. There are other civs that just outright like got crippled, while others did get crippled, but less so. So yeah, it's one of those classic examples where all nerfs aren't created equally. So let me have a look here and see. But I love that we got people exploring the maths. It's cool to hear that. Like, it is a fair insight about the degree to which it's nerfed, but I think it's still fair to call it a nerf. Okay, guys, so we are just waiting on the Dragavan versus Chuck Francis draft now. In fact. Hey, sup, Yellow BYQ. Thank you very much. Welcome back to Swarm. Prime subs coming in. I love to see that, guys. You don't want to be giving Bezos that money. You've got a free sub. Commit it. It helps the channel out. And also, I want to try to see if we can get towards 300 unique subbers, which is easy to do with the amount of people who have Prime anyway, because that will unlock a higher payout band on subs via Twitch. Don't know if you guys know this, but literally if you have 100 unique subbers, you get 60-40 split. If you have 300 unique subbers, you get a 70-30 split. It's really dumb. I don't know why they've done it like that. I don't like they've done it like that, but, you know, if you want to put more money in my pocket and less in Twitch, that's the way you can do it. Okay, fantastic. We have got the drafts up and operational. Thank you very much, Dragavan. Big shout out to players that have caught on. I really emphasized this yesterday, that we want less hand-holding as the weeks go on, especially if you're players that have already been in these weeks before. If you're new players, it's fine. We expect questions. But if you've already been playing these, you should now start to get the flow of things. So doing things like posting when you're going to play your matches ahead of time, not after you've done them. Posting your results, really important to do. It helps out a lot. It is wondrous. Or maybe it's wonderiness. Just like that guy who just gave the Prime sub. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Yeah, Craven. Thank you, thank you. Another SC2 person. I always love how many StarCraft people we have in AoE 4 these days. It's really cool to see. Thank you very much, mate. Tier 1 for 3 months in advance. You absolute legend. You will get value out of that, considering how many weeks we're doing this. I don't know if you heard, but we're doing 30 weeks of this type of content. Yo, Coppers! Thank you very much for the sub, man. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to Swarm. So, they are getting ready for the draft now. We're just waiting for Dragavan's opponent, Chuck Francis, to join them. So, I do have them hidden away in the back. Hey! Thank you, Camian. Appreciate the gifted sub. Look at you guys. Keep it coming. Can we? Are we on a sub-train? That should be a sub-train. Did it not activate a sub-train? Do we need to bribe the train more? 2 more needed? Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. 3 more. Mine says 3 more on my end. Oh, no, it just updated. Yeah, 2 more. Dude, we've almost broke our goal. I said my hopes is I'd love it for the first month of us doing this. If we could crack 350 by the end of the month, I'd be really impressed in the subs. I don't think it'll put me at a point where it's like, wow, I'm making a living off it. But, like, it grows us and inspires us, gets us to a point. And like I said, for you guys, you do get bad free thing experience. And also, genuinely, if you, like, have a look at the channel, I mean, my subscribers will do it right now. Everyone use your KPig emotes. We have 30 of them. Did I mention that we have the best flag emotes? I mean, I might be biased, but yeah, they are the best. Let me reset the draft now and we'll get ready for the next series. Yo, what's up, McGlove? Thank you very much. Appreciate the Prime sub. So let's go ahead and get this next series set up. So remember, opening map is always going to be Pigeon's High View, rather. High View is what it's called on this, but it's Pigeon's View, basically. It's an improved version. And thank you very much, Fatplarp, for gifting a sub across the farm, man. Too cheap to get his own, but appreciate him. Whoa, what was that? Wait, what just happened? Oh, sick. It's very tiny text. We reached our sub goal. Whoop, whoop. Well played, everyone. I don't know, like, it's weird as well because it's not, I think it's tracking from some subs that came midway through October, but it means within 30 days we've hit the 200. But keep them coming because it might be like a week or two from now it'll go back down to 100. It's always weird, that feeling on Twitch, like, wow, this month's been really good. And you're like, oh, it tracks over. But you guys have been incredible. 200 plus subs is fantastic to see. Keep them coming in. Trust me, like, being a UK-based content creator ain't cheap. So it really does mean the world when everyone supports like this. Thank you very much. So, with that in mind, I said I was going to update this. So we'll have high views for the first map. Bans are now coming through. Dragavan did ban Coastal Cliffs. I imagine Chuck Francis, given his playstyle, maybe Atoll? Yep, there we go. I think Chuck Francis likes to play a little bit deeper into the game. We are going to be seeing Kalauga for the first time. And I just realized I have not uploaded Kalauga yet to the UI. So give me a second while I do that. I need to download it and add it. So 1 second. Because I have to manually add these to the assets for the map selector. So, Kalauga can go in there. Yo, what is up, MSN? Thank you very much. Look at that, Fatblop, converting people into subbers. Appreciate you as well, Kasiba. Look at all these people. You're absolute superstars. Thank you, man. It means the world. Helps so much. So, we should be able to now use Kalauga in our draft. Boom, it is in. So we've got Kalauga, and then I think the final pick from Chuck was Cliffside. So he went for someone a bit standard. I know that Chuck plays a lot of ladder, so I'm not too surprised by that. So we have got our maps. We're now going to be getting to the Civ draft. Your first sub ever. Damn, look at that. We achieved it. MSN is like, I'm going to be watching this channel a lot. Not because I'm out early, but because I'm taking people out early. Good luck in the series against Mahodo. Good luck to both of you. That's 20% of your allowance? I think it pays off, mate. Well, if that's 20% of your allowance, that's a pretty good deal. So that's $5, right? And I'm giving you a chance each week to win $300. So if you think about it, even though it's not required to play to sub, this is a good place to research your opponents because we cast so many in the series, like 75% of the series, I think we done last week. So, you know, in a way, it's like, it's an easy, like, pay access type thing. It's very smart. Very smart. You know? I mean, Voldemar's coaching is $40 right now. I'm not going to do that. How many subs do I have? The count is currently at 201. Do you watch all the games? Lots of games? Yes, Stopper. Last week, what do you think it was at chat? I think we watched about 75% of the games. So I think I went over this. I can quickly show you guys on the Midweek Muster #1. Is we cast a hell of a lot of them. So let me open the browser. Yo, what's up, Marco Tambi? Thank you, thank you. Dude, I'm doing what I can. Every little bit helps, right? Even when the big events are coming on, I think you're going to find this is a really crucial element of the esports scene. Even when EGC's back, the 2v2s or whatever, this should be a pivotal part for a lot of people. So, we cast all finals, all semi-finals. We cast all quarterfinals. Round of 16, I think we cast one of the games, Anatan Cat. Outside that, we cast every series except for WAM versus Myriad. And then down here, we done MSN versus Dragavan. We done B versus Miyamaika. We didn't do Lash or Louis series. We didn't do CSO or Dimu. We done Corvinus versus Elyona. We didn't do Pupple versus Mjertikla. I believe we done... Yeah, we done SAS versus Myriad. Didn't do WAMs. I think we didn't do Cats. We did do Anatans. I think we missed out on Killjadis and Krakadis. We might have... I think we missed out on Chuck and Kyo. So yeah, I'd say like about 75%. I think we done like 75% of the series. Pretty good. But yeah, draft is underway. And remember, like, we're one-man arming. Well, I've got some assistants, right? Couldn't do it without my admin team behind the scenes and Nakami helping with the assets. But the casting... Actually, Chum helps a bit with the production. Shout out, when he's in chat, he's actually very helpful, just updating the UI elements behind the scenes. Saves me a little bit of work, which I appreciate a lot. Tremendously so. Mongol Mirrors or I Ain't Pain? Ooh, Jesus. Yeah, if you just want to check my channel in 2021, you'll find them everywhere. What's better for you, Patreon or subs? Because I guess if you have enough subs, Twitch will give you a better deal. Yeah, so it's like once I'm at the threshold of like the subs, it's good. and it's easy for people because it's something you get back. The Patreon, I've said before, I'm looking for ways to expand the Patreon so it's more value for you guys. So if you guys have ideas on things you'd like to see for the Patreon that would encourage you and what it would encourage you to donate, !Discord, go in there, have discussions. I want to hear from you guys. What do you want, right? What would work? What is feasible that I can do that makes you feel like you got value out of committing 10, 20, 40, 50, 60, whatever it is, bucks a month rather. So I want you guys to feel like you got something in return. That's where like subs are nice for you guys because you get the ad-free viewing experience, and then on top of that, you also are getting 30 emotes, which I can't remember how much I spent on an artist doing them. I think like in total on my emotes, I spent probably like $300 or so, probably more. So yeah. Beastie and Corvinus who withdrew this week, do they get automatic entry into next week's? No. That's not how that works. Beastie could because his ATR ranking is high enough. So the way it works is half of the 16 up for grabs, and it can be more if some people decline to come back. Half of them are going to be based off of it. And actually, Chum, I think I might want to change that so that if people don't auto come back, I think we say like we still just use 8 from ATR, and the extra rolls can go. Actually, I think no, we were already doing it where it went. So Sassy he wasn't going to make it to week 2, but he made it because a player didn't turn up for this one. So we already have someone in place to balance for that. Is we offer invites to people who are the next seeded and whatnot. But like, yeah, the way this works is we have 16 slots up for grabs. So 16 players will be eliminated in this first week based on the round of 32 results. And then 8 will be invited based on the ATR ladder. And then another 8 will come through based on their 1v1 ranking. And yes, I think Lash might have been as well, Gully. You might be correct on that, yes. Or it was that he requalified. I'm trying to remember how many players. Oh, yeah, no, you're right. We had Beastie and then Kyo were both not re-invited. Sorry, Beastie, Corvinus, and Kyo were the ones that didn't come back. So, yeah. But almost done with the draft. What have we got? I just realized Chuck Francis got his most comfortable Civ and snatched away Dragavans. However, it came at an insanely high price. Look at what he gave up, guys. English and HRE. Dude, I kind of feel like Dragavan won the draft with what? So we got Kalauga, Cliffside, and we've got what is basically Highview, a better version of Highview. I mean, actually, Chuck has French or Japanese there. It's not too bad. I guess Dragavan could play, like, what, Delhi could work there. Maybe English, but I think English is probably Cliffside. Kalauga, is he thinking Delhi? And Chuck for Kalauga, I imagine it's Japanese. Yeah, this is going to be wild. I'm not sure what to expect for Lin Kalauga yet. Yeah, this is kind of crazy. H3 counters ABBA, in your opinion? If you're on Kalauga, though, I don't think that's entirely true. Kalauga's a bit different, right? So if you can bait that pick there, which seems realistic, unless he wants to do H3 and Pigeon's View. Because I'm thinking Dragavan's probably going to do Roost on Pigeon's View. And then Cliffside is like English/HRE, right? Or Delhi. Like, it's going to be very telling, because I think Cliffside being game 2 is critical here. If Cliffside is game 3, things get a little bit weirder. All right, let me load that in so we can switch over to our fancy draft view. Courtesy of Akame. There we go, guys. Boom. Okay, and then the boys should be getting ready to rock and roll shortly. They're now getting into lobby, so we're just a few minutes away from the first game of our second series of the day. Oh, man, what a day it's been already. I reckon, I think I said earlier I want to do like 5 or 6 series. We'll see how it goes, because like we're 2 hours in for one series because it was that crazy. But I imagine some of these series are going to be 2-0s, and if they are, we'll be able to squeeze in quite a few. French is supreme. I think French is like, people have woken up to French. They're actually not too bad. Hosen, you missed an incredible third game between me and Micah and Gully Deckle. I wouldn't say game 1 and 2 were necessarily worth it, but game 3 most definitely was. What's the mandatory map? It is the one right above my head. High view. But not normal high view. It is Pigeon's View. Your series is pretty scuffed. Yeah, I think like game 1, me and Micah didn't, like his game strat didn't make much sense. And then in game 2, like you got clubbed pretty hard, right? But game 3 was wild. Absolutely wild. Dude, my cast feels a little bit unstable. I don't know. Catch them on YouTube. Yeah, I reckon game 3 will get uploaded from that one. I'm not so sure about 1 and 2. First games of the day. There we go. Didn't warm up. Yo, what is up, Elderif? Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the 5 gifteds. Welcome to the swarm, you 5 people, you 5 lucky folks. Be sure to take full advantage of what Elderif just gave you. Spam those emotes. Spam them here, spam them there, spam them everywhere. I want to see you on Sunday in the EGC chat, spam them there as well, as I will be on there. I'm figuring out the details on what we're going to be doing on Sunday. I heard there were some hiccups, actually, with spectating. We actually had this with EGC on the weekend, last weekend, because Age of Mythology had a little bit of a conundrum where some of the series, like the final 2 minutes that mattered a lot, we couldn't see because the game recordings ended too early. So I'm hoping the Age of Myth devs have resolved that problem. When is Cal playing? Damn, if only. Is Cal, I don't know, is he playing Age of Myth now? I don't think I saw him. Maybe I just looked at the wrong qualifiers and whatnot. He's not in the main event from what I remember. What's Cal up to now? Battle Aces gamer? Maybe. JD having any advantages over French on land? So the interesting thing is, like, French versus JD, there is an inherent edge for French, but you could consider it a skill-based matchup in that it depends on your first 2 engagements. If you actually outskill the French player in your first 2 engagements, Jeune is then favored because it's all about knight amassing. And if you have knight count advantage, then Jeune d'Arc gets XP. That's all it is, right? Same reason why in team games you don't see Jeune players bring Jeune out unless they have more knight civs on their side. Because Jeune immediately gets targeted. She's only a 225 HP unit. 225 HP sounds like a lot when there's 3 or 4 units. It's not a lot when there's 20 plus. Yeah, we're going to get some wacky games. I mean, dude, Dragavan didn't get Abbasids or Iabids is the funniest part. I love the fact that Chuck took that away from him. It's fantastic. Okay, so I believe they are now getting ready to get in lobbies, so it shouldn't be too much longer. Apologies, folks. You know how it is with the setup. Reminder, by the way, we're going to be live for several hours today, and then next we will be live on Monday. So mark it in your calendar. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays. Our finals are every single Thursday, so you want to be here every single day. We're figuring out the details. Last week's began at 15 GMT. I think the goal was to have it be around 16 GMT on average. So check that time. Make sure you're following me here with notification turned on, and make sure you're on the Discord so you see when it's going live. We made it a little bit earlier this week, or last week rather, for the first editions because Louis was playing, and we also had WAM, which created a very awkward dynamic in terms of time zones, so we wanted to keep that in mind. That's the thing about this. With this open scheduling format, I'm trying to do everything I can to create a system that is inviting, engaging, and considers the different elements, such as time zones, part-time versus full-time, so I can have as many players participate as possible. And what is up, Greg? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Welcome to Swarm, buddy. So yeah, with that in mind, though, Mondays we'll be catching up probably on a lot of the round of 32 and round 16s. I think last Monday we also had some of the round of 8s, and then Tuesday we got to catch both of the semifinals live. So probably a lot of live games as well in those 2 days. Isn't a shop at this exact time type of tournament, and this will be ongoing. Yeah, maybe a good idea to have some sort of gimmick for the long waits. I mean, this isn't like, so this is the thing. We'd actually have a replay to cast from. The thing is, we're literally just compensating for the fact we were 10 minutes out and the startup's taking a tiny bit longer. But like, you're talking about a game like AoE4, what are you going to do with 20 minutes? That's quite often not a game of Age of Empires 4. This is a bit tricky. But they are now hopping into game, so we should be able to spectate in a second, as long as they haven't been noobs and forgotten to make it observable. If they have, I'm going to hit them with a stick. It's hard to tell. Have they forgotten to make... I hope they haven't. It baits you because when you see the loading up... And what is up, Dr. Drunken Smuggler? Thank you very much, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Oh, it'd be easier for me. Oh, yeah, got you. Well, yeah, we cast from replays, but I think people prefer live. So, like, look, I'm looking at this. Has Dragavan failed to make the game viewable? Or Chuck, whichever one of them made the lobby? Uh-oh. Do we have a Nubila? I'm checking. Dragoman checks his messages, so I'm checking now. Had reveal on. Huh? Oh, you mean the whole map was fuel? It is weird to be like messaging one of the players in. But yeah. Like Dragoman can see the messages. So we'll get that fixed either way. If not, we do have other series, by the way. But it would be a little bit annoying after all this. So I'm hoping... Either that or we just hop into MSM versus Mahodo. Yeah, there you go. So they're fixing it now. Okay, apologies, guys. It was just... Because what it would be, and I'm not surprised, is on the first day, a lot of players would have been starting up Pigeon's View and starting up Kalauga to look at the spawns. This is something, by the way, that I'm trying to really train players to get better at, is when you know the map pulls in advance, make a time to scrim with your friend. Get a few rounds in. That was something nice. Voldemort done that early today before we got ready. And what is up, Vu? Thank you very much for the subscription. 3 months in advance. You're going to get value out of that. Trust me on that one, buddy. But yeah, for example, Voldemort early, he was checking the spawns. He even had a scrim against Cal. It definitely helps you just to get a feel for things. And that's why I really want to try to like drill into players, you know. I think there are players that just think grinding ladder is good practice, and it provides a layer of practice, but it's disingenuous to what you truly need, I think. And I get the hardships of like scrimming and whatever. You have to organize and have a schedule. But I think one thing I was saying to one of the players yesterday, and he agreed with me, is like, if you want to be a pro, this is part of your life, right? Scrimming, practicing, this actually comes with the territory. I think sometimes pro scenes in small fledgling games growing have this detachment where they think that they treat practice as just playing ladder. And it reminds me of how a lot of people think of gaming content creation. There are a lot of people who get into gaming content creation because they just want to play games all day. And then they quit when they realize it's actually a lot more than just doing that, right? There's a lot more involved than just play a game. You actually have to sort your thumbnails. You have to plan your content, come up with concepts, right? It's actually a full job. So like my goal is to try and help enable players getting to that feel of like, yeah, this is like, I want this more frequently. I want to have these practice environments. I want to play in tournaments. I want to do well in tournaments. So I want to play something that simulates or is tournaments. So I'm hoping that after the first week, second week, third week, a lot of players start to feel that. All right, there we go. Sorry, just messaging back. May have some good news about the CPU for the upcoming build. Yo, what's up, Zafaris? Thank you much. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome back. Dude, look at you guys go. I appreciate all the sub support. Oh, man. You know, it's like the things that get you to a sustainable point as a content creator. Like, my brain is like, are we at like, is it 30 subs a day? I mean, keep them coming, man. Like, I mean, it's greedy to even say. If we reach a point where every day I'm live, we get 50 subs. I am live, what, 16 times a week? A month? Week. Jesus, 60 times a week. Like, so 50 times 16 would be 832, and then times that by $2.5. That's assuming the max average, but that would be $2,000. That'd be close to paying my bills, which would be incredible. I mean, dude, that's the goal. I'm not expecting us to get there tomorrow, but that's a cool like thing to think about if I can get to that point. It's interesting. I was talking to someone about this. Like, I've noticed it's crazy. Sometimes I was looking at a guy on Twitter, because it's become quite popular just to share your earnings, your journey as a content creator, which I love to see. I hate when people are scared of being transparent, because lack of transparency doesn't like help you, it hinders you. And what is up, Crazy Kicks? Crazy Chris, rather. Thank you very much for the sub. The guy, I checked his content. He's a sim streamer, and I think he has an average of 150 viewers, I think it was. And do you want to know how much the guy posted reporting earning on Twitch? Guys, take a guess. I was blown away. Because like when you see like different content creation bubbles have different like ceilings, whatever. He said he got $5,000 from Twitch. My jaw was like, because I remember I was talking to someone who does World of Warcraft and tech content, and they have about half my viewership. And they're like, you can make like 40,000 a year with a stream my size. I'm like, huh? So, you know, the challenge now is to figure out how to get to those numbers, how to build to that. But you guys and all your support is definitely helping a lot with that. Making YouTube content for the Italian community, but you know we're not that many. Yeah, but the thing, Marco Tambi, that's really cool is when you are specific to a certain country, if you can become endemic to the scene, you are anchored. The loyalty value is higher because there's less competition. So like everyone thinks English is the jackpot. Yes and no, because the logic is if you're competing in the English content creation market, there are 10 times more creators there, right? So like, you know, I think Lash, I mean, I don't know his numbers, so I can speculate. I think Lash is close to paying his bills, or just about able to, because, like, the German community, where do they go? They go to Lash, right? With French, there's a few people now, which is really cool to see. Spanish, like, you know, I've noticed this. There's a very strong loyalty in kind of locked off communities based on language, because there aren't as many places to go. So people tend to make routes. Whereas I imagine I have a lot of viewers that overlap with Dumu and Beastie and Crackety and so on, right? How much is Grabby clearing then? Let's be honest. I mean, it's speculation, so I don't know for sure, right? And I'm fine. If I had insights, I wouldn't tell you. But like, I would speculate it's probably clearing 15k a month. Yeah. Probably more. I think he does all right. I'd have to check his numbers, but if I had to speculate. That's based on, like, he'll probably get some sponsor deals and whatever, right? That might be low, depending on how many sponsorships. I haven't paid enough attention. I'd have to look into his numbers and I could speculate. I'm only comfortable saying that because I don't know the figures. So, like, take this as speculation from a guy who has some experience on what people can earn. If he was one of my influencers, I wouldn't tell you guys because it's not mine to say. But because it's someone I have no insights, it's just based on my industry experience, I'm happy to say. All right, should we get ready to go? Oh, have we got predictions up? Apologies, guys. I knew I forgot to do something. Start prediction. I don't know, like someone's saying we need something for the downtime. I don't think that was bad. We had some cool discussions for the downtime, so it worked out nicely. It's my pleasure to reveal the true Jeunesse Secure. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster number 2. Round of 32 upon us on a wonderful Friday evening. And we've got Chuck Francis going up against Ves Dragovan. That's right. We're back for another week. And we didn't get to see him last week. He had an incredible series. Chuck Francis going 2-1 up against Kyo. He's back to redeem, to go deeper. And, you know, this guy's been on the rise. Chuck Francis has had accounts sitting in the top 50 on the 1v1 ladder, I think, for about 3 seasons now. Really competent player. I'd say, like, top 4 in France, which is impressive when you consider you've got Marine Lord, Elyona, and a few other people looming around. This guy is on the rise. I've been impressed. I think this is also an example of how bringing in big outside orgs can do incredible things for a scene. There are so many extra eyes on from France now that you've got a lot of players coming out of the woodworks, either joining the game or getting notoriety that they never really truly got before. So let's see if we can get some more for Chuck Francis here. Dragovan on the other side does not need any introduction on this channel. We've seen plenty of him before, but we're going to see him fresh on our map. Welcome, one and all, to Pigeon's View. Pigeon's View is a tricky one. I think, did they use the different... Yeah. We're going to have to communicate this, Shum. I think we probably want to use not Mediterranean. I think we might just want to use European Temperate, because that has not spawned true high view. We have got... Oh my god, I'm 38 years old and I'm just debating whether I try to keep the remaining hair follicles or shave myself bald. This is meant to be Pigeon's View, which is an improved version of High View. Usually, all of the splodges are connected, but we have a very weird spawn of stealth forests here. Trade posts are located in the center, as are sacred sites. These are the big improvements we made with this iteration of High View, and I'm really hoping that this week will give all the data necessary to take forward to Microsoft and say, guys, enough is enough. Do this with High View, and it will be a good map. Because this is infinitely better than the high view we currently have in the default game. Well. Are we getting a TC off here? Dragoman has gone for the Abbey of Kings. We've got Eco Wing coming the other side. Probably going to be free TC from Abbasids. There's a really good formulation here where you could probably set up a second TC on the stone and then a third over here on the Deer Berries. Only issue with that is it would leave you with no gold protect. So we might actually instead see him move the Berry Workers over to build a TC here and then still gather on the stone and head over to the Deer and the Berries afterwards. Very greedy either way. You need to be a little bit careful. It's probably safer to just play really tight on the gold and then shove the Deer in towards the stone because you will have a king barreling into your face. Just earlier, Dimmu struggled with a classic high view stalemate. Was that against Core? I think that was the one. Yeah, I think he was meant to play a series. I was like, oof, queuing into Core 20 minutes before a series. Brave. Very brave. Yeah, high views just always felt toxic. If you guys remember, earlier this year, I went for a period of like, man, I've missed high view. Let's watch some high view. And then immediately I was like, oh no. What have I done to myself? Whereas I don't think I'm going to get that same feeling out of Pigeon's View. This map should prove a lot more engaging. So we haven't had the moment of truth out of Dragoman yet. Considering he hasn't moved onto the stone, I think this is not going to be your atypical 2TC play. Could be a fast castle into Relic Snatch, which would balance out against multi-TC Abbasids. Or it could be some kind of funky all-in. And it is all-in. Oh my god, I was about to call for it. This man loves proxy bases more than anyone else in the top 36. Is it fair to put Dragoman top 30? He's definitely top 50. He does pretty well. I think he's on the verge of breaking into those little bit of an upper echelon. I think I've talked with a few players about this. The thing with Dragoman is he has to balance out what is cheesy with what works, right? Don't necessarily feel like you need to bend to be what the meta is, but become the meta. And quite often we see these players that I think could be classed by Dragoman as cheesy, or I don't want to say gimmicky, but he's a perfect example of a player where I talked to him about this in person. The difference between strategy and tactics. Dragoman has some really cool tactics, right? A tactic is something like rushing an outpost up or building a stables. But then if you have to go, what now, right? And if you can't give me the answer in like 8 steps afterwards of what now, that means you don't have a strategy yet. So let's ask the what now and see what Dragoman's going to be cooking, because it's interesting to do this with stables of all things. Even the blacksmiths, man, we're going to get fast undermesh into a dive. This is sick, though. I remember I was talking with a few players about this. I think Gully was one who's been tweeting about it as well. Dragoman understood. The 1TC Abbey of King's Mass Horseman strat is really cool. It's a good blocker to the Camel Archer spam that Abbasids are renowned for right now, but it also gives you this sustained dive. You go in, you attack, you come out, you heal, and then you repeat. This is going to be a fun one. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I wonder, like, if Dragoman realized that this is a broken spawn, because if he had, I don't think he would have picked it. Standard Pigeon's View, which is the one where it gets the full spawn, not this patchwork, would have been even better for this, but credit to him, he made it work nonetheless. Wolves are going up. Chuck Francis did just play into the 2TC, and he done it on the tree line, so we are going to start seeing Camel Archers queued up, but this is not going to be good for him. If the timing is off and he realizes too late what he's up against here, it could be 20 horsemen against 4 Camel Archers, 5 Camel Archers. You won't win with that. Right now you can see Dragoman's doing an intentional job of avoiding showing the play. When he's ready, he will pull a villager probably across for an outpost drop and then a horseman spam. In fact, did he send the villager home? No, he is waiting here. This is important. Use this to spam any houses you need, anything extra. Maybe even build a lumber camp at this stage is kind of okay because you are going to be here a while. And then when you've got about 20 horsemen, you want to go for an outpost. What is the advantage of having more than 1 TC? Yeah, loads of villagers. And with Abbasids, they're the most efficient civ at doing 2TC, free TC. In fact, we're in a meta right now where usually 2TC gets punished quite easily, I'd say, unless the opponent's greeting. But with Abbasids, it's actually much harder because of how much cheaper it is. With the Fertile Crescent, they get a huge 35% discount, and then they get a 35% discount on villager production. So they're not actually expending as much to return the value of a TC compared to other civs. Well, bit of a weird pathfinding there, but works out still. Dragoman able to strike and get first blood, and wait, Chuck, you can't go back and build this outpost. This is egregiously greedy. Has got horsemen coming, so it looks like it's going to be enough to scare away Dragoman. Horsemen are cooking, man. Look at this. This is all intentional. So, wait, that's sick as well because, yeah, he's starting to gather wood in between so he can eventually drop it off if need be. But in the meantime, he's just keeping all of his structures built here by 1 villager so that he's not simply idling a worker. right? He's trying to minimize that loss of value. I wonder. Yeah, another house, and I think you just walk over for an outpost here. He's still not revealing this. Chuck, yeah, he should be confused right now because it's not gold gathering. He can see it's not 2TC. Like, alarm bells for Chuck need to be going off right now. And they don't seem to be because he hasn't added in the Raxes yet. Instead, he's just adding in the farms. This is crazy. I mean, it's a bit hard to torch down second TCs with the fire armor from Abbasids. Unique perk they get from the House of Wisdom, but with enough, it's feasible here. Especially if you get that attack speed. Like, if you think about it, 5 armor, your torch damage is at what, 15? Sorry, 10. No, cost stage is 15, right? 13 on these guys. There we go. I was about to say it felt low. So 13, you get the 20% attack speed increase. That's like having an extra 2.6 torch damage. You've essentially cut the fire armor value in half. And here we go. Rohirrim Riders on the move. King is going to have to back off here to protect. Now, with this many villagers, you might be able to just scare away one Camel Archer. However, it's more than one. Chuck, the problem is he needs to address this. The horsemen have arrived, and what the hell just turned up on his doorstep? Rax is immediately being dropped. Villagers being pulled for the repair right now. It's a lot of torch damage, though, and it's coming in hot and fast. Has he got enough to keep this alive? I don't think he does. So Chuck has to run for the safety of the TC. The breakthrough is there. He could even block the Raxes straight off. Peel something to defend this. In the meantime, the King is going to get sniped. Chase past here. Villagers shoved away, but this means he doesn't have the healing aura available to him on the offensive. Undermesh is there. There is no ranged upgrades. These static defenses do not hit hard. And remember, Camel Archers aren't good against horsemen like this. He needs the spears. Spears that are now arriving. Chuck. He's lost a lot of workers here, folks. His 7 villager kills so far. Can he get the TC, though? This is really important. Horsemen have been keeping away the reinforcements. Spearmen are starting to arrive. It's not enough. I mean, at this point, you kind of feel like you have to commit, right? Dives in, looks to wipe out the army. Camel Archers should be shoved away here. Holds in the choke points. That minimizes the area of saturation for melee to engage him. But he's trickling spears. Chuck, he needs more Raxes right now. Oh my god, no. 1 Rax in production isn't good enough against this many horsemen. Especially if the Camelonese isn't going to be there. However, he does have to shuffle away. So Dragavan, you're seeing the pain of not having that king. There was no peel back if injured. So Dragavan, still a lot of horseman production is coming, yes. But another thing he's missing here is that outpost I talked about, guys. His villager never built it. He doesn't have that increased buff. He's going to be able to pinch another camel. Spim count not looking good. Villagers in a bit of a bind here. They need to gather some wood, but he could also cut them off. Another grab. Another big hit. The spearmen aren't attacking back either. Is this actually working? Dragavan. I was worried that his troops going to start to kind of fizzle out, but he's maintaining about 20 horsemen on average. As long as he can keep it above 15, I think he's good. As long as he can keep the spear count below 10, he should be good here. Torch is committed again. I like the way he's kind of min-maxing this now. Small group to deal with this. Small group to engage the tiny army that Chuck has. Almost half of his economy is idle, which means that Dragavan is economically ahead right now. TC is getting low. He's going to have to dive on them when the repairers come out. Spearmen need to peel back. More being pulled. No king has been committed still by Dragavan, but the TC, he needs to repair it right now. Dragavan, he's not diving in though. Dragavan? He's got some wood. It is running out, so he's confident that Chuck has no wood income. This is ballsy. For all he knows, there could be gathering on the south side here. And in fact, Chuck is panic rushing out now. He's barely got any wood. Only a trickle, only a sliver to keep him alive here. More villagers being pulled for the garrison afterwards, but that means if you have to pull more for repair, it's going to burn through your rate quicker. Chuck on the very verge of losing this town center. Dragonfly, this is wild. He now has lombos coming as well. And yeah, Chuck, this is the other thing. He never upgraded the spears. He has 318 gold, but he's not using it. And this is how he done it. I was looking on the map. Chuck's gathering wood from the other side of the map here on straggler trees. This is the only reason the town center survives. Oh my god. And Dragavan right now, His brain has to be in question mark mode. How the hell did he just survive that? Lombos are now coming, so the question now is, has he done enough damage? Has he reset things enough? Because Chuck, going Castle Age here surely would kill you, right? Wolves are at least going to go back up. But this game, far from over. Dragonman, I think he needs the king. The king is worth having at this stage. And instead, fairness to him, he's just going to run back the Abbey of King. So maybe he can get away without even needing that. We have got Chuck adding in additional horsemen as the Lombos are starting to show up. Still, I think Dragon, this build's really cool. The thing I'd say was missing that I'd advise differently, you had a villager out here. Why was there never an outpost here? He had so much map control there. A forward outpost would have made this a much stronger play, right? He would have killed the TC. I'm pretty certain of that. So maybe a little bit of an adaptation there. Probably wasn't expecting to get that big of a lead when it came to military. Villages still haven't been revealed. I think a horseman might be about to find them. One shouldn't be able to do too much damage, right? Well, there's no textiles, so he actually does 5-hit kill. No, Dragoman, come on. Oh, he didn't see it. However, he is now diving in. And bad news for Chuck. He went mass spears, but the archers are coming. Horsemen are engaging. This is kind of crazy. He's A-clicking into a counter here. But the Lombos are attacking a house. No, not like this. Dragoman, he finally realizes. Big mistake made there. If the Lombos had been attacking the whole time, big damage could have been done there. He probably would have broken through. We do have an outpost now coming in. Dragovan, like a dog with a bone in this one. Can't believe that horseman never scouted this as well. He ran so close to the gold. He was half a tile away from seeing those workers. I mean, he has got the right idea. At this stage, Dragovan's like, you can't just be in your base. So he's looking for the next target. But this is why the king would have been invaluable in the front line. Look at the injuries on these horsemen now. Horseman of Chuck coming out as well. In fact, he may have chosen the perfect time here. Villagers unguarded. Although it doesn't look like Chuck Francis is paying attention. Lombos are going to start sniping in. Good targeting there. He's got the scout on the south side. He sees the woodworkers. Chuck is not reacting. I think Chuck's distracted. He didn't pay attention to either thing. Lost double camel archer, which means his horsemen are now going to lose. He finally pulls away from the wood, but oh my god, this game is so uncomfortable. And it's about to get worse. Dragovan is everywhere. He sees him. He gets the easy villager kill straight away. Chuck still isn't reacting because he's being attacked in 3 different locations. Dive comes in again. Just a run by to draw attention so this one horseman can do whatever he can. Finally get shivved down. Oh my god. And now with that attack speed or that glorious aura, all he has to do is bait him back a teensy tiny bit here. In fact, he's already in range courtesy of the villagers. The Lombos are going to start moving in. Textile's still not there. I'm getting a little bit disappointed in this detail. Like, Chuck, he's so pressured, he's not realizing he's got all this gold sitting there. He's using it for undermesh, but not using it for textiles here, right? I don't think he's got many eco-techs either. You know, he went for the lumber, he didn't go for the food, despite the fact he's gone farms. It definitely feels like he's just floating a lot of dead resources. Maybe Chuck thought he could get away with Castle, but every time he contemplates it, Dragovan comes in again to reduce the eco count. And the horsemen are now, this time, free. In a choke point, it's too much to shift down. The formation shuffle is going to hurt him. The lack of wheelbarrow is killing him in this game. And this can ripple, guys, because he's just moved out to the tree line as well. If he gets seen. Every time Chuck thinks about counterattacking, there's something else. And now, the spearmen, they came out of position! Okay, that's TC dead. That has to be this time. There's too many Lombos here. So Chuck Francis, 17 minutes of pain. Some of those minutes he didn't realize it, but a firm 12 minutes of actual pain in this game. Town center goes down. He went eco wing with Abbasids, and he's now behind on villagers. About to be more so. Military wing is on the way. That's where he seizes out, but against this many Lombos, it might be tricky. Longbow's also at home to defend, so good read there. Set up the archery ranges far away, not just on the forward. Horsemen continue to block this food. Chuck, even if he gets the castle play, he's going to feel incredibly starved in this game. Dragavan. Do you just try to tech yourself now, right? Like, still play aggro on the map because you just have that big of an advantage, but look for tech maybe. He is trying to clean up the raids. Lombos will trade out well against the Camel Archers. Horsemen will mop them up, though. Has got the TC, so this dive is difficult. Chuck does at least have the undermesh now, but... Actually, that's an upside for him. Steel Arrow is very late by Dragavan. It's on the way now. Look at this reaction. By the way, part of this has to do with the changes. Some people are going to say, why isn't Chuck walling? Walling got nerfed hard. It's not as easily done anymore. Especially on a map where you're playing blind. Look at Chuck's vision. He's already taking risks out in the gold, out in the wood. So that's the raiding cav do get shut down. It's a 3-1 military advantage now for Dragavan. Military win coming in 15 seconds, but what's the out here? Are we just looking at mass archers? Can you really do that against horsemen? It has to be Ghoulems, I'd imagine here, but longbows are good base damage, right? So they can still hit you reasonably well. Also, it's just numbers. Like, Ghoulems in small quantities is not going to save you here. He needs a big surge. He's got the triple Raxes, isn't using them all right now. Camel Riders are immediately just going to get beaten because Lombo beats Camel Riders like this. And he's going after the primary TC. Yeah, Dragavan, probably better just to set up free ramps to do this. Your army needs to be killing. Punish the tech. That's what he's looking to do. Mango now was rushed up by Chuck, but this is against mass horsemen. Difficult to defend. One Mango doesn't have the same wallop it used to here, folks. Nice dodge there, Dragavan. And losing one longbow to the first flurry. The revelation not good enough here, and the horseman ready to bait the spearman out of position. Chuck Francis, surely this is it. Mango hitting the wrong unit. Horseman just baiting the spears, and the Lombos are just going to snipe it down. Mango barely alive. Horseman Gulam have to commit. Mango is being repaired, but the Lombos should be capable of getting the kill. He doesn't commit it quick enough, though. The villagers from Chuck coming in to save the day. Dragavan, he is halfway towards a castle play himself. However, the Gulam problem is starting to build. And that one Mango baiting him hard here. Longbows are finally going after the spears. Has Chuck bought enough time, though? We are almost up to double-digit Ghoulems. In theory, yes, he can start to hold. The problem is if Dragavan spreads out now and lets out the biggest Kakar, like he's the biggest bird in the room, if he shows that wingspan, he can hit everywhere. Berries here, gold here. These are not things that Ghoulems can defend, and he's already doing it. Dragavan wrapping around the back once again onto that berry patch. Mango is going to survive. Lombos will have to retreat, but Dragavan is also now stockpiling for castle. Horseman raid in. Finds another 2 workers. Reminder, folks, this is 1 TC Abassets. It's a 15 eco lead for the English. And the horsemen, they get in! Can the Lombos get the stab, though? No! A missed opportunity there. Dragavan, he attacked the Ghoulems. The Mango is still alive. If this goes down, though, I mean, Chuck is probably dead, right? You can't afford to idle your Ghoulems building one of these up in the face of an army this big. So the Mango is the one thing stopping Lombos from sniping all these Ghoulems. The problem right now is his dispersed production, right? A lot of it, the Lombos can snipe as you come out, and King's Palace is on the way behind this. Those Lombos are about to get a huge buff to their DPS. In a game where you still only have ranged armor 1. Wall now going up as Chuck Francis is looking to gather wood from the north side of this tree line. Housing is going to get blocked, so we are going to have a pop block situation here in the coming minute for Chuck. Lombo's doing a good job of just trying to keep these Ghoulems low. Mango not able to attack back. Second wave starting to build up from the reinforcements as well. We've got movements out into the deer, back across to the berries as well. This is Danger Town. He doesn't realize how close he is to this proxy base. Yeah, this is really cool what Dragavan's doing. Like, this is where attacking can be easier than defending. When you've blobbed like this, attack everywhere. Your opponent can be the best in the world, but it can still be difficult. You're going to have to sacrifice an arm or a leg here, right? And with what is going to be over a 20 eco lead, it's hard to sacrifice anything now for Chuck. Veterancy should be getting queued up soon. There's plenty of map for Chuck to have to run across. Plenty of map for Dragavan to retreat across while he waits for these upgrades. Veterancy did just get queued. If he just checks south, man, this is over. And in fact, he should know. Look at this, guys. You can see the upgraded berries. So if Dragavan looks down there, those small groups of Lombos can go and kill. Veterancy is on the way soon. We're just 40 seconds out. He does also have the attack speed aura coming in soon. We're getting close to the English base. Golems with the +2. They're doing what they can while they can. However, they don't have as much armor up against the Horsemen. And he sees it. He knows it. Goes in on the Golems. Second group peeled off, but that's now diving into the economy. Chuck, despite the best of efforts, man, this is looking cooked. This is looking done. Almost a miraculous haul, but Dragvan understanding the exact moment when Castle was the right call, and he finds it because of greed. Knight comes out at the perfect time. Chuck is about to be out of food in a game where he has a grand total of 7 farms. And not much army to call his own. Wow. This is only game 1. I think this is going to be a series that continues to deliver. Crazy game out of both players. Chuck Francis, props to him for trying to find that way out. But man, Dragovan, you could not criticize the level of pressure he put on. Enough to make even the best of players uncomfortable. I mean, a reminder, this is the type of gameplay approach that Dragovan took to get wins against Vortex in S-tier tournaments, right? So if you think it's just, Chuck Francis needs to get better. No, this works against people that are considered podium-level players. Dragovan is an up-and-comer. I talked about how maybe the mid-late game, the overarching strategy needs work, but the early tactics, the early game is where this boy has thrived. And you know what that reminds me of is I remember Puppy Paw in the good old Outpost Rush days. What did he do? He perfected the first 10, 20 minutes of gameplay, and then over time built into the top 3 player we know him as now. Dragovan could be there in a few years easily. Could be there even sooner. This is promising. And this is exactly what things like the midweek muster were built to enable. Definitely not built to enable Springwall production. I can't even believe I'm seeing that in a game where it's mass horsemen. Oh, but let me know what you think of this game, guys. Well, let me know what you think of the new high view as well, right? Like, imagine if this was standard high view. Chuck might have been able to wall in easier. He might have been able to build trade, maybe found a way back in like that. Maybe this does work on high view as well, but I would say it's probably harder to do on standard high view compared to our tournament format called Pigeon's View. If you guys want to try it out for yourself, by the way, it is in the mod section on Age of Empires 4. It's available to everyone. I highly recommend getting a friend and having a few games. And then making Reddit threads, making forum posts, letting the devs know that you want this version of high view in the base game. Wombo's moving in. Vetted up. They're now doing 10 damage. The Golems are feeling it. Even the Mangos are feeling it. And in fact, the Horseman, the Knight's here now. He can just dive in. The Siege about to get wiped. And I think that is going to be officially curtains closed in the first game. A single elimination best of 3. And Dragovan taking a very big 1-up at the start of this series. See you on the next one. Wow. Really, really cool first game. Holy crap. Dude, I'm so happy that so many of these games are already delivering. I'm trying to think what the focus of that is. So, like, I think the really cool thing about that, I'm going to call that one how to play a proxy-based strategy. The thing that he done really well is he hid all the info. That was the really cool thing to highlight about that game, guys, is that Dragovan, he didn't pump Horsemen in a panic. Some people would build a proxy base. We've seen it with Men-at-Arms before. 1 Men-at-Arms goes in. 2 Men-at-Arms goes in. 3 Men-at-Arms goes in. That's wrong, right? Like, there are situations where that can work, but not for Horsemen. What Dragovan done really smartly in that game is he scaled his comp, and he hid it. Because if you show it early, your opponent will counter it, and Horsemen in particular are susceptible to counters higher than any other unit type. So what does he do? He just keeps hiding. And then when he feels like he's got ample mass to kill, he reveals. The only thing Chuck saw before that point was a king and a scout. That is all intentional. Really smart execution. This is like a lesson I think some players can take from proxy-based strategies. A lot of proxy-based strategies rely around the idea of men-at-arms. The value in the proxy-based strategy there, we mentioned he's playing a horseman. Why does he need it? He needs to hide the horseman play because if he builds stables at home, his opponent will still build spears. Really, really smart play by Dragovan. And that, by the way, is why I like the concept of making Highview good so badly. That's why I want it to be a competitive map, to be in tournaments, a format that works for tournaments, because it's probably the best map in the game to make proxy racks plays, proxy building plays, right? Where you build your base somewhere else. That's really cool. And a game all about information, having opportunities to hide that info, I think is vital. So let's just update this. Game number 1 was English versus Abbasids. It is a win for the left. I imagine game 2, he's going to go probably Cliffside. Let me see. Also, let me pay out. Yeah, Cliffside is Delhi versus French. Ooh, we've seen this matchup. Like, you can win with French, but Delhi should be inherently favored. It is, I think, there is an element of, like, it's skill-based, though, right? It's not just a counter-pick draft. It can be a bit of an uphill sometimes for French, but if you don't throw away your game in the first 10 to 15 and just gradually build your eco while blocking the sacred sites, France does have the capability to win this game, this matchup. And also, keep in mind, this is Chuck Francis, who is a prolific French player. He's a Frenchman who loves playing French. So I'll put the predictions up now. 5 minutes. So Cliffside, and actually I can add the details fully in. It's going to be Cliffside with Delhi versus French, and I'm quickly going to turn the heater on. Oh, sorry, not that map. Whoopsie. It's going to be Delhi. Hunch. And what's up, Chrono? It's been a while, mate. Hope you're doing well. We need to catch up sometime. It's good to see you in Spain. For good old Wallow. Hope you had a good time. Pigeon's View so fun. Yeah. And, you know, like, I think maybe some players were worried after Atoll for the first time, because I think Atoll is a situational map. It doesn't work everywhere, but Pigeon's View can work for a lot of civs. So it's a really good starting map. Maybe I just done that intentionally, right? We start with Atoll. Torture the players so that they'll happily just drink Pigeon's View up like it's soup. Ah, oh, that's the strategy. Oh. Okay, so we're a minute and a half out from live. Do I have... They can't play after Atoll. I mean, dude, I think Atoll was fun for the first few rounds. It just maybe got a bit awkward later. All right, there we go. Just had to send a message quick. Always trying to do my little bit of business on the side. So I'm thinking after this, we might have more series going live almost immediately afterwards, because I think some players play around 5 as well. How many more games? We'll probably end up doing... I want to aim for like 4 series. Maybe it'll end up being more. We'll see. But I think 4 is pretty healthy. We've done 1 series so far. Epic final game in that series. This one's already been epic after 1 game. So, you know, bare minimum 3 series. If it goes hyper long, we've been live 3 hours already, right? But I think we'll probably look to be live 6 or 7 hours in total. I have to start spending time with my family in the morning. So I think today there is like Elyona versus Ramen, which could be pretty cool. That kicks off at 7. We might cast something from recordings before then, but I'll check the options. All right, guys, let's get ready to go. Don't drink the green screen juice? Dude, it's just a weirdly colored container with my new Tropics from Protein Works in. If you want to try them, by the way, !Protein Works, they're called Blue Raspberry. It's pretty good. This man is known on the ladder as Je ne secure. I should have seen this coming. He has secured the French for game number 2 in a series where he is actually trailing. Let me flip that score around. Yes, 1-0. Welcome back to the channel. An epic first game. In fact, we're 2 series into our round of 32 for the midweek muster, and both are already delivering absolute bangers that you should have marked on your list of games to watch for 2024. For this one, we are going to have Chuck Francis on his signature French. On the other side, Dragavan on what feels like the Giga Chad Civ of 2024. One of the most buffed, on the rise towards Christmas. It feels like everyone's going to open their presents and discover they've been given a toy elephant in honor of this Civ. It is the Delhi, manned by Dragavan in the purple. Apologies for them choosing pink and purple. I wonder if we should start asking players to kindly not do this. I know it is torture for some people. I would give you guys default colors, but unless Capture Age gets fixed, it's not possible. See, I just went blue and red, but look at the mini-map. So hopefully that eventually gets fixed. But for now, we tolerate it. But yeah, this is a pretty good map for Delhi, actually. The cool thing about Delhi on this map is you're going to easily wall these sacred sites, and against Mass Cav, it's very hard for French to break through. So a tricky water for Chuck Francis to navigate. Had this been something like Dry Arabia, Regions, those type of maps, I'd probably say it's like closer to a 50-50. I'd give an edge to Delhi, but I think it takes high skill to execute well, and very skillful French players can find their ways out of a bind. But considering the way Cliffside is spawned here, I might say more like 65 for Delhi. Walling up feels really easy on a map like this. The question mark is whether those nerfs to Palisade walling have been ample to keep a cavalry civ competitive. How do you guys vote? Ooh, wait, is that 47k for Dragavan compared to like 15 for Chuck? So like a little bit of background this, I'm pretty sure I was told, and Chimo can correct me if I'm wrong in chat, this guy is the Je ne secure account. And the Je ne secure account has been in the top 100 for like, is it 3 seasons at least? So he's a very talented player. Like I think I listed him, I say it's like probably top 4 French players in AoE4, which is really impressive when you consider you've got Marine Lord and Eliona. Dragavan obviously is the #1 Norwegian. Sorry, Ramen. But I think Ramen will tip his hat and accept that. Dragavan has, I think, had on average the deepest runs there. Rising kid. And we are going to be rising the Tower of Victory up to the sky. So, wow, we're not going for the standard here. So you can play either in French. I think Tower of Victory gives you more aggression, whereas Dome of Faith gives you a fallback of playing elephants into Mass Knights, which just feels so good because the War Elephants are insanely strong, especially on Cliffside because the enemy base is so close. But this is fine as well. So Dragavan is going to prioritize playing into infantry so that he can wall these sacred sites. It makes sense because when you go Dome of Faith, you're opening Ghazi, and opening Ghazi against French can feel weird. It's doable, but you have to kind of posture as if you're strong, even when you're not. And good French players will read through that and just attack your villages. So I don't mind this. We're probably going to be seeing textiles a bit down the line because when you play against French, it feels almost inevitable that at least one village is going to die. And if you don't get textiles, your villagers do die in 2 hits. Remember, with the French, their lance attack is strong, but the bigger part that matters is after they hit you with a lance, they get +3 damage, which means their sword attack is good enough to kill you. Whereas on a normal knight, they would do 48 damage with their lance into a sword. Look at the spawn as well. We have got, what, back berries, back deer, somewhat wallable. So, you know, Dragavan has some ways of playing this. Sometimes you wall, sometimes you outpost. We're probably going to be seeing outposts just because knights, it's easy to keep them away. Other side of it, back spawn resources as well, looking pretty good. So Chuck has some breadth. You have got that predictable spawn of, like, quite often you'll see the boar spawn opposite with the deer nearby, and that has happened here. Obviously, Dragavan can't exploit this. He kind of lucked out with where the berries are located. It would have been much better for Dragavan if he got the south side because the berries are near the deer. But you could argue like back and forth on that, right? It allows him to hide his economy easier. The downside, though, is like if you had all your economy forward in one location, you could just play your infantry here. Yeah, Chuck Francis is the French cousin of Chuck Norris. Why are you even asking? You knew the answer. So first knight has arrived. Like he pulled back. He done the further away berries first. And he done it a really cool way. Most players would have built the mill here. Dragavan intentionally built the mill further back because, one, it's embedded, but also so that he could gather from the further out berries first. Gives him time to get the spearman in, but unfortunately, Chuck baited him. Hook, line, and sinker like he's a bass. Bass, bass, bass. Hit him with the base, though, because it hit that hard. First blood drawn already by the French Knights. And he's already wrapping. So Dragovan, good choice. I've seen a lot of players trying to get used to this. Old school walling, you would have brought 2 villagers. He brings 4. But he still misses a tiny bit. Oh, Dragovan, no. Second villager down. This is escalating. We're talking about a 4-villager lead. And remember, that is going to escalate naturally anyway, because the French have faster producing TCs. So funny thing, it was calculated with the changes a while back. They changed it so that Dark Age had the increased production speed. It worked out that by the time you got Feudal Age, you had 0.6 more villagers than you did before. Doesn't sound like a lot until you remember it's at the start of the game, where we consider either Growth Wing with 3 villagers to be OP. Great burn on the edge there, keeps it open. So forces a bigger commitment. He's going to do it again. He might get in again. Ooh, that was close. He has got second knight arriving, though. Didn't get an extra kill yet. However, he might still yet. Nice block. That was sick. Dragovan, it's not going to work, though. Against Roost, yes, that would have been fantastic. But remember, when you body block with villagers like that, you're still giving the damage buff across. So another kill, another pick. No French Knights lost yet, but notice Chuck, he pulls this one all the way back. He's going to have to heal him eventually. And Archers, Dragovan got baited. He came really far forward with the spears. Ghazi transition is now on the way, but it's with a notably weaker economy. So Dragovan needs to start making the other elements of Delhi work for him. Things like the ability to get tech for free. One thing that's really obnoxious about French in this matchup isn't just the way they claw economy up, it's the discounts they get on their techs. Sure, 100% discount is better than 30%, but 30% is still quite a lot for these techs of French. If you think about it another way, on average, you're going to get 4 eco-techs in Feudal Age, usually, eventually. If you're going to get 4 eco-techs in Feudal Age, that means you get 1 for free. I mean, obviously, they're different costs, but go with me on this, right? You're saving 30%, so you're kind of, on average, getting 1 tech for free as the French. Chivalry is also now on the way. So we still have that injured knight, right? He's doing laps. He's been tapped out. He's like, you got the injury. You're not coming in for the finals. It's like, coach, put me in. Only in the 90th minute. Nice. Just going to go after Ghazi. Bit of a miss micro there by Chuck on the retreat, though. Not ideal. He panicked because the second Ghazi came in. Now, notice what he's doing there. He's using the Knight charge to disengage from the spears and get closer to the Ghazi, but it's still going to be expensive loss. Great strike back there by Dragovan. This is a little bit scary right now. The comp size isn't quite there. Chuck has built a lead. Yes, he has chipped economy, but he needs probably 2 or 3 more worker kills, and this is ambitious. He's exploiting the fact that Dragovan has played spears, so Dragovan doesn't want to play width. And even when he does play width for Sacred Sites, he should be running through the center. So it was a bit of a gamble to go now, but it's probably the only time Chuck's going to be able to do this. He sneaks into Dragovan's side of the map. Walls are now up, so Chuck gets the bad news. He's like, well, you haven't built a gate yet, so I'm just going to shoot. He forces the cancel. That's actually pretty annoying for Dragovan. It's a waste of resources. That was intentional, right? He's got knights nearby, so you kind of wanted to bait him that way. Yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that from Drag. He probably could have just built a rushed up gate there, and he just cancelled it again. Oh, God. Nice. I'm going to go for Clash. Nice bait, Chuck! He pulls away with the injured knight. Is he even going to get the kill? He should just about get it. Turns around for an extra one, but that's not going to work. Archers arrive in time. That should be another Ghazi kill. A little bit of an over-ambitious chase, though. Chuck lost track of the second fight. Now, Chuck is getting the numbers up. What he's really missing here is Steeled Arrow in a rush. He went for the Blacksmiths already. He got Bloomery for free, remember. But Steeled Arrow needs to be a high priority now that you're approaching past 10 archers. And this is still not known about. A little bit surprised. I was about to say we don't have the survival techniques. That is now coming in, though. The reason is that Chuck hadn't moved out for food like that until then. His deer is still at home, not being gathered. The reason he's treating it that way is because there's still Ghazi. And if there's still Ghazi, there's a threat that you get raided on pocket ecos. Nice timing here, Chuck. But it's going to reveal that he's flank raiding, but it's also a blocker to the Sacred Sites. A little bit of a miss micro there. Didn't efficiently get the kill, so will be mirrored out. Why is Chuck not on the ball? Because he only brought 5 villagers, so he didn't have enough kill power. He'd have to bring a knight over here now. Chuck only sent 5 villagers because he'd killed 3. So at this point, he can gamble 5 villagers for an upside play down the line. But if he brought 8 and the Ghazi found him, that's catastrophic, right? So I understand the thought process in Chuck's mind. And although the ball would be better, it doesn't fit into the way he's like calculated the risk, right? Like he's the banker guy looking at your assets and weighing up how much he can loan out to you right now. And he said, I can loan 5 villagers. I can't loan 8. And what the we have 2 TC Delhi. I didn't even look for this because who would? Speaking of wood, blocks the tree line. There's a wraparound though, and we're about to get a game of Ring of Roses from Dragavan. Are you kidding me? He can burn through the wall still. Yep, does get the castle out, and there's not many spears here yet. A little bit of hesitation sets in from Chuck though. I'm surprised by this. The spears aren't here yet. Obviously, we have God Vision. Remember, Chuck doesn't see where they are. He doesn't have any info on it, which is why he's not engaging. But this is tricky now, man. He got bamboozled. He did not expect 2 TC. And on top of that, the Ghazi have started raiding in. Also, uncomfortable that Chuck is going for farms this early. Worked in his Abbasid game, or should have worked, rather. And a French game this early, especially with 2 TC now, this is a bit scary. Like, Chuck's really reviewing this and thinking, because he went 2 TC, I actually should have been building more aggression and playing Pocket Eco. Because by going 2 TC, Dragavan has essentially forfeited map control. The problem now is the timings don't line up, right? Like, Chuck saw this a little bit after it went up, but he doesn't have the go point yet. He needs to now escalate towards it. And that, by the way, is why you're not seeing Chuck go 2 TC. There's still Ghazi to clean up, but also on top of it, his TC would be so late, the Delhi would have caught up on economy. This is absurd. I mean, it's a fair point in chat. Like, when was the last time you guys saw Delhi 2 TC? I always have flashbacks to Highview from about 2 years ago when I think it was Wham and Puppypaw were experimenting with it. But that was about it. It's not often you get this. Not even prolific Delhi spammers tend to do it. I guess the spawn was just too tempting with the back deer and berries. Felt like he had enough runway. We are going to find out quickly whether he has, because I think Chuck is leaning towards an all-in timing. We have spear production underway. A lot of knights as well. This is the interesting dynamic of French knights versus TC boom. You know, you have a lot of knights, you have a lot of ways of killing economy. If you can split up a micro 4 different groups, you can actually deal with 2 TC. The other thing as well is because Chuck is playing French, the power of 2 TC hasn't overwhelmed him as quickly as it would in other matchups. These berries are actually killing Chuck slowly. I almost feel like maybe it's better to play here, more towards where your military production is running. Man remains focused. Knight still trying to get in. Spears are being baited to overcommit, though. Chuck. Ring of Roses. The archers are in, and Dragavan didn't notice. Rack's way too late, and now the charge comes in. He can't brace in time. Great fight now for Chuck. First wave of spears gets cleaned up. Dragavan does not have much anti-cavalry left. The Ghazi also now easily dispatched at this stage. Could this work? Walls are going up. Dragavan playing the Delhi like he would play English here. But one big problem, the English would secure a gold vein with their TC. He hasn't. On top of that, Chuck is now playing more economy over here. 20 villagers out in Risk Town. The problem is Dragavan doesn't have an ability to go check that right now. I mean, this has been crazy, but I think it might be time to just book a ticket to game number 3, Dragavan. This is a hard clawback. Food isn't lasting long either. He's got 2 berry patches left, because I think he's exhausted them kind of evenly, right? So 2 full berries worth. On top of that, the deer is pretty much gone. He's just got 50 food left. He has to come out. And the sad reality, guys, is by the time he comes out, he's going to discover there's no deer for him to eat anyway. His only play is West for the 8 stack. And what's in Drag's TC? Nothing. Everything's out now. Oh, Scout reveals though. Ghazi going to head in. There is an outpost. And the Knights are being peeled. He can shut down archer production, by the way, if this is the counter. You want to leave some of your knights here. I think Chuck is splitting his army a bit too much. Ghazi did just reveal the knights are all here, so this is the perfect time to take a fight. Question is whether he's got enough Ghazi here to do it. French knights are still nearby. Chuck peels half of them to come over. So Ghazi are going to be jumping in. Knight reaction coming through. Dragoman a little bit late on the pull away, so heavy damage done there. Last of the raiding group have been pretty much mopped up. We do have a shift down to the west side now. However, Chuck is still rallying troops west side. This could backfire. It's so uncomfortable the way that Dragoman has to play the map. I mean, Chuck should be getting suspicious now. He's kind of trying to take on the base when he should be taking on where the food comes from. He hasn't seen any farms, which should be a red alert right now for Chuck. He's about to break through the wall. Tower Victory Archers will beat French Archers, guys. So it is of critical importance that Chuck reveals this. He's going to back up with the second group. Knights, well, they don't even get a charge off. Bit of a mistake made there, but as long as he keeps the army together, Dragoman's not in a position to fight yet. We are getting there, though. And it does have me a little bit worried. Chuck, has he misread his timing? No. Look at what's really happening. He's going for castle. I mean, it's 18 knights. This is pretty lofty. Farms have been spotted on the backside. Dragoman has doubled down on Ghazi, but the walls are now starting to go up. So options becoming a little bit limited to raid for. And the knights. Here we go. There's too many villagers here. No textiles. Dragoman, how can you be this greedy? Knights are in. And they are going to be like a pig rolling around in... Shiv's out. Are you kidding me? There's no doing this. He has to run away. Dragoman, 30 villagers running for their lives. That is idle time achieved. No food extra being gathered behind this. Army is at least going to react, but that gap matters, folks. Chuck just needs to fix it by going for some gold. He's got way too much food. I think Chuck is a bit distracted here. If he just gathers that little bit of gold, it's going to be age-free. Yeah, a bit of a golden opportunity missing here due to the lack of gold. That is now being fixed. He moves out on the east side, but why are we moving these villagers back? I mean, you're here. You might as well stick here. Guess he's paranoid about the counterattack. This is not the cleanest game, but I want to remind people that this is a very unorthodox game as well. Delhi like this, Chuck's tournament life on the line. It led to some delays, but we are now on our way. Royal Institute is coming in. I believe, did he actually? Yeah, he did trade for the market. You can tell because the 0 gold income still. That's now going to be fixed. So we are going to have a rush towards the techs. Arrives home just in time to push away the Ghazi again, so can re-wall here. Did they scout that? They might have got a whiff of that. Dragoman needs to switch to gold now. This is going to be a very hard hold, even with the quality of Tower Victory Spears, against Royal Bloodlines. And you know those Royal Bloodlines are going to be coming. In fact, it might be the highest priority for Chuck. Yeah, ooh, a little bit surprised by that. I'd usually recommend you queue Bloodlines first because it's a longer tech. It's fine because he went Cantled Saddles, so you want that discount, right? Actually, no, what? Did he just... Correct me if I'm wrong, but he just chose Cantled Saddles in the stables. This is kind of defeating the point in going for Royal Institute here, folks. Cantled Saddles can be researched here and discounted. He's completely wasted the landmark. That's 30% savings he's missing out on, which adds up. It's not crazy, but it does add up. I think he was looking for the Royal Bloodlines timing, but he just queued up 3 more knights, so he's not achieving it. Yeah, that's a little bit confusing from Chuck. There's definitely some efficiency question marks in this one. A little bit too distracted over what's happening, I think. Knights are at least going to get the dive-ins. The veterancy has ticked in. No fight for a few groups of spearmen to take. He needs the full army here. Even then, it might prove to be an uphill battle. Archers are now arriving in. The body blows come through. The veterancy of the Archers is in. He's going to just mosh pit it and stand his ground. Fair Archers up. I mean, it's so many more for him than it is for Dragoman. Surely no. The numbers switching around. 8 versus 22. But the damage may be done here. The spear count has been absolutely reduced in this one. And Dragoman, he may have sniped out the Archers, but the price was too high here. A Royal Institute with 0 value because 0 was needed. Chuck, all he needed was the veterancy to get us to a full set for the second time today. 2 out of 2 sets we've cast going all the way to 3 games. I mean, there's no comeback from this, right? There's nothing to gather. He needs to make a farm transition. He's only about 10 farms deep. And you know the Night Spam is not going to stop now. And you'd need probably about 4 Spearmen to confidently take these down. If Raw Bloodlines is getting queued up, which I imagine is coming soon with this much gold, it's GG. There it is, minute and a half away. Dragovan, he loves his walls. It's only going to do so much here. Crazy set that this is coming out to be. I mean, ironically, 100% of the games, the player going for 2TC has been punished now. I've seen these desperation walls on Cliffside before as well. The ultimate, please don't hurt me. A few villagers did get locked out though. He does at least have textile, so villagers are going to die slower, but I think it's undeniable now. There's just too much eco damage done. What a set. If you guys are liking what you're seeing here, by the way, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We've got 30 weeks in total of this. This type of crazy gameplay. Come on your way. That's my promise to you. My promise to the Age of Empires scene. I think at this point, Dragovan is just scrambling, hoping that maybe there's a slowdown, something of a gap behind this, but this is too much now. Behind this, remember, the farm count is looking good. Chuck up to 27. It means he will keep Knights pumping out non-stop at this stage. So much lost. I mean, Drag does have the eco lead, but nah, there's no way. Living in La La Land. I don't know why we're attacking. Please. Just attack them. Yeah, screw your 50 wood. Man, that is quite the throw from the Knights, just hurling it over there. At that point, you might as well just throw torches at the villagers. Well, we are seeing a French player experiencing the true counter to him of just walls. Walls everywhere. What is happening here? How is he even gathering for a second there? Dragon's like, the wood is more important than the villagers. Go. Be all you can be. He's playing the most clowny attempt at recovery here. It's Benny Hills on the gate, right? Oh, man. What an incredible set this has proven to be. And Chuck, I think this is a GG keep. I wouldn't even be needed. It gets called. Game number 2 is going to go to Chuck Francis, a signature French player, showing us exactly why he should be scared. Delhi 2TC build might be half-cooked, folks. I think I'm going to have to put it back in the oven for 20 minutes. But I will see you all in the next chapter for game number 3. Oh, my God. Well played. That is crazy. So that is going to be a win for the right side. What do we call that one? I think it's like... It's about the 2TC, right? The 2TC was wild. Like, the name for that one is probably going to be... Delhi think they can do whatever they want now. Oh, push-ups. All right, let me get my little seat push-ups going. 1, 2, 3. There you go. I'm wondering, like, if he could have played that 1TC. How necessary was what he done there? Oh my God, dude. We got a game ready to load up. You guys want the push-ups? 1, 2, 3. And we were right. It's going to be Japan versus HRE. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, so Japan versus HRE is kind of interesting, right? I think HRE just sends it in feudal. It's going to depend on the gold spawn. If Chuck gets a safe back gold, he could probably play for the late game. If not, he's probably up Craps Creek without a paddle. 1 sec. Game's good. All right, so we're 4 minutes from live. What I can do is I can pay out the predictions for you guys. Oh, all those people leaving Dragavan. Oh, no. They underrated the power chuck. All right, so 5 minutes for predictions. Get them in. Change background? Oh, you're right. You know what background we should have? That's a fair point. There is a really good background to have here. You ready? Oh. Boom. There we go. My own pretty little castle. 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah. Now we're themed. It's like it's Inception, though, because it's framed within a frame. That looks sick. Yeah, the green screen's let down a bit because I didn't have the extra light on, but all good. Have a bottle of water? I probably need it. What happened to my Protein Works? Like, drink. Hello? I literally just mentioned, hello, question mark? Where's my Protein Works, Emma? Busy, okay. I mean, it's only 2 kids. It's not 3 kids. Oh, man. Blended in the green screen, disappeared. I feel like it. Oh, man, it's getting hot in here again as well. Where did I leave my magic jacket? 5 subs, I put the magic jacket back on. That's my deal. Map for game 3 is Kalauga. Matchup is going to be Japanese versus HRE. So let me update that in as well. Can't believe he got HRE, man. How do you get HRE here? That is outrageous. That is egregious. That is criminal. Can't gamble, no idea. Oh no, not the imaginary points. Can't risk them. Will choose to remain rich. Damn, he's got all the bird feed. I can't argue with that. Oh, hopping back. How's the foot? I have socks for it now. Very sad looking socks. But yeah, it's got the full cast on it now. So I've got that until 5th of December, and then I'll get one of the boots. And then I can put some partial weight on it, and there's 6 more weeks of that. The better part is that I don't have to be stabbed anymore once I'm out of the cast, because I'm being stabbed with blood thinners every day. Whoop, whoop. We good? Just checking if there's been any others posted. So, Cat vs. Trackle's happening now. We might look back at MSM versus Mahoda, which I think would be a close one. Although, at this rate, we're going to be quite close to the Elyona versus Ramen set, which I believe kicks off at 7 p.m. We might try to, do that one as our final set of the day. I think Elyona versus Ramen could be a really cool one. And we can always go back and check Voldemar versus Ezra. All right, 1 sec. I think we're about 30 seconds out from loading in. Oh, well, let me check out on our YouTube chatters. You all having a confident, comfortable time there? Good, good. All right, let's get ready for another one then. Did you miss the gambling? The gambling's still operational. For ages. I think it's still got 3 minutes. Maybe. 2 minutes? I think 2 minutes. You got plenty of time. Bet the house. Thanks, Emma. I got my water. We'll put some Protein Works in that afterwards. Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, it lined up nicely. I'll give you a minute to look at the map. Chum, are we going to have to start enforcing... I think we need to start enforcing European, maybe. It's cool to have different biomes, but it affects the spawns, and I don't know if it does much to Kalaga. It definitely done something to Pigeon's view. Is this an Age of Mythology channel or an Age of Empires 4 channel? One and all, welcome back to the channel for the 3rd game, the deciding game in Midweek Muster number 2. And we have a brand new map for the first time ever in Age of Empires 4 competitive. Meet Kalauga. It is, for anyone from Age of Mythology, inspired by a myth map. This is a map you guys might have seen if you watched any Age of Mythology tournaments. 2 rivers, full shallow, fishing in it. But we've stuck it in 4. This is going to be a fun one, man. All right, so Dragovan somehow got HRE, but Chuck isn't completely disarmed. He did get the Japanese. He's looking to play under the water. Unfortunately for him, it's a bit of a bait. Drag is already on the way with spears, and I can't help but feel Chuck's plan here should have been fast feudal for the Shinobi. Tricky one as well. Could you even fast cast on this map? There's a lot of berries, by the way, to explain Kalaga. You can see a lot of small berry patch spawns, and some of them can overlap in a ridiculous way like this, which is really good for Japan. Remember, Japanese got a pretty cool buff to them with their food gathering rates. The base gathering rate for berries got increased. Therefore, this Civ is better at playing berries. I think shallow fish is a bit of a bait now for Japan compared to just playing berries. And he's ultimately going to get punished for it because Dragovan, he's on his way with the villager. He's going to play a 4 dock probably. He could even think about walling this off because remember, this is full shallow. You can wall anywhere. And we already have spears on the way. Playing risky with his scout as well just to try and delay this, but I don't think that's going to work. An outpost is coming up, but is this too late? I mean, it's HRE spears. They do move quite quickly. If the villager shows up, no, he didn't expect the villager. 1 villager! That's all it's going to take to ruin this. He's going to have to back away. There's no denying it now. The scouts already got involved. And what on earth are we... Wait, he's trapping him! He's trying to trap him! Oh my god, what is this game? Dragovan and his walls. The villagers get pulled, though. He can't stop it. So, good reaction by Chuck. He has to expend a lot of production, a lot of gathering, rather, to pull the villagers like this, but it was needed. The problem is you need to leave some now to gather shoreline fish, or you just die. Wait, did he club a... Okay, he caught a deer here. I didn't even see that. That's really cool. Wait, why is there a deer here? Oh, that's cool. You get a small pack right next to your dock. I didn't notice that before. So he's going to have to garrison. It is only 2 villagers, though. Why did Chuck leave with the extra? I'm getting a bad feeling. A sinking feeling. No way. Chuck, he looked like he made this work. Outpost goes down, though. And that means 2 villagers dead. A brutal start to this game for Pink. Man, that's actually brutal. I think Chuck, I don't know why he pulled away if he had the deer nearby. I'm trying to figure this out. Like, aren't there meant to be more deer? Okay, one got shoved up. That's part of There you go, guys. The split was ugly. Whatever happened here shoved the deer too far away, so he couldn't keep 5 villagers out here. But now, the dog play is worthless. Dragovan has found value out of this. Villager is going to shuffle home. Wasn't needed in the end, because now he's got enough spears to just blow up the dock. And Chuck, in a panic, worried about the pressure on the east side, has shuffled his gold gathering to the absolute other side of the map. Smart play there, right? Like, the pressure is now going to come in towards your base. The gold spawn is not favorable for you here. Yeah, we might need to review this with Kalaga, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Those gold spawns aren't equal, right? Am I right on that? Yeah, we've got a golden pit issue. It looks like his gold spawned further away than HRE's. So I don't know if Gavai is watching right now, but that might be a small spruce up that's needed. We might have to wait now that the tournament has begun for this week, but... Who has more idle vill time? I mean, considering Chuck lost villages. I mean, the crazy part, though, is what happened here? Dragovan, did he miss production? He should be ahead by 2. Actually, no, I'm wrong. He killed the fishing boat. No, it's fine. It's one. No, it was 2 villager kills. I'm not imagining this. There's a gap here for Dragovan. It doesn't matter. You're HRE. Oh, wait, you're right. HRE gets 1 less villager. My brain is melting. It's been a long day. It's, once again, who cares? You're HRE. Arkin Chapel's coming in. This is going to buff pretty much his entire economy. I don't know. Maybe he just keeps a bunch down here and goes for tech-free. It's kind of cool, actually. The way that he's doing this, he could gather enough gold and then walk them over to gather the food when he moves the prelate. But no, it looks like it is going to be a prolonged feudal. Makes sense. If you play into a fast castle build, Japan's going to fast castle too. They can fast castle better. And we do have a Kura storehouse coming behind. Wait, are you sure they start with 1 less prelate? Yeah, I'm being baited here. I'm pretty sure they do not start with like 1 less villager because they hit prelate. They don't. They have the Prelate and they have the same number of villagers? It's, you know when it's like something you should know because you watched it so often, but now your brain is like, huh? Nah, dude, they have the same amount of villagers at the start of the game. That's right. Yeah, I thought so. They have 0 gold. Yeah, like, yeah, I was like, that's no way. There's absolutely no way. Yeah, the math ain't mathing. Like he has missed villager production, I'm pretty sure. Maybe like half a villager. Well, he got a fishing boat. Okay, he didn't get the second kill, right? I'm being an idiot. Ignore me. There we go. There's Timmy. Timmy escaped. Ah, I was testing you all. There. So we do have a lot of eco booming here from Dragavan. He's on deer. This is huge drop-offs for him. I wonder if we are just going to get fast castle. Which is ballsy, because it means Chuck gets his. And, I mean, if you're going to ask me which Civ is better when they reach Castle Age, I'm going to lean Japan. Mounted Samurai are crazy. Like, Mounted Samurai versus Knights, you can't play, right? So you're going to have to play Spears. And you could block relics, safely collect them. So, like, it's not impossible for you to get away with this play. I don't think it's desirable, though. It's kind of crazy that Chuck in the end just gets away with the Kuro. This is really good for him because it means he's going to have safe economy as the game goes on. The scary thing now is Dragavan has to make a choice, right? This is great food for the time being. He's got the berry, he's got the deer, but that's going to run out. And when it runs out, are you going to move out or are you going to build farms? If you build farms, your tech timing is not going to be competitive. If you move out, the Mounted Samurai will kill you. So, how would you like to die today, sir? And he just scouted it. This is so cheeky. This conniving mother ducker and his 4 villagers. And he's also gathering back at home as well. So even if you now raid this one location, sure, it could be 4 villager kills, but you're not stopping him getting Castle Age. That's going to happen. That's right. Thank you for the clarification. That, you're right. The early seasons, H3 did not start with Prelate. That was a buff they got, and they lost their gold. You are correct. I was about to say, I was like, did I miss some change in season 7 or 8 where they lost a villager? That would probably maybe balance H3 a bit better. And now Imbecive is on the way towards the outpost. Outpost that has not been fortified in any way whatsoever. I'm kind of surprised because Chuck would have seen the scout coming by. He just didn't react. A bit flummoxed by this. Like, you're going to get pressured here, right? You haven't fortified. You could have fortified. And now the Aristotles is far too late. Yeah, he just cancels it. The villager's going to garrison inside, but I don't think he's getting away with this. A 5 eco lead, actually. Pretty substantial at this stage in the game. Likely targets the Spearman first. They don't have the undermesh. They also have less overall HP. But it's just too much torch power. So Chuck is going to get hunted down. I think that's going to be all 4 villagers dead. The movement speed is just too much here. He actually pinches him perfectly. No escape for anyone here. Damn, Chuck has an uphill battle now. Dragavan is committing to the age, though. This is at least a positive for Chuck in that the Mounted Samurai can still get out. I'm sorry, is Fatblop complaining that he's tired? Sounds like he needs to try the coffee coolers from Protein Works. Mate, if you've been drinking one of them, you wouldn't have led us all on this deep, dark, confusing pattern of HRE nerfs that should have happened. Well, the question now is whether the rising sun is going to be in Dragavan's eyes. Mounted Samurai are good, but they aren't Captain America. Actually, Japanese equivalent. Wait, what Japanese heroes we got? They aren't Hero from the series Heroes. There's only so much they can do, and 24 versus 2 is not good math for them. Especially when a lot of those are spears. So Chuck, I think he needs to avoid the fight. The problem is he only built 1 outpost here. He has at least got the arrow slits. Fortification is now on the way. Probably starting to wish that he'd waited for Springald's. Horseman, Spears, thinking about diving in. Dragavan, crap will get off the pot, right? He's trying to posture to force some idle time, but he doesn't have a play behind this because although he went for Undermesh, I do believe he skipped out on Siege Engineering. Yeah, so there's no Rams. Instead, Dragavan is going to have to back up, go Castle Age, which means Chuck is going to get relics. First one is already on the way home. He's going to have a second Shinto out before the tech is complete easily. That's problematic, because that could mean 3 relics easily for the Japanese and a 4th one contested. Can Chuck get Uma Bannerman? No, not yet. He spent on double outpost, right? So he doesn't actually have that. Well, actually, he did cancel this one, right? But the gold gathering hasn't mounted to that point yet. He will eventually get it. It's not too far away. Uma Bannermans are really helpful here, though. Like, once you're around about 9 mounted samurai, it's worth it, because you are going to get about 3 extra damage per knight, which if you do the maths, it adds up to be more than a knight's worth. And the reason it's even more value is, like, when you blob, you want your units, your independent units, to have more damage when they're melee, because it means they're all actually attacking all the time. When the blob's too big, some of them just aren't attacking. That's what makes Uma Bannerman feel so good. Then you have the transition, which is like up against HRE going castle. They're probably thinking about men-at-arms, especially considering they're not bad at dealing with mounted samurai. But you can't go for men-at-arms, not even knights, against the Uma Onimusha combo. You just die. Never understand why they give mounted samurai shields. Frisbees. That's all I got for you. I mean, you can tell why these guys are so swole and scary. Like, could you imagine trying to carry a Naginata one-handed with a shield as well? Like, it's not like a lance or a spear. Naginatas aren't weighed the same way, right? Naginatas were never... And someone can, like, fact-check me historically. I'm pretty sure Naginatas were not meant to be held one-handed. My historical accuracy has been ruined, and oh no. Well, buckle down, boyo. You might want to cancel that Regnitz, because I am predicting maybe a 1 relic game here for Dragavan, which is a horror story for the HRE. I mean, he's grabbed the aggressive relics, right? He's got 2 more on the way home. He's dropped 1 off already. The other one is in his corner. This is the only relic Dragavan can get. He's at least moving for it, but that's in a terrible, terrible haul for him. Other one's now coming home from his side of the map. Shark, man, he might be able to pull this back. We also have Ona Bugisha on the way because mass spears. That's true. Guys, they should do away with the mounted samurai shields and just give them like a Naruto anime run blur, you know? Like, you know, like double mirror, double image sort of thing. What's it called? I forgot the name of it. In Pokemon, when you raise their agility. And they kind of wave side to side, like there's mirror illusions of them. I've totally forgot the name of the ability. And I'm going to get flack for it as well. Because I am of the Pokemon generation. The true Pokemon generation. So this relic's at least been blocked. Shinto is on the way. That's revealed it. So he should be shuffling over there with a few knights now. It's only horsemen. I'd be really surprised if Dragavan somehow gets this relic. And yeah, the Uma Bannerman, I'm pretty sure, doesn't have a shield. But guys, hear me out. That at least makes sense because... Actually, no, it doesn't. Why is he one-arming the Naginata as well? So many questions. Yeah, I think that Pokemon move is called Agility, but my brain was trying to come up with a different name. You are correct. Look at you. Well, these units are going to operate with Agility, which is why Dragavan is prepping Landsknechter, but with only 1 relic? That's... Wait, what? Did he misclick? Oh my god, I think he misclicked. He didn't pick up the relic. So he still doesn't have the gold trickle. And I think he's going Imperial. Now, if you hear hesitation in my voice, that's for a really good reason here. The Ona Bugisha push timing could kill you. Veteran City just come in. It's available on both sides, melee infantry. Villagers are in a little bit of trouble. That rally point, terrible for Chuck. Good micro. Dragavan with ranged units target them down. But the Ona Bugisha in the choke point will hold against spears. Mad Samurai now with the backstab at the perfect time here. Static defenses to assist as well. Chuck should be holding this. The Mad Samurai truly to be the MVP in this one. Easy mop up from both sides. It means that now Dragavan, he's halfway towards Imperial Age with no real threat militarily. And the counterattack is coming. And this, folks, is the power of getting into Owner Bagisha comp when it's justified. When you force a Spearman transition, this is a follow-up is sick because of the movement speed. You are quick to react. Spearman, 1.25 movement speed. 1.5 on Owner Bagisha. There's no running away from this, even for the HRE. He's going to start diving in. I mean, the Horseman will also get shredded by Bagisha, by the way. Bagisha counters pretty much everything with a Lance Gear. And there's only 2 Lance Nectar. Colette is trying to heal them up. Not going to be able to do so for very long, though, as it looks like one's been targeted down. The second one's somewhat ignored, but the Mountain Samurai does come in. Chuck even committing that HRE stolen Horseman. However, maybe a little bit over-religious of a dive here. Chuck seems to have macro issues. 1,500 gold, not enough food. Does have to back away. So kind of looks like he thought the game was over and that the army was not going to exist anymore. But props to Dragavan, showing the power of the HRE economy. Able to remuster a second army here. And the Yoroshiro has gone into the Forge. Double Forge. And then we have got a Rax for Owner Bagisha. Katana Bannerman also coming in. A really big important detail. Especially now that your opponent knows you got Bagisha. The reason you have to switch into the Katana is because if you don't get that extra damage, a good opponent, like an aware opponent, when they're playing against Owner Bagisha, their first reaction on even footing is to go for melee defense. Because remember, Owner Bagisha are low attack speed, or I guess you say high attack speed. They attack quickly with low base damage. So melee armor is even more impactful against them. Stone being gathered. So I guess Chuck is trying to get Uma plus the Katana. It's also a very strong defense. Very hard to dive as Shogunate. It's going to take some time to get to, though. Dragon might get a counterattack opportunity. It looks like he is walling up his flanks, aware of the Mountain Samurai threat. I mean, he might be going 2 TC. You kind of get paranoid that Palace of Swab could be happening, right? So you need to prep your eco accordingly. Probably thinks that he can't fight directly. You see mass crossbows. Usually the counter would be to go into mangoes, but not as good anymore. And oh my god, what a sneak in. The wall nerf hitting again. Dragavan not reacting quickly here. A lot of villagers in trouble. Looks like a few are going to go down. It's a good distraction point, but that does mean there's a counter attack. Bagisha having to defend on the lonesome. Second wave of Mount Samurai not big yet. Daimyo will be able to assist somewhat, so he's going to have to stalemate this. Knights are trying to rush home now as the dive does come in. Looks like the crossbows are attacking the buildings, though. However, this is only Bagisha, guys. Bagisha will not win against men-at-arms, not in this count. Chuck may have misread the situation. Eco now in trouble. Needs to min-max it, make sure he gets his economy safely where they need to be. The Stone Gatherers are in trouble, though. Chuck, he needed another minute here. The Shogunate was almost ready. The rocket launcher would have saved him, but now it may be too late. It's a 10 eco lead, and it's about to get bigger than that. Village is in trouble. There's a Lance Nectar chasing them as well. No escape either. He is quicker than them. Wait, what? Buddy, pal, we got to talk. Where are we going? Wait, was that a misclick? Dragavan? Man, Dragavan, like, Dragavan, if he was at Wololo, his banner would be a cat. You know how cats, just for no logical reason, sometimes look at a spot and they go, man, that looks comfortable. Man, that looks comfortable. I don't know what that was. I think that was a misclick and a panic after the Knights dove in. Oh my god, how is he still alive? I can't believe this. That's kind of equaled the game out again. Look at the eco. Villagers could leave. The Mount Samurai just saved the day. I mean, Chuck should be dead. In theory, he still could be. Look at the military count. But he just got a huge stay of execution here. Oops. I'm not exaggerating. Those 2 Lance Deck would have killed the 8 villagers. At which point, you're just so far ahead, it's just going to keep snowballing, right? So, Chuck dodging death here. And he's still not in the safety zone yet, right? This is still danger territory. We are getting Yumi, which is really cool if your opponent didn't have almost 20 men-at-arms. I hate to shoot down the idea, but you are about to make the meta arms role players porcupines. It will hurt a little, but it will not kill them. However, this will kill things. Shogun. That's right. Welcome to the Castle Age. Because, of course, as you guys know, historically accurate, in the Castle Age, we did have rocket launchers like we're playing Team Fortress 2. Japan, just that smart, man. Looks like the Mount Samurai now confident they can go on the offensive again. I kind of agree, right? Remember the attack speed on this. You're attacking every 4 seconds, but it's an insta-kill. All right, there's nothing here that will survive a shot. Men-at-Arms, Landsnack, they'll all die. Because remember, look at the damage. It's base 81. I don't know why it's called a cannon. We're lazy on the UI, I guess. But then you get an extra 110 damage. That's 191 before any reductions. You do not have over 30 ranged armor. You do not survive that. Dragon, he's legit just looking to go Mass Lansk. Which is kind of peculiar considering that your opponent is building Yuumi. Yuumi get double damage against you. Like, you're actually giving a better chance of Chuck holding by doing this. I think he still believes that Chuck is going Mass Bugisha, which is just not true. Now Samurai are going to knock at the door, but good reaction in time there. Dragovan protects his borders. I don't think there's a world in which Chuck goes Imperial, right? Okay, this sounds kind of crazy, but it could work, because if you go Imperial with the defensive landmark, go Castle of the Crow, you can then easily trade here, get a huge drop-off, like a minute into your tech, and your opponent can't dive you. Is it valuable? I mean, Elite Yuumi, it's going to be less these guys are role-playing as porcupines and more they're role-playing as shish kebab meat, right? Because then your Yuumi are going to hit for, like, what, about 10 damage? So half damage goes through. It's not a bad idea. The problem is, whenever you go into Imperial now, True Imperial takes a long time to unlock because they did buff and nerf Unitex. They're very expensive now. No, Castle of the Crow is actually good for Imperial. I truly believe that. Castle of the Crow is kind of gigged. There are great situations for it. Dragovan does have Sacred Sites, though, and this is going to force Chuck to play the Edge. It's a smart read. The problem that Dragovan has now is with this Shogun at Castle, Chuck has essentially turned himself into the cockroach, right? He's become the English main. He's staying in his base. He won't come out. He'll send a few knights out to annoy you, but ultimately he's going to say, you have to come to me. This, by the way, is a big improvement we try to make over a lot of base game maps with custom maps. Sacred Site win conditions should be achievable if your opponent refuses to play the game. They should not be doable because you have a Sacred Site behind your base. Right? They should not be stoppable, rather, because you have a Sacred Site behind your base. So what we've done with Pigeon's View, things like Kalauga, the idea is if you do not play out into the map at all, you should be amply punished. Chuck does still have some time to work with. I don't think he needs to counterattack just yet. He's a little bit paranoid about the timer getting too low. And weird that Dragovan's backing off like this. Yeah, I think he realizes it. His army should be better, surely. Then again, we do have Samurai in there. They do have the Adachi as well. They're going to mince through the infantry here. Crossbows need to fix this fast. Archers on the backline aren't doing the right moves, though. He wasn't targeting down the crossbows. Mistakes made on the micro. It looks like maybe Chuck was trying to target out the Lance Nectar. Didn't feel like it, though. Dragovan lost a decent amount, but mainly due to the melee. Chuck now has to run back home after losing an expensive comp of units. Dragovan's still looking healthy, though, and we do have Trebs coming. First one is out. He's likely to go up to about 4 here to try and crack the Shogunate. I think you could actually settle on 3. You don't need to overshow your aggression here because you have the Sacred Site timer. And the cool thing about this spawn is if you control center map, you can play Sacred Sites, guys. Even with infantry, he can quickly run back and forth between these two locations. So Chuck's going to have to do some weird black magic where he tries to decap the Sacred Sites, Dragovan runs to block the decap, and then he dives the trebuchets. It's the only way you're stopping this. Baron Horseman for Chuck now. And your opponent has a lot of crossbows, right? And Bugisha aren't going to break this front line. They're just going to die to him because of Lansk. I guess he doesn't have many options. And Yuumi still seems like it could work. But then there's the wood situation. He has got wood in reserve, but it could burn fast with Mass Yumi. And also, he's putting that wood to work for farms instead, right? Farms that are going to be infinite resources versus harvesting wood for Yumi, which is a temporary resource, right? This is going to hurt. I mean, Chuck's already behind by 5 eco, so now he's going to have to spend, with 3 trebs, it should be, what, 6 villages? And then you're going to need probably about 4 other villages gathering to make up for that gap. So about 10 your eco is idled out to keep you alive, right? And the interesting balance point about that is with 4 trebs, he's spending 8 population to idle out 10. It's a huge advantage. Treb's in just a much better position now with Season 9. And, you know, some people don't like how Trebs can become kind of a slow, toxic burn, but I would say, like, Trebs being able to stop players camping like this is probably an improvement for the meta. We'll see if they feel a bit overtuned, but my early day thoughts is while we have the occasional games where it looks a little bit silly, a little bit unbeatable, at the same time, if a player refuses to come out and play the game, Trebs should be able to counter that. And with the old Springolds, it felt too easy for Trebs to get caught. So, I'm kind of okay with this. Wow, I'm not okay with this. 8 villages. Chuck, constantly out of wood. Remember, when you repair with more than 3, you're burning additional wood to repair. Like, 3 is meant to be the perfect efficiency point. Anything more than that, and it hurts your economy hard. Single elimination, folks. So, are we going to be saying farewell to Dragavan or Chuck? Because whoever dies here is not auto-invited back for week number 3. They will have to qualify based on their ATR or based on the ladder ranking. Right now, it looks good that Chuck Francis is quite often up in the higher ranks with his Jonas secure account. Because he's going to need it. This is a hard hold. He's ready to try, though. We do have the Inspired Warrior tech. That's genius. Against Ona Bagisha, against Yumi, that extra 1 armor is huge. Flash comes in. Crossbow backline. A big problem here. The Yumi aren't targeting it, though. The backstab comes in from the cavalry. Finds the mango straight away. The crossbows are baited here. Is Chuck able to break through this, though? Front line has almost been dealt with, but the second wave is coming in, and it feels overwhelming here. Dragavan able to hold on the front line. The 5 trebuchets will not be denied. The Shogunate is going down. Chuck Francis is going down. He will not get any deeper. The toddlers are rising up, folks. First Gully. Now Dragavan. The kids are turning up for the round of 16. The next gen of AoE 4 players get deeper in the midweek muster. Whew. Well played, Mr. Dragavan. Takes the 3rd game. Really cool set. I think that one... Is that one up? What do you think, guys? That one uploadable? I think the first 2 were. I'm not sure about that one. That one was a bit more static. Cool opening, and then it became, like, locked down. But... You liked it? Yeah, I'm trying to think what the feature point would be on the video, though, right? All are uploadable? That's not necessarily true. There's only so many videos you can upload in a given time. And you want to upload the ones that are likely to do the best. Maybe if I need extra games that could work. So, let me check our schedule. So B versus... Wait, who's B up against? Let me check the bracket, guys. So we'll probably catch B versus Rivtal on Monday. Or we might have some round of 16s played by then that we'll be able to catch. What I'm looking at here... And apologies I haven't updated the scores, but, you know, one man army here. We could probably go... There is the Dimu set. Dimu versus Red Darksider. Anatan versus Stopper. I mean, was it a good set? One leg army, that's true. Also, can we put a reminder out to players, Jim, to not private their data if they're playing in the weeklies? It's kind of important. They don't really have an excuse. They have Smurfs if they really want to keep stuff secret. It's kind of important that we can see the games. So we can cast them from replays. MSN maybe? MSN versus Mahodo I think should be fairly close. So we can do MSN versus Mahodo. I don't know what Mahodo's called himself. MSN, what have you called yourself? Is it underscore again? It's underscore, right? MSN DK? Dude, what is your name? In-game, sir. Are you still online? Can I check there? Oh, you got the Vez thing. Yeah, I like how it's complicated for you. You can't just do vez.msn.dk because then you look like you're advertising your website. I mean, it's actually, I think it's Voldemort, Ezra, or MSN versus Mahodo would be the ones I think would make sense. Let me have a look here. Because we have another live series in an hour that we can cast into. Let's vote. Let's do a vote. Yeah, let's do a vote. I like a vote. We're a democracy, damn it. So we'll put a vote up. What to cast? MSN versus Mahodo. Or Voldemort versus Ezra. I think on paper, Mahodo MSN, like seeding-wise, Mahodo MSN is closer, right, Chum? Why BC and Marine Law not playing this week? BC had issues with the streaming delay that is officially required by Microsoft. And that is officially confirmed. We literally, like, I mean, dude, I went above and beyond to get clarification for the players, checking with head office on all of it. So, it is, I think we came up with a mid-ground where, honestly, if he wanted to, he could play. Basically, we changed the format around where if there's a streaming player, in the earlier rounds, they can play without a delay. I believe Chum can confirm, though. I think for Grand Finals, we're going to require the delay, though. It's kind of needed at that point, at least for Grand Finals. But for early rounds, we actually came up with a mid-ground where it's not required if you're a streaming player, if both parties agree to it. So that was one of the reasons for Beastie, and we solved that problem. But then there was another problem, which was he doesn't like losing, I think it was 47 ELO ranking to Crackety. Crackety liked it very much, though. So I think that was a big point for Beastie, but like I can't really not have that in there. That's kind of the point in the, like, a big part of the midweek muster for the circuit is to set a ranking system. Now, maybe the argument needs to be made that there needs to be changes done to the ATR system. That's fair, and I think that's up for debate. And I think there might be changes coming, but, like, you know, you can't, I don't know, this is the tough one, right? Where it's like, I don't want it to be a qualification phase, but I almost want to have a system where big tournaments use this to decide some of the players they're going to bring in. Just so that it encourages people to participate in these, to feed in the system. I don't want this to become a qualifier, but I want it to be the circuit that helps big tournaments decide. Kind of like how Red Bull Wolo Legacy used all the previous S-tier tournaments to decide who to invite for Age of Empires 4, right? Okay, so I think MSN versus Mahodo literally just about won out by one vote. So let me get the draft ready for that. Wait, is it not updated the names? What's going on? I did select the right one. Yeah, what's going on there? That's a bit weird. Reset draft. Import draft. Oh, sorry. The wrong way around. That's why. There we go. I was trying to paste the map drafting because I'm a genius. Of the highest order. Haha. So, we are going to have gorge coastal cliffs, and of course, we're going to open up on Pigeon's View. So, let me reset that. We'll set that up again. So, we've got... I'll keep typing Pigeon's View. I'm just using the high view graphics, so it's easy for people to understand, but this is an improved version of high view, basically. Our players can reach the top ATR by winning multiple tournaments in a row. Yes and no, Tune, because it requires high-ranking players to change the ATR in a meaningful way, right? That has been, like, a flagged flaw. The whole idea of the new ATR system was to make it so you didn't have to grind all the tournaments. But on the flip side, I think I voiced this at the start of the year, the new ATR system might have ended up being a discouragement towards people playing show matches. I remember I literally got on a call with Sanich. I was like, well, the problem I now have is whatever I was going to have to pay players to play in show matches now is doubled. So, map number 1 is going to be Abasses versus HRE. Oh yeah, they're both Invest as well, right? How does HRE play this? HRE is just an elo system in esports matches? Sure, but like the problem is now encouraging players to play it because they're scared and they're going to avoid it because of the way that it's used for seeding, right? It's a tricky issue to solve. I think no matter how you paint it, right? All right, let's hop into game. All right, one and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We're back for another series for the round of 32, and they are team members. Ooh. Well, only one can make it through. We've got Mahodo playing in the yellow as the Abasses, going up against MSN DK as the HRE. So upcoming Polish player up against upcoming Dane here. MSN, the baby of the pro scene. 16 years old, I believe now. Really cool potential on this guy. You might notice him from a recent BC experience on the ladder before clown carring got nerfed. Not going to be the clown carring potential person here, though. He's given up on the Abasses. He's shown a new leaf of life, and it is the filthy HRE pick with a filthy spawn here on Pigeon's View. Double value, triple value, right? It's got the tree line, the deer, and the gold. Jackpot. What have we got on the other side? Okay, now, in fairness, they both got a little bit of spice here. Mahodo got the tight spawn for a TC drop that could get him, like, free TC. I just don't know how feasible free TC is against HRE. Because if an HRE player rushes archers and goes into rams, he can ruin your life. No offense to Krakedy, but Beastie wins that series 99 times out of 100. I mean, I think you're doing Krakedy a disservice by saying that. I think Krakedy played really well in that series. And this is the thing, when you introduce new maps, right, it kind of resets, like, what you know about the game. So the guy who's, like, grinded more Dry Arabia, Lipid, or whatever, could be put, like, you know, the advantage they've built because of the knowledge base may be stripped somewhat away. It's still going to be there for certain reasons, but I don't know. I don't think you should devalue Krakedy. For all you know, like, 2025 could be Krakedy's year, all right? Crack could be taking over in 20... Okay, I shouldn't say that out loud. So, are we going to be getting Eco Wing? We have to here. I don't see any other way Mahodo plays this. Like, Culture Wing for Fast Castle, weird. Military Wing's kind of pointless. Like, your opponent's going to build archers anyway if you force him into the edge. So yeah, Eco Wing is on the way for Mahodo. This is tough, though. Like, you kind of wish you had maybe the stone and the berries nearby. He has a lot of forward spawning resources, so we're probably going to get a TC drop here. And mine worked. Dude, this is cool. MSN! Taking advantage of the potency of this now. Remember, all Pikes is kind of nutty, and Abasses maybe want to play Horseman. It's one of the more popular comps. But it's not even about the all Pikes, right? It's about the arch timings. You could play Archers and rush Steeled Arrow here. They did buff HRE about half a year ago so that Prelates can buff more economy now. It used to be they capped out at 7. Now they cap out at 9, which means it's more efficient to go extra Prelates compared to what it used to be. So Mimewort coming in. And I think we're probably going to be seeing immediate double archer range. Mahodo has to be scouting this, right? I think he saw this, considering the timings, surely. I mean, he should be going back to check anyway if he hasn't seen it, because he does have berries, right? So he's not running out of sheep. The fact he's not going back suggests he already saw this when he ran by. Needs to add map names in the corner, like it was EGC TV UI. I could, but that's extra, like, production overhaul on a one-man team. I can try to remember to do that, but guys, literally remember, doing this all on my own. Let's be reasonable. It looks like high view. It smells like high view. This one I think is forgivable. It's just a better high view. Is there a world in which MSN plays Horseman? There is. Oh, that's dirty. All Pikes isn't just a spimmin thing, guys. All Pikes works for Horsemen as well. It's arguably better, and yeah, we've got it. It's coming. It's Bloomery. He's prepping for Horseman. Bloomery's smart because Bloomery is a more efficient way to reach your threshold, right? All pikes is like double the cost. Bloomery gives you +1, which puts Horseman up to 10 damage. That's enough to 5-hit a villager. That's step 1, right? Then afterwards, you play all pikes. And yeah, it is going to be the Horseman play. This is cool because Mahodo with Eco Wing, the play right now, the meta for Bastards is to go for camels. You can't play camels into Horsemen, let alone more buffed Horsemen. So what's he going to do? Play archers defensively? No. Spearmen, probably don't want to go spearmen because you're probably scared HRE are going to go archers in the first place. And this also gives him a really powerful surge point to try and deny the second TC. So yeah, Horsemen plus archers. He's ticked all the boxes. That's crazy. So what's the way out now for MSN? For Mahodo, rather. Vess and Vess, I swear. You probably just... Do you just blob Horseman? I think you can blob Horseman yourself. You're very food efficient on 2TC because of the Fertile Crescent, right? Plus the fresh food stuffs. The only problem is, even with your efficiency, your opponent has got better efficiency, right? Although he's had to build prelates and sacrifice villagers to do so, it's still a 40% buffer. And with 2 prelates, it means 18 of his 21 workers are 40% better. It's a lofty advantage at this stage of the game. Especially considering that Mahodo is currently in a repayment period, right? He built this TC. It did cost him. And Camels do have an attack debuff on Cav, but the thing you have to remember about that debuff, guys, is when you're against Horsemen, it's actually not 20% from Camelonese, it's 10%. Because when Horsemen are attacking you directly, they have bonus damage, which is unimpacted by Camelonese. So the old school play, you guys might remember a long time ago, we used to see a Bastard Mirrors, and when we did, you would get mass Horsemen from both players and 1 or 2 Camels. The Camel was solely about the unease, because when it was Horseman on Horseman, it was a true 20% difference in damage. MSN, he's already got Siege Engineering being prepped. The problem now for Mahodo is this is going to come in so early, if he was thinking Camel Archers, it's going to be too slow. He'll lose the TC. The fact that MSN is pivoting into archers is really important here. It's kind of smart as well. Bloomery is so cheap, even if he didn't intend to play Mass Horseman, it looks like he's going to play Mass Horseman. And even if he does, Mahodo isn't going to rush a Blacksmiths. Other kind of key thing here, the moment MSN sees Mahodo has gone Horseman, he will rush into the melee defense, which is only 40 seconds away. Remember, mine work not only costs less, research is faster. The reason that's important is the Camel on knees is completely offset at that point, right? You've got +1 damage, +1 defense. So that is like a 20% difference in DPS. You mitigate Camel on knees entirely. This is really cool. And now you come over the top with this, the all pikes. Now, of course, you're increasing your damage, so the unease will be more impactful, but it's still going to be a positive effect for MSN's DPS in these fights. One thing I haven't checked is whether all pikes buffs the torch damage. My instincts are telling me no, that sounds dumb, but we will just check. True, they should have just called it ALL pikes, right? So there we go, torch. No, it doesn't. So that's at least the one upside, because that would have been a big deal. That means you overcome a lot of the fire armor resistance. By the way, Mahodo may have made a slight structural miscalculation. He hasn't actually chained in the TC yet. So he has no fire armor here. Which means the Rams with the Horsemen will take this out quickly. I think Mahodo is about to become Maho-No. Camel Archer's being queued up, but I mean, this, you just don't have a front line. So what would be kind of crazy, but might be effective, is textiles. And he's got it on the way to frontline with villagers, not just to survive, because you need villagers to help you here. There it is. Melee armor's coming in. This is a huge difference, guys. It's 4 damage difference to the Horseman on the other side. Crackety, you know the answer to this. HRE OP and a Bastard's going Eco Wing. This is my work. Oh, this is so cool. Because, guys, you can't go the Spearman route. This is why it's important that all pikes has Horsemen and Spears. It gives you options. If you go Spears, Camel Archers kill you. It's not just normal Archers. Camel Archers will beat you. So this is a smart read by MSN. Double ram now moving in. This many archers, really scary for the villagers to try and contest. Behind this, what, do we have any additional production? No, so it's just double stables now. He's ramping it up. MSN is about 2 minutes away from dive point. And Mahodo going horseman camel archers is a bit rough now. He doesn't have enough horsemen to necessarily deal with the archers. It kind of feels like Mahodo needs to be spears, but he doesn't see what's coming like we do. Mahodo has what? 1? Okay, double archer range. Yeah, because camel archers is really slow, guys. It's expensive, but it's also expensive on time. You have to wait as long as you would for a night. Very good when you have scale. Terrible before. Mahodo, well, he's sick of this. He may have chosen the wrong time to run away, though. The dive comes in. MSN is done waiting. 3 rams. We've seen this so often with 2, and so defendable, but 3 puts another level of pressure in. Horseman with the body blocker here. Stops the archers from being exposed. Villagers are trying to repair, but it's going to be a clown car inside. MSN, of course, he's resorted to this. Archers are going to come out to deal with the camel archers now. I mean, even with that unease, though, you see how the blue horses can win. TC barely staying alive, but proving expensive, now on fire. Horsemen, they're going to break through, and the camel archers will die quick to this. Villagers have to be pulled, but this isn't quick enough. This is too late. Town center's going to be going down. All Pikes horsemen now in on the villagers. An easy quick kill, even against textiles. Rams are shuffling away, but he brings them back in for the final shunts. Can he get the kill here? Camel's down to 2. Mahodo on the edge of the abyss looking in. Rams, maybe this might be enough, but he's out of wood. Mahodo, he needs a drop off right now. TC on 25 HP and is dead. It's gone. No army to defend him. Mahodo's eco lead is about to shrivel up. My, oh my. Mein Werk is mein working right now. Arkan Chapel for what? He doesn't need it. MSN, man, this landmark. The changes they've made with All Pikes has given options. I mentioned this on the test server when it was even more obvious. All Pikes was broken there, but even after the nerfs, it still provides a new route. Before, HRE probably would have leaned more into a greed on greed, but now, with these changes, you get this aggressive, scary all-in timing. And it may have been a greedy TC, but you need a greedy TC. Think about it this way. If Mahodo didn't secure the berries, how does he get horseman camel archers, right? You're asking the world of him, and he doesn't have the world. Nice blocker here. So no escape for the camel archers. Expensive pinches. And Mahodo is still trying to rebuild, but the problem is MSN, he can just restock into rams now. Probably wants to pull more people into the wood line. He's at, what, 13? Should be enough to get him quickly into double ram. It's not often at 10 plus minutes in the game you see 0 military for this long, but that's the price of trying to get back into camel archers. On 1 TC, though, with no access to berries, difficult. Oh my god, he's going for another one. The Abbasid mentality. Build more. You think Mahodo needed pure horseman against all Pike's mind work? No. You die against mass horseman or mass horseman. He needed a camel archer, but I agree that he didn't need loads of camel archers. I think you underestimate the importance of the unease. Yeah, but MSN stopped making archers. I mean, I'd agree if MSN wasn't building horsemen as well, but like, all pikes plus the minework text, that's really strong. That's a 4 damage differential between your horseman and his Crackety. Remember that. Because when does an Abbasid player build a blacksmiths? Oh, agreed. Like, I don't think you should be spamming loads of camel archers. I actually think the players like get a decent amount of horsemen and then have a second layer of spears. Keep some in reserve, right? Near the TC. But we've been here before, guys. I don't think we're going to be here again. The lead is even bigger this time. Archers diving in. Villagers getting sniped. The horsemen are overwhelming this. Mahodo is looking done in this one. Opening game should be going to his teammate MSN. It's still about a 10 eco lead, but half of it being idled out is grim here. think you just back off and build 2 rams and go. You even have fort buildings here. Prelates. 4 of them. So remember, he's almost totally efficient, right? Prelates can buff 9 villages. That means only 4 of his villages aren't buffed by 40%. Powerful. And he's still diving in. He has 1 horseman here. Wait, what? All right, he's already paid for himself. Actually, no, sorry. Abbasid villages are cheaper. Keep killing, keep killing. Wait, what's that panic? What's that rally? Game? All right, I would actually just genuinely ult F4 at that point. What was that villager doing? It's like, I like sniffing horsemen. Smells like my death. He still hasn't killed this horse, by the way. Wait, what is going on? He's the hero of the siege. Okay, I think the Clown Fiesta is over. It's a 4 villager difference, and you went 2 TC twice. The Camel Archer raid is not going to prove impactful here. The TC is going to die again. And Abbasid players are going to get a firm reminder that not every game should just be mass TC. Actually, every game, yeah, should be mass TCing. I don't know, man. Mine work, all pikes, fast text looked pretty damn good in this game. Let me know what you think in the comments. Oi, oi, oi. That was a cool game. Well played, MSN. So 1 on the board. I don't know. I'd be curious to see how that one plays out, Crackety, with what you're talking about. I don't think like it's just as simple as Abbasid's hold that, though. I think HRE can break that still. Comps have to be slightly different, but I think it is still breakable. So 1 point for Mahodo. I think that one's like... All right, there we go. So, game number 2. Let me get that one ready for you guys. Let's see where we're going to be going here. So, what do we have left? I mean, they chose a bit of a more standard. No Kalaga coming in this time. Coastal Cliffs or Gorge. With Mahodo's draft, I think he's going to go Gorge. French versus... Is it going to be Malians? No, you do French versus Chinese, I think. I don't know, man. Like, it feels like MSN's draft is... Actually, no, sorry, he's got Byzantines. Yeah, Coastal then. Coastal and probably going to be Mongols. That's the problem with Byzantines. Like, on this type of map draft, MSN still getting Mongols means he has potential solutions, right? It's going to be Gorge. And it's Delhi Chinese... Oh, no. What? Is Mahodo here? I'd love to know what the thought process was behind... Delhi over French against a potential Chinese pick. Maybe he just expected... I think maybe he expected the Malian pick? I guess French does a bit better there. But if you expect a Malian pick, you pick Byzantines, right? Byzantines are really good at breaking down the pit mine clusters. Because you could have played Delhi into map 3, right? With Gorge. We might have a 2-0. Let's find out. Let's get ready to go. Let me flip that score around. 4 TC just doesn't feel good. No, but like the spawn forced him to, right? You need the berries. Like, what are you going to do otherwise? I guess he could have... Like, the backup option is he could have shoved deer in. I think that was the other option Mahodo probably had in that game. Is he could have just pulled his like scouts and whatever early and shoved deer from the east side and played a back TC onto the gold. But I get the temptation. Like, if you think about his spawn, from his perspective, it makes sense why he tries to drop the 4 TC, right? It's double berries. Like, you know, it's the temptation of the dark side. You see that, you're like, I need it. All right. Reminder, by the way, guys, our next live series is kicking off in 40 minutes. So although we might not be able to cast a full series, you might be able to catch an interesting... extra game after this one if it doesn't go to 3 games. And that is going to be... Let me double check. Because when I looked at it, I went, oh, that'll be sick. Elyona versus Ramen. So yeah, stay tuned. We got that to come. That'll probably be the last set of the day. So that'll be like, what, 4 series casts? Which isn't bad when you consider that those series, like half of them at least, would have went to 3 games. And boy, were they worth it. It's every Delhi Picks nightmare. That's right, you don't think they have them anymore, but this one still does exist. One and all, welcome back to the A4 action. It's a Chinese pick. Up against his teammate. MSN has picked Chinese into Mahodo's Delhi. We are on Gorge, a map that's usually quite good for this, but whoa! What is up, Capital GG? Thank you very much for the 10 gifted subs. You absolute legend. He's parked himself potentially in a YouTube video straight away. Thank you, mate. Appreciate the support. Keep the subs coming, guys. Love to see it. Gets you an ad-free viewing experience because we are live 4 times a week with esports action every weekday. What more could you want? I could want a game free, and I am struggling to see how because Delhi have been still struggling against Chinese with this Barbican blocker. Maybe we see Mahodo play for age 3 though. I have seen games where China can just get eviscerated in the later age because of how good the elephants are. The problem is, if you show that you're going for attack, MSN can either do the same or play more greedy. For example, go 2TC. And it looks like we might get that option to scale. Mahodo, he might be going the way of the elephants. Yeah, so the way you typically open this as Delhi is you want to begin with Ghazi, but the problem on the other side is MSN should be pulling a villager straight to the center here to drop a Barbican. You drop a Barbican here, and your opponent can't play for his win condition, which is lock Sacred Sites and either end the game in Feudal or get enough gold to get an age up. That is greedy. Do people ever go Ming Dynasty these days, or is Yuan too good? Yeah, there are people who go Ming. We call them misclickers. Yuan is kind of just too good. I think unless you completely static the map and have like a funnel, so for example in Gorge, that would be stonewalling left and right, 3 layers of which you're not getting through, then maybe switching Ming would be good to make you more pop efficient. But Yuan in general is just too damn good. I've said multiple times, China's Yuan Dynasty should be its Ming Dynasty. Movement speed is king. But this landmark is king. I've talked about how broken this landmark can be. It looks like MSN is trying to stretch himself in, the goal being to get enough for Barbican, and then presumably he's going to drop 3 villagers, maybe more on it, to secure the deer and the sacred site. This is greedy, though. Like, typically, I've seen players do this the other way around, especially when they open with an imp official, where they'll pull 1 to build the Barbican and then build the Imperial Academy afterwards. China Knights with Ming and the new biology have more HP than Royal Knights. That's true, but you know what's even better than that? Just picking Juji. And then building imp guards. Jazz hands. With 20% a better attack speed. Jazz hands. And 20% more damage from the Sun landmark. Jazz. Okay, I'm going to stop jazz hazing now. Talking of Suns, we have got Barbican the Sun on the way. That's... Okay, guys, I was getting ready to doomsay Mahodo, but like, am I the only one watching this thinking, oh, there's actually hope? There's some nice details about this. Your opponent has got Song, sure, but the reality check is you can get 3 Sacred Sites. That's a big boon for Mahodo, especially considering when Dome of Faith, which means typically when you go Dome of Faith compared to Tower of Victory, if your opponent's contesting you, it's harder to get 3 Sacred Sites, but if he's playing greedy, you will get the Sacred Sites quicker because you have more Scholars earlier on to get the Sanctity. Alright, 1's if you believe in MSN, 2's if you believe in Mahodo. What's the sheep count looking like as well? 14 sheep's pretty good. Obviously, you're going to have more as the Delhi. He's got 15 sheep remaining. The berries have not been touched by Mahodo. Intriguing that he didn't build the mill here. I think that's about walk efficiency, though, because he wants his eco in this area. Yeah, because if he builds a mill here, I think the Academy placement's kind of weird. This is more easy. Either way, you're going to have to like sacrifice if you want the big tree line, but you want the small tree line instead. Makes sense. If he's going to gather a lot of wood, he'll get better taxation with this setup. We do have the rats coming. So, of course, Ghazi opening is to be expected here from Mahodo. Like, you're playing into Dome of Faith. It's very difficult to do anything but Ghazi. The tough part is your opponent already has Song. And the problem with Song, guys, is that once you reach a certain mass as Yuganu, Ghazi just die. Good news, at least for now. There's no spears, means you can get a little bit of harassment in, but the first one's already arriving. This is the thing that I think makes the Imperial Academy too good. Is like, think about the difference a year ago with this opening. Not just the Ghazi being better stats, but also the fact that the Imperial Academy, you wouldn't have this many taxmen already, right? Because it would be too expensive. He already has 3. Because he's not paying 150 resources, only paying 105. That difference is huge. Because if he didn't have the extra taxman, he couldn't have supervised to get the initial spears out. So more Ghazi would have arrived than spears. He would have had to make a true sacrifice, which would have been, you can't supervise the food, but then you can't afford the spam of spears, right? So maybe there's a world in which he balances it, but at least it's more micro-intensive and more punishable. Imp Academy is just still too good, man. I've been moaning about this change since the start of the year, and I think it is a fair point. They basically buffed the one weak point of China gameplay. And Gambas will be back when we're on the live series, which kicks off in half an hour. Much easier to secure gold than to not. Yeah, exactly. Like the Barbican here. Have you guys ever tried to ram or burn down a Barbican? It feels so incredibly not worth it. It's a 5,000 HP structure. If you are being harassed on like your gold or your berries, and you have a Barbican there, great, but like that's a temporary thing. The Sacred Site keeps relevance throughout the game. So at some point, the Delhi player has to say, screw this, I need to kill this building. And this is like a key thing with Gorge, right? We saw in Dry Arabia how it would impact the flow where Delhi had to go around. It's even clearer on Gorge because you have these cliffs to force a wider rotation around the Barbican. I'm trying to think if there's like a harder counter to Delhi. Is this still the hardest counter to Delhi? I think it might be. Juji are kind of intriguing, but although they get the Juganu sooner, they don't have the crippling detail of a defensive landmark on Sacred Site. This is still really good though. The question mark is going to be whether the Delhi's buffs in the late game in Castle Imperial Age are like an offsetter, a recovery point for Mahodo. Right now he's kind of struggling though. MSN is moving for the decaps already. We haven't had that really strong boost of economy off of Sacred Sites. And Zhuge already getting a bit obnoxious. Undermesh has at least been prioritized, but considering Mahodo's going into archers, he really wants Steel Arrow in a rush. And I think he's only 1 blacksmiths. Yeah, double archer range. So he prioritizes the production of archers over the additional tech. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's nearly as much of a one... Actually, it's not as much of a one-sided matchup as a year ago because Delhi, in theory, have backup plans in the later phase of the game. But I would highlight the fact that a year ago, Imperial Academy wasn't busted like it is now. So you could argue, actually, China kind of, at this point in the game, especially with players not playing Tower of Victory as much anymore, China feels better in Feudal against Delhi than they were previously. Ghazi did get nerfed a bit, but that then once again favors Juganu. So yeah, I'm not entirely convinced. I actually think Delhi were probably better off a year ago against China. Is that a hot take? Keep in mind also, because Song Dynasty is activated, he is producing more villagers. Look at the count right now. It's 37 to 34. Your whole comp's designed to raid, but so far Mahodo hasn't found a real raid target. I'm going to speed this game up a little bit. We've kind of reached the stalemate point. BC has Delhi as S tier now. Yeah, but in like this matchup, on this map, well, what's the play? I think you'd have to go Castle Rush, right? Or maybe you just need to be more succinct with your raiding. Mahodo kind of showed hesitation at a key point. He tried to raid once and then stopped. The whole idea of Ghazi is they're meant to be really good because you can just keep picking, and that builds you a lead. The reason why MSN has been able to decap these sacred sites is because Mahodo hasn't been raiding, right? His army is here, so you should be here. This is your target. But instead, he's dancing around these sacred sites because Mahodo is trying to put cart before horse, right? He's trying to get his win condition, which is sacred sites, but he's not unlocking his win condition. Imagine the picture of the guy like trying to headbutt the wall to break it versus the guy who walks to the right and finds a door. Also, I'm not sure I trust any pro players tier list nowadays. I still remember the S tier rating for OTD from Vortex at the start of the year. That might be the hottest take of 2024. He put them S tier, right? I remember that. Shoot pushing in, MSN. Reached a pretty potent point in his comp. Preliminary not there, and you need every bit of damage. MSN might just back up and tech. I mean, if your opponent's not going to fight you, and you haven't given him Sacred Sights, you don't need to all-in him. You legit can just go for H3. This just feels like such an unapproachable army. He's going to try... Wait, Zhuk? MSN? We need to talk about those key bindings. Doesn't matter, though. Repeated crossbows are just so good. This matchup a year ago, you had more health on Ghazi. That nerf is felt here in this particular matchup. MSN just eviscerating the cavalry right now. Mahodo just unable to get the good trades. A year ago, you would have also had Delhi going Tower of Victory, which means these archers would have been trading better. Unable to get a good enough trade, though. Spearman count still looking good. MSN looking healthy. Mahodo. Well, he's got the life support strapped on now. Because we are in single elimination formatting here. Mahodo, he would have to go and qualify based off of his ranking on Pub Ladder, right? I don't think Mahodo has enough ATR in theory. It would require quite a few people to potentially skip. So very rough situation now for Mahodo. Pressure's got to be being felt here. Not the biggest prize pool in the world, sure, but you don't want to be going out in the first round. Yes, Crackety. I think for Mahodo, he's maybe thinking of trying to skirt castle. Easier said than done here. Ghazi are going to try to raid in. I mean, this is like what we needed to see early. We mentioned this. The raiders needed to be at the back about 5 minutes ago at least. The good news is he's waited long enough that in theory MSN's out in the pocket ecos. The bad news is he's waited long enough that MSN has a big enough eco lead that he can afford to build outposts and walls. Also, you just sent part of your defending army away when MSN's at the door knocking. Let me just make a noise that is coming from the room where MSN and Mahodo are playing right now. As Crackety quite rightly said, the paddling is coming. Spears, Ghazi aren't even reacting. Mahodo, no. Mahodo. Oh my god. He didn't realize for so long there. It's because the outpost was attacking him. He must have looked away. Didn't expect the Spears to get there that quickly. That means your raid power's pretty much gone, right? He's down to 7 Ghazi. I'm going to speed this up. I mean, guys, if he hear me out, if he gets the castle and gets an elephant. Okay, I don't think that's coming. We've got the first ram arriving. These archers just unable to trade favorably. Just look at the damage that's done. He's even got scholars in the mixer now. I mean, they absorb a lot of shots, sure, but you're not even firing back. Ishi ay caramba. I think it is farewell now. We've at least got pro scouts to try and give him more safe food, but it doesn't matter. Because you can have all the deer underneath the TC, but that's where MSN is going now. How can you join the tournament? Start GG, my friend. Go across to there. Sign up. We should have week 3 through 6 available for sign up right now. Sign-ups close every single Wednesday, so make sure you're signing up ahead of time. And you'll be chosen based on your rankings from tournament elo or from ladder. So you're not guaranteed to get in. It's only 32 people in total, but 16 slots are up for grabs every single week. Hearing so much talk about elephants breaks your heart. Dude, they are not reasonable. Elephants are overtuned. It's not always free to get to, but if Delhi get there, oh good lord. They even slightly nerfed their health pool after the biology changes compared to Part, but it's still ridiculous. Dive coming in. MSN just wants to end the game now. Doesn't even care about the army. Finally actually starts to attack it. It looks like the Ghazi are going to dive in onto the Ram. Spears able to push that away. There's nothing left. Even without Spears, MSN wouldn't die now. It's just Zhuge. China, everybody. Did you know the weakest point in the game is Feudal Age? Well, that's not true anymore. The weakest point in the game is Dark Age. Actually, that's not true. They can build an outpost quicker than anyone else. Just give up. Now, keep in mind, not all the Zhuge are here, but the Spearmen are going to absorb too many shots now. Tower of Victory, right? Why build Tower of Victory when you can build Dome of Losses? Sorry, Dome of Sadness. Dome of Keeping the Faith, because honestly, nothing short of a divine intervention right now is going to turn this around for Mahodo. Food getting blocked. He does at least have berry gathering on the south side, and MSN's army is static, so it's not going to flank attack, but the beauty of its static nature is just how strong it is when it shows up in one place. I don't know, is this like muscle memory? Is this like just... I'm wondering like how much this is just instinctual what you normally do, and thus he done it. You get what I mean, right? Like you've been playing a bunch of Delhi games, you always build Dome of Faith, and as a result, you just built Dome of Faith. But you lose with Dome of Faith against Chinese. You are now smarter for it. You will never build Dome of Faith again. I think that captured the appropriate meme. We'll speed this up to a finish now. So a 2-0 for MSN over his teammate. A solid start to the tournament format for him. And one that's going to be interesting as we move forward, because I believe in the next round, you can see there, it could be that he's going up against Anatan. So he is going to have to be sharp there. Unless Stopper gave us a really big upset in the round of 32. GG's to Mr. MSN. Oh. I asked for interesting games, MSN. You're like, you're also interested. You just basically Zhuge spammed him. You filthy bugger. All right, so I don't think we got enough time for another full series before our next live, but I think we should have enough time for at least one game from a series. Let me have a look at what's been played so far. We said about Voldemar versus Ezra, so let me check those recordings and see what we got there. The next live series we're going to be doing in about 25 minutes is going to be Elyona versus... my brain. Elyona versus Ramen, which I think will be an interesting one, actually. Ramen has some interesting strategies, so like we've seen them before. Like a little bit of a different approach. I think Elyona isn't the impregnable knight, so... I think that one could be a game. Like, Elyona's going to be favored, but that could be one where Ramen takes a game. So, let me have a look at Voldy for now. Voldy Oldie. Oh, I just realized I should really make a milkshake up. Look at Voldemar, getting some practice against Cal. Using him as a human toilet. I'm sorry, what? Okay. We'll go for their first game. They play Pigeon's View. Delhi versus Ibids is pretty curious. Where's the brackets? Brackets here. I haven't updated the scores. We've already had a bunch of games played. I think about 7 series have been played so far, and we've cast 3 of them. So we're already at like about a 50% coverage rate. We'll be casting the next live series is going to be Elyona versus Ramen. So another Vestboy coming up. But for now, we're going to hop in to Voldemar. Okay. Zhuge is deadly climbed. Dude, I tell you. Zhuge it's like, your brain is like, yeah, Horseman should just beat this. And then you watch them all die. You're like, oh. I guess I'm a Chinese main now. It's kind of how it feels quite often. Oh, man. Do I make a milkshake? I reckon what we'll do is I'll cast this game, and then when we get ready for the draft, the next one, I can enjoy a delicious Protein Works protein bar. I reckon, what do you reckon? You guys can choose for me at the end. Chocolate fudge. I've got cookies and cream. I've got salted caramel. I've got chocolate hazelnut. These are on sale right now, by the way. You should check them out. Ow, ow. Oh my god, I just hit my foot. No. How much protein do you get a day? Not enough. Well, actually, plenty enough. All right. Should we get ready, though? I mean, Delhi are meant to be S tier, and I think they could be on this map. But we're going to find out. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the midweek muster. Number 2. Second week of 30 for our $9,000 esports circuit for Age of Empires 4. We open this series with Voldemar on the Delhi and Ezra 123 on the Irobids. 2 youthful players, one of them lying about his youth, just looking young. Looking like a moldy teen. And the other, I believe Ezra is actually quite young. If I'm not mistaken, he's 17. I'd have to double check that. But we have got quite a few youthful players coming through in the AoE4 pro scene here. Voldemar often called the kid, but funnily enough, there's now several people that are more kid than he is. Delhi's pretty cool here, though, guys. For those that haven't seen this, Pigeon's view is very different to High View for important reasons. Good reasons, actually. For a start, the trade posts spawn in the center of the map, not the corners. So trade isn't just a camp mechanism. You have to earn it. The other big detail is this map does not have 3 sacred sites, only 2. That was important, by the way. We made that choice on purpose because we wanted to centralize the sacred site so you could use it as a win condition against camping players. But we were aware that putting 3 sacred sites here would make it way too easy for Delhi to be perfect. 2 sacred sites at least is a trade-off for this Civ. But yeah, we do have the Filthy Dome of Faith build coming. What's the Ibis going to do? It is going to be Growth Wings. Yeah, so to be expected here. Back when there was still a lot of Tower Victory, this is how Ibids could potentially challenge the Age. Usually your goal was still to find an off point where after doing some good aggro, good trades back and forth, you would still go for Age 3. Now, with the new builds between Delhi and Ibids, I think you can just play full in Feudal here as IU to beat Delhi. You're still going to have a hard time against Ghazi, but Desert Raiders are pretty damn impactful. And by getting 3 extra villagers, remember that it's a very early point, 120 extra resources per minute, at a stage in the game where that makes up about 15% of your economy. By the way, guys, if you do like this map, tell the devs. Threads, Reddit, forums, Discord, everywhere you can. Let them know you love Pigeon's View. Let them know that you want High View to be this. The anti-dome sentiment? I mean, dude, it's like, we're so picky. A month later, we're sick and tired of it, right? Like, you know, Tower Victory, all the time, like, oh, can we get some Dome of Faith? A month of Dome of Faith, we're like, okay, I'm done. So, as Growthwing into what here? I'm wondering if it is going to be the Feigned Aggression, like the old school build, or if he just has to send it. Because the problem is, if you don't control the map, it is going to be Sacred Sites locked in very quickly here. Like, yes, there's only 2 of them, but like the distance between them isn't overwhelmingly large. This is like Coastal Cliffs. Another map where Delhi are incredibly strong, despite the fact there's only 2 Sacred Sites. Boy, your game wasn't casted. Would you like it to be? Weren't you the first series to play in the tournament? Actually, no, that's not true. Dumu decided to have almost an hour-long game of Core, so I think someone else's series was first. You were going to be the first series of week number 2. So, Stable's coming in behind. Ghazi are getting queued up. So, Voldemar, pretty much everything you expect to see here. That is different. That almost, I want to say, feels weird. Guys, can someone quickly open the game and check for me? Do Ibids have this building in Feudal Age, or is Ezra cheating? I've never seen this before. We have racks for Ibids. I mean, you're against Ghazi, right? But usually you'd expect horsemen. I guess the issue is Ghazi are better horsemen, right? So you feel like you're going to lose that battle, but this opens the gate for archers. Like, your entire comp potentially just gets countered by archers now. Because if you're going to scale Desert Raider plus Spearman, sure, Ghazi die. But Voldemar, the thing that's really tricky about Delhi that makes them so good in Feudal Age is their transitions are much cleaner than other civs. The reason is that they can build one structure and make it a double structure. Because they can shift their scholars around. No other civ really has that level of flex. You have, like, China, which comes close with the supervision. But you're, like, taking away from your economy. This is just a byproduct of what the Delhi are. Garcia at least going to get chased away. Didn't like the Desert Raiders you saw. Voldemort. We should be getting close to the Sanctity timing. You can see it's coming up in 30 seconds. This is why Ezra's getting ready for a push out with the Desert Raiders. Wouldn't mind Horsemen being added in here. Would make a lot of sense. The minimap looks like ink plots. What is... Oh, yeah. Guys, what do you see when you look at the Stealth Forest? Someone's going to be like, murder. Actually, no, don't answer that. I just realized what you see when you look at the ink plot. No. Ah, we're going to move away from that quickly. So horticulture... Wait, really? I mean, I guess your poor man's a bastard, so your Golden Age is weaker, but this is rarely done, right? A lot of people don't go horticulture. I guess the difference is because you're Irobids, you're playing berries, it is value. And you know Voldemar's going to have it, so you kind of have to mirror it. A little bit messy in the forest as well. Lack of vision here for Voldemar. He's learning the hard way how brutal these forests can be. Luckily, Scholar's a bit too chunky to take down. A bit too chunky to take that easily. Ez needs to be moving up these spears, though, surely. No, he's holding them at home, which is quite curious, actually. Is he going to go castle? He's holding quite a lot of resources in reserve. I don't see a blacksmith committed to yet, which doesn't make much sense to the gold. Like, I don't think you, like, I mean, unless you are going castle, you don't want specialized pick here, right? I mean, you do need some gold for Desert Raiders, but not an insane amount. He's holding lots in reserve, so yeah. This is going to be a prolonged feudal for Irobids. However, Voldemar pushed him away at a perfect time here. The walls are already coming in. And now instead, he might be reacting to the raid instead of shutting out the win condition for Voldemar. Think back to around 1940, the symbol of a temple was... Oh, no, guys, stop looking at the map. Guys, chill. It's randomly generated. I love the amount of people like, oh. I can't believe you just typed that. Oh my god. It really is an unfortunate spawn. Alright, Voldemar on the way. We're going to speed this up by a minute because I think Ezra is not going to rush out here. We have got Horseman transition coming in. He's playing the Age. Undermesh being prepped as needs to be, but Steel Dagger is already on the way. It's going to be a lot later, but Ezra's likely to wait probably 2 more minutes before he shuffles out, right? The timer isn't going and he's not going to feel rushed here. But remember, the thing about this Sacred Site is this Sacred Site is balancing out their economies on this giant X. It's a free eco lead for Ezra, about 120 resources. He scaled it better, so I'd say it's more like 150 resources. But 125 from one Sacred Site. That's potent. The healing could also prove potent here. We're almost up to 10 scholars now. Okay, hear me out. I'm going to sound crazy, and I'm going to get cancelled for this, but I think you should build Logistics Dervish Wing against Delhi. No, I'm going to shut up now. There's no reason to say that. You kind of wish you could, because then at least you'd have your own healing in these fights. The problem is, in this matchup, with the way you played this, Voldemar was always going to end up going archers, so you can't play logistics. You see Voldemar, he is thinking about taking that second Sacred Site. I mean, I'm not going to say it's a freebie here, but Ezra would struggle to defend. His army is a bit too heavy into spears. Love the fact that Voldemar's adding in his own. Blocker to the Horseman, but also just great to lock in the other Spearmen. Wall's going up. This is the value of playing into infantry comp still with Delhi, even the Dome of Faith, right? Is you do have the ability to wall the map like this in a meta where walling just got nerfed, right? It's so expensive now to send villagers. It takes double the build time, which means double the inactivity time for the villagers. Infantry don't suffer from that. Sure, it still takes them longer. Actually, does it? Can someone double check that? Wait. Wasn't Delhi always 8 seconds? Or am I misrecalling? I feel like Delhi was always 8 seconds. Did Delhi get buffed even more? I mean, at least it's not elephants this time. But I'd have to double check that on the previous patches. I feel like their build speed on walls was always 8 seconds. So Delhi walling may have legit been buffed. Nice raid on the backside though, Ezra. Does get some good hits in, some good licks in. Looks like he is saving a castle. Voldemort is going to have to address this, even gets the shivs out. Yeah, did go textiles, but despite that, still loses one villager. The walls aren't up, but they will be this time now. I'm pretty sure Delhi's build speed for the infantry was always 8 seconds. I think they were technically buffed by normal villagers being nerfed. That's kind of wild. Tech's on the way, and it's going to be advancing wing. So Ezra's kind of in desperation mode. He can see the numbers are scaling against him. He needs quality fast. The upside is he can get that quality with things like golems. Downside is blobbing, right? We've seen how effective big armies can be against golems. You can't easily play camel lancers to contest here because of the spears. He could try to raid, but if these wolves go up, that's going to be no bueno. Yeah, it's doing a good job of still playing the flanks. Going to speed up again a little bit. Wait, what? Voldemort! He blind punts it without a scout here and actually finds them! Great hit. Desert Raid is pretty much just flatline now. And he splits the army. He doesn't need to send everything to hunt this. He can circle around, though, cut off the retreat. Because eventually Ezra's going to realize he's heading into a dead end. Ouch. Expensive loss in... Wait, is Ezra doing fast imp? Oh my god. Oh my god. No! Ezra cancelled them! Okay, let's be totally real. You wouldn't get away with going imp here. But I'm wondering if Ghazi... Schoolers rather plus the Camel Lancers can save you as well. We're 8 minutes from a Sacred Site victory, so he's going to have to play with some urgency here. Could you imagine if he'd just gone straight in? Because here's my thought process. Like, is Voldemort going to dive you, or is he going to wait? Because here's the funny thing. Like, he has Sacred Site control, right? In some ways, there is urgency to stop your opponent getting good armored units. But at the same time, usually when you have Sacred Sites, you come a little bit lax. You expect your opponent to have to come to you. That's right. Taking now big risks here as he moves out to the deer. Especially when he's outnumbered like this. You're seeing just how outnumbered and outgunned he is. Golems do not die fast. Pretty much plastic arrows being fired at you, but it's a lot of plastic. Guys, you might be like a fully grown adult, and let's say you get in a fight with like 8-year-olds. You know, you feel pretty good about that fight until you realize there's 100 8-year-olds coming at you. At some point, the fatigue alone is going to burn you out. And the kids are attacking Ezra. He could be a very tall 16-year-old, but he's still going to get taken down. Army not looking good right now. About to be single digits. The Golem line is spinning, and Ezra's chances of staying in this game with it. Voldemort expending a lot of units to get this done, but it's adding up. It's just too much firepower here, even without the Tower of Victory. And the Camel Lancers are almost like self-griefing at this stage. He has at least got more Golems coming, and that should somewhat compete better over time. But he's trickling them now. I actually think the Camel Lancers kind of cost Ezra here. He bought, what, 4 or 5 Camel Lancers in total? That could have been double that in Golems almost. Oh, doubles a stretch, right? You do pay 150 compared to the 250. Let's say 8 extra Golems, which is reasonable. Could have been enough to scare Voldemort away. Instead, he stands his ground, keeps the pressure up. 6 minutes now from a Sacred Site victory. Ezra's just kind of stuck. It's limbo mode, right? Like, you have to keep attacking here. He has at least reduced the counter a little bit, but does Voldemort now play the Scholars up? In theory, Scholars would be sick here to just heal. And Crackety isn't wrong. As long as Ez has this food, it's not too bad. He does also have the reserve berries. But this is kind of just like you're gambling, right? You're actually gambling that the guy with the bigger army doesn't check the flanks. I think it's working because Voldemort's focus is on Sacred Site victory. It's a little bit too much on Sacred Site victory. He needs it, but also he's strong enough with the walls, he shouldn't fear an immediate burn. Once again, 100 kids take on an adult. food's still not being scouted. And camel lancers are on the way. Walls are going... No, Voldemar, no. Just send a spear to do it. And yeah, a fair point that the +2 armor is kind of pointless here. Remember, guys, the Deli Archers cap out at 6 damage. You have 5 armor with level 1 under mesh. It's not really necessary. I guess it's like not too bad if you're diving the TC because TC base damage is higher, but like that's ambitious to think about. And now the dive comes in. What? Okay, Golems may have been able to hold him back, but not this. Village is undefended. 6 eco lead now for Voldemar, and you will notice the skirt away from the deer a little bit earlier. Ezra getting out of there before he potentially gets discovered. Ballsy move there by Voldemar. Pays off, though, and now he's getting ready for a tech play. Gets the wall up just in time before the Camel Lancers break in. House of Learning now on the way for the Delhi. 29 villages. And wait, why have we got a man... We have a meme go. Have to go fast with it as well. You want to stick on top of it. This is the annoying thing. I don't think 1 mango is good enough here. 2 would be somewhat scary, actually. But if Voldemar just kind of micros, lol. Also, wait, aren't you blind? This is not Dry Arabia, sir. You need to see what you want to hit. I actually think Ezra needs a scout. The problem is, like, his reaction point has to be so quick. He has, like, 2 seconds to get his... Less than that, to get Golems in position. If Voldemar just punts it... And look, he has the scout. Guys, this is what you need to do on Stealth Forest maps. Build a scout! Oh, no. And remember, he has stables. He built out of them for the Camel Lancers. This is like a muscle memory thing for Ibid players, though, right? Because Camel Lancers have really good vision, so quite often they just don't build scouts. I think that's hurting him. In theory, the Mango has good vision, so you shouldn't need a scout. Now, he has made it out the other side, but that slowdown has hurt him. Voldemar now castled up. Crossbows, men at arms coming. We are less than 3 minutes from a Sacred Site victory. Ezra just has to pump it. Right now. So I'm going to shuffle in. Relics are also going to be grabbed. I mean, this could actually slow you down. If he pulls for the relic and brings it back here, that wall low delay could screw him. Ezra enters scud mode. Incendiary shots being loaded. Voldemar is not rushing this, funnily enough. He's waiting for those techs. Is he going to allow this? He should be able to fight, right? Well, he's going for it. Charges in. Body blocks are going to be there. Archers start to target, though. And that Ghazi do get on top of it just in time. Catastrophe strikes, and Ezra is now stuck here. Crossbows can be pretty impactful. Looks like he's going to back up a little bit. Relics are being pulled home as well. Ezra, I mean, he might get the decap. It's awkward, because if he gets baited this side, 1 unit can walk in, and that's what's happening. Okay, that's it. Curtains closed. It's taken too long. The other Sacred Site is not being decapped, folks, and that is a full retreat. Ezra is dead. Unless Voldemar doesn't use his entire army. Ringing the bells. We've got 6 men at arms in there, 6 crossbows. Rewall coming through. Should be able to get it in time. That's going to slow things down again. Yet the funniest part is actually Voldemar could have stood here with the relic the entire time. That would have stopped it. Well, he's floundering a bit like a fish, but keep in mind, this is buying time. More crossbows are coming. Ez goes for the burn again. Veterancy for archers just came in, though, and home blades as well. No. Wall lulls all over the place. Just a little bit of a distraction strategy. I think the archer upgrade may have just sealed it, guys. It's 8 damage. You only have 6 armor, so they've, like, doubled their output. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider how hard these fights are for Ezra, it should be enough. Melee line is a little bit thin, but the reinforcement rates do not lie. I think the crossbow count's too high. So that is going to be an opening win for Voldemar in his series. We might not get a chance to cast the second game. We'll have to see. The pretty dominant performance out of the Delhi. Love that Ezra tried something a little bit different here. I just think maybe if he wanted to play Camel Lancers like this, he spent too long trying to defend the front of his base, as he rightly had to. Probably could have just went more Golems. I think If it had been more Golems and Camel Lancers maybe a bit later, he probably would have fared better in that initial fight. And then we would have had a situation in which Ez could hold and potentially fight back. Ooh. Let me know what you think of this map though, guys. I'm impressed. Last time we featured it, last tournament we featured it in, it was a custom Civ tournament. It wasn't about the map. I don't think I done right by the map because this map is incredible. I like Stealth Forest. I think Stealth Forest added layer, they can be frustrating to deal with, but that's the whole idea. It's an obstacle, a challenge to overcome, something to be utilized for you or against you. You know, some people won't like that because it's a mechanic they don't want to engage with, but it's divergent gameplay. I think Highview done right can be a fantastic addition to Age of Empires 4. Wait a second, we have a burn through attempt. Hold on. Okay, you can stop holding on now. Oh, a moment of hope before you see how many crossbows there are. What? I'm defending a pirate Stealth Forest. That's an X marks the spot at which Ezra is going to die. 10 seconds out. Don't know if this one is going to get uploaded. I have a feeling the minimap might get me demonetized, so we might just dodge this one like the plague. But if it does, make sure you like the videos, and hopefully YouTube won't ban us. GG. I don't think that one's getting uploaded. Oh my god. All right, guys. Perfect timing because we're getting ready for another live series. So up next, we are going to have my brain. Ooh. Hold on. We might have... Well, actually, do you guys want... We have two options. We have Elyona versus Ramen, which, based on seeding, should be closer. Or there's Puppy Paw versus Stay Frosty. I'll let you guys choose. While you do that, I'm going to have... Someone mentioned the chocolate hazelnut. I think I'm going to go with that protein bar. So, this bad boy here. These, by the way, are on sale right now. Exclamation mark Protein Works. You want to check them out. They've been heavily reduced. They do expire on December the 4th. But I'd say grab yourself a dozen or whatever. You'll probably eat through them fast. Then get yourself some other things. I can highly recommend the coffee coolers. There is also, I need to eat these, the multivitamin gummies. I haven't had mine today. They're delicious. Love those. There is also the meal replacements, which are fantastic. Elyo versus Ramen it is. Thank you, Choom. Shout out to my boy Choom. Already there with the links. So we have got... Let me reset that. We're going to have High View, aka Pigeon's View, the better version. Coastal. And finally, Frisian. Let me reset the draft. So we have got... Let's see what we got. Why is that draft link not working? Oh, they're drafting right now. They might be drafting right now. Oh, that's right. They're about to complete the draft. Nice. We're as live can get. Can I double check that? Elyona picked Ottomans? Cav Archer time? Whoa, Ramen got a pretty good draft though, right? English, Iabids, Chinese? With this map pool? In this economy? So Frisian for Chinese. Highview is likely going to be Iabids. You could play English there though. And then the other one goes to Coastal. Does Elyona have good blockers? If he reads the English pick, good, yes. If he thinks it's English opening and goes Delhi, really good. You could play French against English, I think. That can work on a map like Highview as well. So maybe Elyona goes French, and then he has Delhi reserved for Coastal Cliffs, where it counters either the English or the Malian pick. And can do well against the Ibid pick. Sorry, guys. I'm just finishing this off, then I'll natter. A good old snack break, courtesy of Protein Works. But yeah, guys, definitely check that out, by the way. Because we might, depending on how things line up, have times where we can do show matches as well, outside the KPMM. I'm thinking it would be cool to maybe have a show match that happens after the grand finals on Thursdays, potentially. And the way we fund those is sponsors like Protein Works. So if they see that you guys are responding well, you're buying lots, they'll up the amount of money that they offer, which is a win-win. Because I'll be putting some of it into show matches. Why am I dude, I'm literally getting DM pictures of the mini-map. Oh no! Someone made it into an emote on Discord. What is going on here? Jesus Christ, what have I walked into? Oh my god. Alright. So yeah, this will probably be the final series of the day, by the way, guys, because we have been live for 5 hours. This could potentially be an extra hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. So that'll make up 6 to 7 hour stream. And then we'll be back on Monday. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday is what we aim to be live practically every week. So if you haven't followed this channel, have notifications turned on yet, what are you waiting for? This is literally your go-to AoE 4 place if you like competitive Age of Empires 4. It's the peak of it, the pinnacle for your weekday competitive Age of Empires 4 grab. Alright, so getting clarity on what they're going to be drafting now. I think Elyona's going to probably open with French. Oh, he does have... Do you save Rus or French for Frisium? French probably feels better there, so maybe he plays Rus, actually, on Pigeon's View, because you can get the hunting cabins close to the tree lines. The Stealth Forests actually generate a lot of passive gold. And then, I don't know, one deals better, Rus or French deals better with English? I think maybe Rus, just because you can get into archer massing. It just makes, yeah, I think it makes a lot more sense. And also, you go into horse archers in the Castle Age, you can play through the Stealth Forest. It's really good for raiding. Like, if you guys remember, when Highview was constantly in the map pool when the game first came out, and sure, horse archers were OP then, but one of the maps where they looked most at home was on Highview because of how easily raidable the map was. Oh. By the way, when does Outback Octagon finish? Is it this weekend? I think it's this weekend, right? Or is it next? I think it's next. Yeah, so EGC's Age of Mythology tournament finishes next. And then so does Outback Octagon. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just having my Protein Works multivitamins. These are gummies. Seriously, I love these. These are great, actually. Like, I don't know. Do little infants need multivitamins? I guess probably. I should be giving them to them. I would, but they're so tasty. Interesting. So there's one gap before EGC begins then, right? Because EGC's AoE 4 tournament starts on... Chim will know. Is it the 24th? 23rd, 24th? I think it begins on the 23rd, 24th, right? So there's a weekend gap. Maybe we can organize something there? I don't know. It's short notice. Maybe. We'll figure it out. Right, is Elyona and him ready to go? Toe to toe, baby. What's taking them so long, actually? They're sitting in lobby at the moment. It's probably getting ready to launch. Let's see what their picks were for game 1. I haven't drafted their first pick yet, which is always a good sign. Perfect time to go have a toilet break or something, boys. Yep. All right, what I'll do now, guys, I'm going to run a minute of ads so you guys don't get burnt by those in-game. Actually, I'll do a minute and a half because we've definitely got time. And if you haven't, there's a minute and a half is long enough to enter your credit card details and get a subscription to this channel so you don't have to worry about the ads anymore and you can just conversate. Wow. All right. We gotta get those running and... dude, I've got to stop putting my foot down. I've been very good, actually. I've been minimizing painkillers. I don't think I've had any painkillers today. I should just take some delicious painkillers. Or I could just consume more protein and make my muscles strong enough to carry my dead bones. I think that's how science works. Don't quote me. Should I check in with the players? Put your foot down on putting your foot down. That's true. I got a nice little stool to the side of me. But, man, it is rough because, like, sometimes the feeling around the bone, I'm like, it feels like it's, like, breaking. But I think that's just the feeling of it healing, maybe? Obviously, a long process, but it's so weird. You guys know, like, anyone who's broke a bone will know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, when you break a bone, it kind of feels like it's healing in a weird way. Like, you know, the healing feels like it's almost breaking those. It's, like, very, very slow process. Does that make sense? I hope I've done a good job of explaining that. It's not like my job is to explain things for a living. But yeah, it does feel dodgy. It doesn't feel good, is what I'll say of it. Alright, they just hopped into game, so we should be ready to go in a sec. Because there's no way that Elyona and Ramen would forget to make their game spectatable, right? Right? Of course. People know. I've already said to Jim on this, if people actually fail to make their game spectatable when they're meant to be spectatable, there will be penalties. Maybe some people think that's harsh, but I'm like, dude, we're 3 years into an esports scene. People know how to make a lobby observable by now. Shout out to people like Anatan, who, like Anatan on B, when we had those show matches, they made the mistake a few times. But they, oh, sorry, restart. As they should, because, like, the whole point in putting a tournament on is the game should be observable. So good job to everyone who's been doing that and also been making their profiles viewable. China versus Delhi, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we just going to get a Ford Barbican drop on one of the 2 sacred sites on this map? We might, which is more value, guys, because there's Boron Deer nearby. Uh-oh. All right, so let me reward the points. Oh, sorry, Dragovan, I need to pay that out last time. So Dragovan won that last game. We'll prep a new prediction here. It'll be Ramen or Elyona. You guys can have 5 minutes. This is a preview of the actual map. Yarp. I think Kavayu's lighting can make it look like this. He's very good with his lighting, actually. I think, I don't know, maybe they should hire Kavayu. He does a pretty bloody good job of it all. So I'm just catching up on message in the background. Ooh. Lori Nara and Chatter. Huh? That's interesting, guys. Apparently there's a big change on Twitter, on X, on the way that they generate ad rev. So impressions in your replies no longer count. Engagement farmers and people engagement groups will no longer be rewarded. Okay, so guys, that's actually a big deal. So you know when you like make a comment, like you make a tweet and then people comment down below and they get a lot of attention on them? Before, that was generating ad revenue. So in a lot of cases, it was very like possible for people to make a living just by commenting on actually more popular people's posts constantly, right? And that's it. Not really building their own viewership. Not really building their own community. Where that got most ridiculous is adult profiles. You know, let's say you made a post saying blah blah has been punished for his crimes. Why don't you punish me for my crimes? Insert picture. Obviously, those will still have the power of generating viewership into people's profiles, but those thirsty accounts are no longer getting rewarded for the post itself, which is actually a really nice change because anyone who spent some time on Twitter recently might have noticed that it's been turning more and more into a porno. You will legit just go and check a news tweet and you get a bunch of very peculiar pictures. What do you mean, what picture? You go find it, W. You can find it yourself. Oh, dear, oh, dear. How many series we cast today? This will be the 4th, right? And then we, like, 4.5. That's not bad. Round of 32 has 16 in total, right? So we're already at, like, about a third. And then on Monday, we might catch 1 or 2 more of the 16 before going in. 32 before going to 16. 32, I expect a lot to slip through, but a lot of them will probably be stomps because that's what you expect that early in the broadcast. Tends to give you what you're interested in. All right, that's BS, mate. I go looking for news. And actually, no, I genuinely think that you're better off just sticking to the followed tab than the other one on Twitter. The recommendation stuff it gives you, Jesus Christ. I've been trying to not look at the American politics. The amount of American politics stuff I get rammed in my face is unrelenting. Sure, I'm not the only one who's experienced that in the last few weeks. Oh, bloody hell. Maybe I should have the painkillers now. After this game. Because I like to mark it down. I charter when I have my drugs. I'm very thoughtful like that. Ow. Oh, ah. That hurts. All right, let's go. Dude, look at that. Oh. Is there any counter to the powerhouse Chinese? We're going to find out. One and all, welcome back to the midweek muster. Week number 2 of our 30-week esports circuit here. $9,000 esports circuit. And we enter with game 1 on Highview, an improved version of Highview. We've got Ramen on the Chinese in the yellow, going up against Elyona on the Delhi in the blue. A map that should be very good for the Delhi, considering the 2 more central sacred sites, but China has always been a thorn in their side. Are we going to get a Barbican drop this game? Let's find out. Oh man, what biome is this? This is European Temperate. European Temperate's kind of... I think it has 2 different types of spawns. You get like Inkblot spawn, and then you get the... Almost, I want to call it like... what's like a double-sided crescent? You get like a double crescent spawn, or you get more of a splodge and X marks the spot spawn. The thing about the X marks the spot spawns is it means that Stealth Forest can be a little bit more kind of hit or miss, I think. There's gaps that you can exploit so that you don't get punished for limited vision as much. Yeah, curious to see how this one's going to play out, man. I mean, we have seen China versus Delhi is historically you drop a Barbican. We have noticed some players taking a greedy approach where instead of going Barbican first, they will go Imperial Academy. I think on this particular map, the sacred sites are probably too far away for you to get away with that. So likely we'll see Ramen pulling a villager at the appropriate time just before he has 600 resources to build that Barbican. Because you only need 1. 1 villager is usually good enough. 2 will guarantee it. I don't think you rush 8 villagers out. It would be nice to get onto the board, but the cool thing about these spawns is berries are pretty close by. So you could drop a Barbican here and then build a mill and go berries instead. How do you guys vote, by the way? Ooh, that evened up. So the beginning of the vote was really heavily in favor of Elyona, but now it's close to a 50-50 on the predictions. Let me know what you'll think. 1's for Elyona, 2's for Ramen. So this has to be Tower of Victory, right? We've seen some Dome of Faith today. Dome of Faith shenanigans don't tend to pay off very well against Chinese all-ins because they can go Zhuge Numas. So I think it's going to be very telling. If Elyona goes for Dome of Faith, he can't play along Feudal. He essentially has to kind of bait and then switch. Meanwhile, Ramen should be able to kind of react accordingly. Like, if you do see Dome of Faith, you play all-in. If you see Tower of Victory, you want to skirt the age, but probably look for an out. So yeah, Tower of Victory. Elyona should know this matchup quite well. I think If I'm not mistaken, if I was to open his profile, Elyona might have Delhi as a top 3 pick, most picked, right? French, I think, is number 1, but Delhi very close behind. Ramen, he is going to take the greedy route here, so Imperial Academy first. This is tricky with the Tower Victory detail in mind. I mean, your opponent could actually get the Ghazi out. You're now kind of just coin flipping on choosing the right Sacred Site to try and block. If you get it wrong, you're probably going to fail here. He has only got 1 on the Imperial Academy, so in theory this can still work, but now it has to be a Barbican play, right? So you're going to have to pull 8 villagers and the Imp official over. That's a pretty lofty investment. That means you're missing quite a lot of production, a lot of gathering rather, at a very early point in the game. And remember, because you do these plays so early, you're not going to have Wheelbarrow. There's just not the wiggle room for that because of the way that you tend to balance your economy. He could, in theory, actually get Wheelbarrow by dropping onto taxation, gathering a little bit of gold, and because he's supervising, it's only going to take 36 seconds. That's the cool thing about supervision on mills at this point in the game. It's not just for your food, it's also for potentially eco-tax. And there we go, taxation drop-off. Well, Ramen, whoa, auto-tax, boy. Okay, no, he's actually just going on the wood. Yeah, so we're not getting Song. I'm not sure if I should feel inspired by that. I mean, this is gathering for production buildings, right? Like, the timing is now gone. The stables is already in the way. Elyona appropriately using 2 villages instead of 1. It's not going to be a double the build speed, but every second matters here. So instead of 30 seconds, it should be about, I believe it's 22. And that means the Scholar will be able to shuffle in quickly, so we get very rapid Ghazi production. The idea behind this from Elyona is those extra seconds are kind of cool because it means that you can, with a Scholar inside, get 2 Ghazi out and send 1 to each of the sacred sites. Because right now, Elyona's biggest freak out, panic, is that there's a Barbican drop coming on one of these, which would block his win condition. Sheep count is looking phenomenal, by the way. He got 15 sheep, meanwhile it's only 9 remaining for Ramen, courtesy of the fact that Ramen is gathering from them, and of course Elyona would have went for the berries instead. Ramen does have the spears on the way, so appropriate reaction coming out, but is anyone else getting the feeling that he's not going to block sacred sites? I'm kind of curious what Ramen's game plan is if he's not going to try to Barbican drop, because I'm not exaggerating when I say that makes up most of the Delhi Chinese games, and it's why China is favored against Delhi. Because if that sacred site timer starts ticking, China's not really known for handling the pressure timer that well, right? They need time to build up to reach their peak. Now Elyona, because he went for the Tower Victory, he shouldn't be panicking about the idea of switching archers. Usually in this matchup, if you go Dome of Faith, you can't just rush archers, you need a reason to do so. When you play Tower Victory, you should very quickly be shifting into archers. You want that 2-unit comp. Arguably, the closer you can get to infantry, the better it is. And, well, here we go. Barbican is on the way. So heavily delayed here. Ramen is now shuffling out. He has a lot of wood saved. Is this delayed 2TC? This feels so curious. It's even that, he's going for double archer range in the center. Barbican is now being dropped. Ghazi count. They're on the way here. He has got 3 of them. Needs to womp down the spearman first. Instead, it's going to be a womp, womp, womp. Or wow, 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 rather. Spear being targeted down, but I think that was mishandled by Elyona. So Ramen should be fine here. Barbican is going to go up. It's too much time spent on the spears, but also not enough. I think he tried to get on the villagers first. Yeah, it's so annoying with the Imperial Academy these days. You can't even go after the Imperial official. It's not worth it. So Barbican up, Song Dynasty online. And now the choice. Ramen is either going to go for a proxy base here and push in with archery ranges, or he's going to go 2TC. 2TC would feel really greedy here. Instead, what he could do is go single racks, double archery range in the center of the map. That would leave him pretty strong on the push. Elyona, in the meantime, is switching into the archery range. Has got the blacksmith drop. Actually, I think you just go double archery range blacksmiths, right? Okay. It's going to be archery ranges. And there we go. Yeah, so 1 archery range blacksmiths. 1 archery range is fine because remember, you have the taxmen, so you can actually just supervise to make it feel like you've got multiple production buildings. And the cool thing about this is because Elyona's timing was delayed on blacksmiths, and also because he played Tower Victory, his tech unlocks are going to be really slow. Yes, he gets them for free, but while it takes you, what is this, 3.5 minutes? Your opponent can get them in under a minute. With supervision, he can get them in like 30 seconds. A little bit surprised Ramen isn't going for it, but in fairness, he doesn't have the juke yet. It's probably more value to supervise the archer range, actually. Instead, looks like he's trying to pump more spears. Love Ramen's approach. He's just trying to avoid building walls. One small wall I'd love to see is this one back here, because it forces a wider rotation for Ghazi. Speaking of which, Ghazi are going to rotate into the tree line. Late pullback there. Ramen does end up losing a villager for his troubles. Not really getting anything in return. Do we have pro scouts queued up? So one thing I like to see is when you're playing without Dome of Faith, it can be quite nice to set up a second mill so you can split the queues. I think instead he might just play out onto Deer eventually, because with Ramen going to Zhuge Nu, it's not a rapid moving combo. It's all about building comp to scale. So with that in mind, like, you know, when you think about the value of pro scouts, the pro scouts value is that your opponent is coming for you fast, so you need to gather. Oh, sorry, no, he did actually get it. Yeah, I'm blind, I'm an idiot. Okay, so a little bit surprised, because I think you could actually forgo that for a little bit and just play out onto the Deer. But he's just looking to keep everything safe at home, which means that Elyona can put everything into attack. Nothing has to stay home to defend. Some more archer ranges coming in. Ramen wants to be at like 3 archer ranges by about 12 minutes. We have got the Steeled Arrow. No undermesh. He's going to want to prioritize that here. We already have the undermesh from Elyona. In fact, Steeled Arrow coming in just 1 minute and 20 seconds. So Ramen at risk of being at a disadvantage in this defender fight. Archer Master's already moving in for Elyona. He can also snatch the Deer away. Yeah, he shot a lot of these downs on purpose, right? So Ramen couldn't potentially shove them in later. Couldn't even keep them nice and condensed for an eventual mill play. And Elyona isn't rushing towards pro scouts in that he's not going 5 scouts, right? This is the cool thing about Delhi. Because you get the tech for free, you don't have to panic like other civs do, that you need to repay the investment faster. You just gradually pull everything back. Archers. Attack speed really allows them to trade a little bit better here. It's kind of necessary. Especially for clearing out the spears fast enough so the Ghazi can win. Scout already being lost as well. Ramen doesn't have a stable, so he's playing a fairly blind game here outside of the Barbican vision. Military lead is starting to build. I mean, this rapid production with the scholars is powerful. The good news, at least for Ramen, is if he has the economy, he can even out. A lot of wood being held onto here, though. I'm not entirely sure what for either. We do have some outposts coming in, but I think Ramen is just doing a classic here. It still fits at all the ages, right? Like all the ranks, rather. Whether you're, you know, gold, diamond, conch, right? It's easy to just put your people on wood because there's always lots of wood, right? And you'll always eventually have a use for wood. Right now, he's struggling to find the easy way of getting more food, but this gap, it's just 1,000 wood being floated, and you're not really at a stage where you're going to make a farm transition happen. And because you're going Zhuge Nu, you don't need that much wood. So this is a big waste for Ramen. Other civs can excuse this because they can just drop 3 archer ranges. And oh, wow. Good block there. Elyona, look at the micro. Gets 3 villager kills and gets out. So that eco lead Elyona had to deal with has been addressed. He's now ahead by 2. That's 7 worker kills overall. And Ramen's eco is deceptive because 3 of that 37 worker count are Imperial officials. While imp officials are worth a lot, in terms of losses, if you can choose to lose an official or lose a villager, you always choose an official because of the Imperial Academy. It's very efficient to just replace them instead. Sure, it's double the cost, but villagers can't be spammed up additional, right? It's been Delhi all day. There's been a decent amount of Delhi, but it's not always been just about Delhi. I think they are a powerful pick. I think some people are still drafting like they're playing last week's, which is a very different opening draft. Archer's going for the trade-in. Ghazi are going to bait the Spearman in and out of position. And this is where it gets awkward, right? The Archers will trade out too quickly here against the Spears, even when they overkill. The Ghazi can just now march in, and Ramen going to lose the army. Might just lose the game off the back of this. Man control does not look good. Macro control looks horrific here for Ramen. He's holding way too much wood still. Now, in theory, you could build a million outposts to defend you. It might not be a bad idea here. But without the hand cannon slits, fortifications, it's not going to feel like it's going to do much. Yeah, this is the type of economy I expect to see out of like a Zhuji with the feudal landmark, right? Where you get a free unit every time you build a building. China doing this is like, it's almost as if they're going to just have to go for a farm transition because you have now got these resources. And Jesus, this Civ. I mean, Elyon took good trades, right? But Ramen, he went Song, he played out into the ball, and yet we already have a situation now where Elyon has almost triple the military and he's going age-free. In fairness, if Ramen's economy was better balanced, he'd be close to age-free as well. Now marching, just the free techs, man, they add up so quickly. It's crazy when you look up at the bar and you think even without the standard Dome of Faith we've been seeing a lot of, he already has all the eco techs, the military techs he really needs to care about. House of Learning coming in. The farm melee techs are within 30 seconds. Ramen. I don't really know what the way back is. Well, we finally have a use for the wood. He can replace the village lost. Nelio should just be waiting for the first knights. Relics are being picked up. The classic Marine Lord snatch. Not quite 5, but 4 will do. The 5th one is a little bit hard to reach here, folks. Yeah, this is not looking great. I wonder, maybe Ramen should have frontlined his military. Forced a defensive reaction out of Alyona. But, I mean, in fairness, he took a fight on the Sacred Site either way. I think my biggest feedback from Ramen on this one is maybe just balance the eco a bit better. Because it does feel like there's just been a lot of panic wood gathering. And I mean, I get it, right? I'm not criticizing him to be mean about it. It's just an area for improvement. You know, I've done it in games. I've seen plenty of players. I've seen top level, top 8 players do it in games. Because it's safe, right? Whereas you've got these berries, these deer on the backside, you've got outpost vision. Theoretically, these are the things you should be gathering. And he does see them. He does have vision on them. Yeah, kind of the dualities today of watching Delhi, right? We've seen Dome of Faith, and we've seen it look sad. And now we see Tower of Victory, and it makes you mad, man. It's just so good. First Lancer arriving. I mean, just the wasted effort of trying to kill this, right? Look how long he survives that. Veteran for Archers isn't coming in too quickly, but the meta arm spam is. Meanwhile, the Ghazi have found their tugs. The body blocks. Alyona is so good at this to the Ghazi consistently throughout this game. It happened on the Barbican as well. Ramen should have been able to safely get his villagers in. But the positioning just on point. So Ramen is cleaning up the feudal army somewhat, but it's that one meta arms, that second meta arms, just one by one dismantling him here. So an opening game victory for Alyona. Not the end of the road for Ramen, though. Best of 3, single elimination. He will require perfection to remain in this tournament, but there is a shot. Question is this draft potent enough? Is it strong enough to carry him through? We'll just have to find out in the next chapter, because this book is about to be closed. So 1-up lead for Alyona. Solid, really strong start to the series. I think Ramen just got kind of gridlocked. He got put into defensive mode, and we didn't really see him do anything to get himself out of the chokehold from that point. So let me mark a point up for Elyo. And we'll get ready for the second game. All your potatoes are gone? You believe too much, my friend. Trust the way of the Delhi. Hob. Stealth Force in this map, very sus. If you squint... No, shut up, leave. Shut the Oh, so I need to message Kayo because I don't think he realized either. So, is it me? Shut the hell up. Quick, someone bury Arcleave's comment by gifting 10 subs. It's the only way. Let's get ready for game number 2. I think they're already getting in. I imagine it's going to be Coastal Cliffs, right? No, he takes it to Frisian. Yo, what's up, Trickster Boy? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Love the support. Keep it coming, guys. You're all superstars. So, Ivids versus French. I mean, this could get us to game 3, actually. This is a good matchup, right? French is a little bit awkward into Ivids because Desert Raiders count you in H2. Camel Lancers are a problem in H3. There's actually hope. There is a way. In fact, let me sort the predictions quickly because we're about a minute and a half out. Let me make the next predictions up. I'll give you guys, I think 2 minutes this time around is appropriate because we're close to in. So remember, it's going to be Ramen on Ivids, Elyona on French, and we're going to Frisian Marshes for game number 2. Let me score that up accordingly. So it was a win for Elyo. And now we head in with... Yeah, we don't see Ivids too often on this map, right? We did it first, then people just realized there's better maps for it. I don't think Ivids is a civ that necessarily needs all the extra food because they're all about tempo and timing, and they unlock their timing really fast if they go fast castle. If they don't go fast castle, they're doing it because they have map control and they're playing along feudal. It's like Frisian, when they first came out, some people were trying Ivids there, but it quickly felt a little bit out of place. Ooh, that makes game 3 very interesting on Coastal Cliffs because Elyona... Is it Roos? I think it's Roos TC against English, probably, which we saw in the grand finals, if you guys remember, where Wham had the Roos, and it looked really easy to execute against English Greed. So that might be worrisome. I don't think you go Ottomans into English. That feels a bit peculiar. Ottomans into Malians, you can outpost rush them, so that's also an option still for Elyona. I think Elyona's draft looks pretty decent for Coastal Cliffs. It might be a bit of a coin flip, because I think if you go Ottomans into English, you're going to be sad. And if you go Roos into Malians, you're probably going to be sad. Everyone's going Elyona? Well, there you go. Make the big boy bucks on this channel. Go the other way. Signature Civ. Oh, wait, that's that. Let me just... I'm going to quickly flip that before we begin. What do you have for breakfast? I loaded up on Protein Works. I actually had my banana cake breakfast from Protein Works. You guys can get them yourself. They're actually delicious. I think banana is my favorite from Protein Works. They're awesome. They're really great on an empty stomach. So you go grab some yourself. I think it's pretty cheap. I think it works out like £1.50 a meal or something. Fantastic. And you can just have them on the go. Signature pick versus hard counter. This is a tough one, guys. One and all, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to Age of Empires for action for game number 2 between Elyona in the blue on the French and Ramen in the yellow as the Ivids. We don't see much of the Camel Boys, not in this flag form on Frisian Marshes, but Ivids, after what feels like a long time since we last saw them here, making an appearance, trying to keep Ramen alive. His tournament on the line. Remember, Midweek Muster, our $9,000 Age of Empires 4 esports circuit, is single limb. And although Ramen may be able to qualify back again, I have a feeling more and more high-level pro players are eyeballing week 3, 4, 5, and 6. So it might be getting tougher to hold on to those positions. This is a cool opening, though. Ramen goes out into the fishing. And remember, this is only 75 wood each. Elyona's going to likely go Knights, and Knights aren't great at burning down docks ASAP. So I actually quite like this play. And with the fishing, in theory, Ramen should be able to afford to go into Desert Raiders. I imagine we're still looking at Growth Wing here, though, right? Does he feel like maybe he has to go Advancement Wing? Because the problem is when you go fishing, you do delay your tech timing. And you might feel that it's urgent to get your feudal units out, because I've got a feeling Elyona... Is he going to be going Knights here? I mean, Chamber of Commerce has been fairly popular on this map. He's got plenty of food to work with at home. It's going to be 20 in total, but you can use the Chamber of Commerce to bolster you further. Remember, with the French, you can choose what resource your traders return. Moment of truth. It's Chamber of Commerce. Can I get a sponsorship from a certain sports brand that would definitely line up well with the abbreviation for Chamber of Commerce? I think that's the deal to look for here. So, Chamber of Commerce on the way for the Frenchman himself. I should have committed more to the French. That went very British at the end. And Ramen, this is not Advancement Wing. So this has to be Growth? Imagine if it's logistics. Ramen, please. Desert Raider logistics. Well, rather, you do logistics when you build Desert Raiders. Against Knights, it's actually really good. Because Knights get heavily debuffed, right? They go up to 22 damage after a charge. You take them down by 20%, which is huge. You have 5 armor, so you're only taking 10 damage. And you're healing for about 2 every second. And big shout out to Aphne the Druid. Thank you for the Prime Gaming sub. 16 months, you legend. Keep it up. Make sure, guys, if you got Prime subs where you're watching live or later, you go across to my Twitch and drop them there, as it helps support, make this content possible. Oh, okay. Am I the only one that feels that after the nerfs, and because we're no longer in a TC boom meta, Desert Raider Wing sucks? I guess it's not bad because you're saving 180 resources every 2 minutes. Whereas if you went the villager route with free extra, you get 240 in the same scope. But you wouldn't immediately get the unit, right? So there's the production load on top of that of having buildings to produce them out of. I think in a matchup where you 100% know you're going to build Desert Raiders, you could probably justify Military Wing instead. And the logic being that Ramen down the line, because it's French, he will need Growth Wing to catch up in Castle. So I guess like this might be one of maybe 2 matchups where I think Desert Raider Feudal is still good. A lot of the time now, because the meta has shifted away from 2 TC Boom, the Desert Raider has lost value, especially with the nerf they made, where you no longer get it straight away. You now have to wait 15 seconds. And we do have some stone being gathered. Yeah, Ramen's going castle. This is to get the fortifications up. Tricky, though, because Alyona is going to get to essentially trade for free. We already have, what, 1 queued up? And he has got the broad axe on the way. Yeah, you can see he wants to trade us that bad. He's even good with horticulture. So he's got wheelbarrow, horticulture. He should be able to get forestry. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't go for forestry straight away. This was really popular with this build to be ultimately efficient. Like, you just go forestry. But I guess with the eco discounts the French have, they can get away with this route. Whereas I think when you play Jaune, it's a bit weirder because you're losing economy when you scale, right? But ever since they gave French the buff to the TC in Dark Age, they have 0.6 more villages by the time they go feudal. I think that gave you enough economy that you can essentially skip forestry first and just go for the techs that you really want for your economy. And yes, the results here will be relevant for the tournament elo. They do have an impact on players' scores. Last week, the biggest winner, basically going home with the casino jackpot, Crackety, I believe, gained 43 tournament elo after his victory, his 2-1 victory over Beastie. So huge boon for him. I believe CSO was the second biggest winner with a 23 ATR point increase. A big part of that being his victory over Dimu. 2-0. So wall's going up from Ramen. And the Desert Raider can be annoying here, right? He can kind of chase down the trade. It's not going to be the quickest of kills, but if a Knight comes out to try and repel you, the Knight's going to have a hard time. So I'm wondering, if I ask people now, would you say 1s and say Ibids win this, or 2s and you think French are going to win this? Because Alyona is building spears, but remember, that's going to be against fire armor, that's going to be against static defenses. Ramna has still got some way to go. In theory, Elyona's spear play will block the dock, but it's going to take time to scale. And by then, your opponent's easily going to return the investment into the dock play. Now, that's what I love to see. A divided chat. 1s and 2s. None of this stomp immediately. Belief on both sides. Alyona is looking strong, though. He's up to 5 traders. He's probably going to be actively adding an additional in the coming minutes. And remember, this trade returns a lot, guys. Each end, 74. And it doesn't just have to be gold. This is the beauty of French with Chamber of Commerce. When you find the right map for it, if you're low on food, which you shouldn't be early, but later on in Frisian it can happen, you can just hunker down and have your traders fill that gap for you. Now, the cool thing about going Chamber of Commerce as well is the difference between this and School of Cavalry. School of Cavalry gives you a more aggressive timing on your initial knights, but that requires value prop, right? And on a defensive map like Frisian, it's harder to find compared to Chamber of Commerce. On a map like Dry Arabia, you can flank raid around your opponent's base 360, right? So that first knight's important. Here, there's more value in a delayed surge of double stables. Like, your knight count by 10 minutes will be healthier with Chamber of Commerce than it would be with School of Cavalry. And uh-oh. Nice micro there. Ramen does get himself an eco kill. Second Desert Raider is able to hold this back, and you just... I couldn't quite show it. The unease is brutal here. You lose so much damage. especially if you haven't charged. A bit of a miss micro there. Ramen almost losing Desert Raider. Oh my god, he is not rushing castle. He's sending it. We've got mass Desert Raiders, and Elyona's taken the bait. He built racks, not archery range. Archers is what you want to be scaling into against Desert Raiders here. He's gone spears, and Ramen's already prepping archers. This is powerful, by the way. This is something that I've highlighted before about Desert Raiders that makes them low-key really strong in long feudal. That was being slept on originally, but people have really locked onto it now. This is not just an archer-type building. This is an anti-cav unit. You get both of these in one military building. This is a layer of flexibility Ibots have with stables as well, where they can build into 2 unit arcs, essentially. Cool by Ramen. Looks like he was trying to prep the racks at home as well, so the Knights do at least scout that out. But the Desert Raiders, ready to lick their lips and shake their hips and jump on top of this. Also, villagers are too far away. They're going to have to move off the wood line, which is tricky as Elyona now needs wood for an archer transition. Range form activated. Ramen is going to move in for the first worker kill. And he can just switch into melee now. Like, if he just switches melee, yeah, you just mince them. Especially 3 versus 2. Has to get behind him there. Nicely micro by Elyona to try and bait him in range of the TC. And a bit of a mistake made there. Ramen overextends. Does at least get the Knight kill. Could get the second. Has to switch into ranged. Unfortunately, doesn't work out for him. But remember, some of these are for free. Elyona is paying the full price for the Knights. Ramen does need to keep everyone alive that he can. See, I think Ramen kind of baited himself there. There was an opportunity to kill both without going in range of the TC, which would have equated a 2 Desert Raiders alive, no Knights alive situation. And that would have been a 480 resources versus 180 resource exchange. But yeah, a bit subpar there. And Ramen now behind this. Is he contemplating the A-job? Because he's starting to stockpile additional resources here. His burst of resources is going to drop soon, though. Right? Like, the fishing isn't that strong remaining. I think he's got about 600-700 food left in there. Started with 1,500. I swear Desert Raiders are so annoying. Look at this, guys. So he does 16 damage, but this unit has 5 melee armor. So he's doing 11 damage with a Royal Knight. A 240 HP unit is doing 11 damage. Not bad. And how do you get that debuff? How do you get that favorable trade? Just existing. As you do. I think Elyona is going to try to sneak castle when he has about 15 knights here. Smart play, right? Like, you get into the Royal Institute with the buff damage. Cantled Saddles as well is really cool, because when you get Cantled Saddles, you kind of offset the camel unease in conjunction with the fact you're vetted up. Ramen isn't going to make it easy, though. You see he's doing the 1-1-1 comp. We've got Desert Raiders, Archers, and Horsemen. And Spearmen, rather. Spears arriving is going to make this infinitely harder for Elyona to now fight into. He did get access to the wood again, but this transition into archers feels a little bit delayed. Ramen trying to probe. Elyona has moved out onto the fish. He has to make a stand here. Numbers do look good. The Spearmen haven't arrived yet, so Ramen may have jumped the gun. Desert Raiders have to spread out. Spearmen standing for the side. They're not being taken out straight away, but the Desert Raiders are. Second wave does arrive here. The archers have to peel back, but really you want the archers to be being attacked, so the Spearmen are being ignored. Elyona may have timed this perfectly. Knight's heavily injured, but he's min-maxing them. One by one, he pulls them away. A little bit late with that group there. So it looks like Ramen is going to still be able to brute force him, but Elyona not dead yet. He done an insanely good job of keeping these dead boys alive, and he does have chivalry, but now he needs time. This is where Ramen needs to park himself here. His goal now should be to get in between the trade and the fishing, because then this army can't fight in a rush, and Elyona essentially gets starved. Weirdly enough, though, Ramen is backing up. Yeah, he's going to try to raid the trade at the other end, but that's unfortunate. He definitely saw the fish at that point, right? The Desert Raider vision would have given it to him. And now you've got Elyona switching archers, so Ramen may have just missed his strong point. Desert Raider count still looks good, but archer lead is quickly going to go in favor of Elyona with that extra economy. This feels tough. And Ramen, like, while he's getting some value for his feudal tech, Sure, great. You know, he's saving 180 resources every 2 minutes. That's an extra 90 resources a minute. The longer the game goes on, the worse that sounds, right? When you're at 50 plus eco, that's like nothing. That's not even 10% of your economy. So powerful early on, but underwhelming as time goes on. Trade, however, is going to keep on feeling better. We're already up to 9 traders. Desert Raiders need to fix this. He's going to march out. Chivalry has healed them up a little bit. If he can target it down, Ramen, he can make this a good trade, actually. Elyona does pull the knight away at the last second. Oh, I think he was going to melee there, but he switched into range. So Elyona outplays him. 360 for a 240 resource exchange. Ramen might need to go age 3. And that's scary because your opponent has an eco lead. You're nowhere near the age up. Unless... No, capture age hasn't lied to me this time. It's a tricky game now. You know, the funny thing is I actually think that the Dervish wing would have worked well here because Elyona went spears plus knights. Right? So that... The reason why Dervish heals really good there is because although Elyona has archers now, he didn't. And you could have forced him into archers unwillingly and then countered him. Because he wasn't into archers, if you'd gone for the double Dervish, you would have had AoE heal that he couldn't easily deny. So yeah, it's kind of wild, actually. It would have been a golden opportunity. And yeah, it's happening again. Ramen, too many people on wood once more. Now, he does have the archery ranges, so he can balance this out. Remember, the difference last game is he played China, so Zhuge Nu, you're not able to quickly recalibrate your economy when you've got too much wood. So it's not the end of the world, but I mean, archers and mostly knights will feel that way. Nice pullback there, spears. Able to involve himself in the mosh pits. Charge coming afterwards. Desert Raider's in range form because he just needs the debuff, but I don't think it's going to be good enough. I think we've got a 2-0, folks. Damn, it looked so good for Ramen for a moment there. The initial Desert Raider raid, but, you know, there and also the secondary fight, what you saw is Elyona just out-skilling, out-microing Ramen twice at critical points in this game to reach the big blue blob. So, with that in mind, Elyona will continue through to the round of 16. No Corvinus this time around to give him a blocker in one of those rounds to make it a bit weird. Ramen, however, will have to get back grinding on the ladder if he wants to make it back for the midweek muster number 3. Because I've got a feeling we might have some known names appearing that will make it harder to make it based on ATR ELO ranking. But hopefully we'll see more Ramen. I always love seeing more upcoming faces. In fact, this is something incredible with this tournament, guys. I mean, you can see it when you look at the bracket breakdown there. Look at some of the new names. Bit Cousin, Stay Frosty, Stopper. These probably aren't names, and no offense, like if you think about it on paper, they shouldn't be taken serious from these players, but they're appearing in this tournament. That says the format is working to me. We are getting the matchups against some of the best, and although it may feel bad to go out in round 1, there is invaluable experience that comes with these matchups. And I hope players see that, man. You know, I'd love to be able to scale it to a round of 64. I know some people would like to see that, but I don't know if we have enough players. And also, to be totally frank with you guys, it's an adminning nightmare. Same reason why we haven't done double elim formats. But, you know, if this format continues to prove successful, continues to grow us, there'll be more tournament configurations coming up in the future. So I guess we'll have to look to Crackety to slay all the known again. I think this week, last week it was Beastie, this week is Puppy Paw, who Puppy Paw is technically the highest ranked person by seed. GG comes in though, Elyona on his signature civs could not be more comfortable in these best of threes. Oy, oy, oy. You can ban 4 of the opponent's civs, only figured that out today. Huh? So you mean you go against Elyona and you just ban Delhi and French, and then he gets Byzantines and HRE, right? All right, guys. So I think we'll get ready to wind down. That's pretty good. We've done quite a few series today. So 4 games today that feel uploadable. There might have been more in there. I'll have to double check, and we'll double check. But we had some bangers. The opening series felt peak for sure. But we'll have more peak series, guys, because we're starting to paint the pictures. We've got, I don't know if we'll catch the Puppy Paw Frosty on Monday, but there is going to be, I think, a bunch of round of 16 happening across the weekend. We'll catch up on them on Monday. I imagine usually what happens is there is some of the quarterfinals on Monday as well that we can catch live. And then on Tuesdays, we're usually able to dive into the semifinals live. So plenty of content to come. That's going to be it for this week for me. So make sure you follow the channel if you haven't already. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube if you missed some of the videos. A lot of them do get uploaded there. Thank you to everyone who watched on YouTube. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream now. I will see you all on Monday. We'll probably aim to be live by about 1 p.m. UK time. Definitely by 2 p.m. I think sounds good. So be sure to tune in then. And I'll keep Twitch live a few minutes longer as we get ready to